Less than 1% of high school athletes actually earn a college scholarship, and these odds might seem overwhelming, but here's the truth. The athletes who succeed aren't necessarily always the most talented. They're the ones who have a game plan to follow. I'm Joe Maxwell, a former D1 full scholarship athlete at the University of Tennessee, an SEC champion, and a two-time All-American. In this 5-hour masterclass, I'm going to be showing you how you can become part of that 1% and earn yourself a college scholarship. Here's just a few of the things that you're going to learn. How to create an athletic resume that grabs coaches' attention in seconds, the secrets of effective communication with college coaches, meaning what to say and when to say it, how to navigate the scholarship process and avoid the common mistakes that could cost you a scholarship, along with my personal strategies for standing out, even if you're from a small town like I was, or you feel like you're flying under the radar. These are just a few things too that we're going to cover. This masterclass is packed with value, and it isn't just theory. This is the exact system that I use to earn my scholarship. You can look it up if you want. It's worked for countless other athletes too, whether you're just starting out on your recruiting journey or you're getting towards the end but you're feeling stuck, like you're not getting the offers that you wanted. This video is going to give you the roadmap that you need to take control. Let's get started. Welcome to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass, where I'm going to teach you step by step how you can earn a full ride athletic scholarship offer to your dream school. So you're probably wondering, who am I? Well, my name is Joe Maxwell. I earned a full ride athletic scholarship to the University of Tennessee. While I was at Tennessee, I became a two-time All-American, an SEC champion, and I was also ranked in the top 75 in the world for track and field. My mission now is to guide athletes and their families through the recruiting process to unlock the life-changing power of an athletic scholarship, right? I've lived it. I want you to have that experience as well. So why commit to the journey, right? Why is this so important? Some of you may be fully committed to earning a scholarship already. Some of you may just be exploring the possibility of playing in college, but I assume you have some interest in it. That's why you clicked on this video. But I am here to tell you that committing to this journey is the most important decision that you can make, and it's important to make it now, and I'm going to explain why. Going all in on this goal could be one of the most rewarding decisions of your life, right? This is a very pivotal moment. It's very important. College athletics provides an incredible experience filled with hard work, sacrifice, and unforgettable memories. Benefits of college athletics, I'll tell you a little bit about that. My best memories were created during my college sports journey. The friendships I built there are unmatched, right? Sharing a vision and a passion with teammates builds a sense of camaraderie that really few experiences in life can replicate it. You're not going to find it in your workplace or, in other clubs, because you're so passionate, all of you, and you're sharing the same focus. That really bonds people together, and it's an incredible, rewarding experience to be a part of. Scholarship means a free or a partially free education, giving you a huge financial advantage after college by avoiding student debt. I'll tell you, I was lucky to have my school paid for by my team, and I graduated without student debt. It is such a huge advantage financially. It allows you to just save money for an emergency fund, save money for a down payment on a house or a new vehicle or a trip or whatever your priorities are. You don't have to be putting money into student debt, right? And that's a hugely overlooked benefit, I think, when you're an athlete right now. But you're going to really thank yourself after you graduate that you got your school paid for. So massive financial advantage as well. Connection and adventure as well. So connections with teammates, coaches, and advisors are going to support and inspire you in college, but well beyond as well, right? College athletics provides a chance to experience a new part of the world if you decide to go to a new state, or in my case, a new country. I'm from Canada. I'll tell you a little bit more about that soon. And also meet people from just a diverse range of backgrounds, right? Different countries, different states, different walks of life. And it's just something that makes you a much more interesting person, right? So incredible opportunity. College sports create a network of lifelong friendships and mentors, enriching your life personally and professionally, right? So I stay in touch with many coaches and teammates of mine that I met when I was at the University of Tennessee. In fact, I've collaborated with many of them to create this course material. I've interviewed them, and those relationships were so helpful to me in my career, getting my first job after school, but also pursuing other projects like this. And you can have your own version of that. A little bit of background on me, why it's important to go all in now. Let's go through a quick course overview, right? It's a very extensive, detailed course. We're going to cover everything you need to know. I want to give you the broad aerial view of things right now, okay? So Module 1, Foundations. It's important to set the foundation in recruiting with important knowledge around the NCAA, how scholarships work, how the overall process looks at a high level. So that's what we're going to tackle in Module 1. Within each module, there's going to be individual topics. Each video is centered around an individual topic, right? Module 2 is process. So that's when we actually get into the meat of the course. We're actually going to talk about how the recruiting process looks and share my insider tips as well, how you can make the most of your journey. We're going to cover everything from reaching out to coaches, building your target school list, how to schedule campus visits, how you should conduct yourself on those visits, and ultimately to secure an offer, right? That's the goal. We're going to talk about academics in Module 3. It's a very important topic, test prep, academic eligibility with the NCAA, a number of different things that athletes don't totally appreciate. And then Module 4, we're going to talk about actually securing your offer, negotiating the best possible offer you can get. There's a lot of rule changes recently with how this stuff works. So this is the most up-to-date information as well, right? And I've talked to coaches, I've talked to schools to make sure that the knowledge I'm giving you is the most recent stuff that's been published by the NCAA. We're also going to do a little section on preparation for college after you've made that decision on what school you're going to go to. Also going to give you some tools in Module 4 to make the best possible decisions, some scorecards and just some questions to ask yourself to make the right decision, right? Because this is a monumental decision. It's one thing to get an offer. It's a totally other thing to make sure that offer that you're securing is going to be at the best school for you, right? Finally, Module 5, I'm going to give you some final tools that you can work with that are, again, just going to put you in the best position possible through your recruiting journey. So high-level overview as far as Module 1. So at the beginning of each module, I'll give you a breakdown of that module. So Module 1, Foundations. Video 1, that's the video we're on now. It's just a welcome, telling you more about who I am, how the course is going to work. Module 2, the decision. We're going to talk about the importance of committing and going all in, why that's so important at this stage of the process. Video 3, we're going to talk about getting started in the process, what things look like from a high level. Module 4, we're going to talk about the process of how athletic scholarships actually work, the financial side of things. I find this is an area that not a lot of athletes and families have a ton of knowledge on when they start the process, but it's important to know the basics. Finally, video 5, we're going to talk about the NCAA. Just, you probably have some idea of what it is, just how it functions and how it can impact your recruiting journey, right? So we're setting the foundational knowledge that you're going to need. So Module 1, Video 1, that's where we are now. Welcome to the course. Again, thank you for checking it out. I will say I have invested hundreds of hours, months and months of time into compiling this into the most valuable possible resource. It's not fluffy. I really interviewed coaches and I spent a lot of time organizing my own thoughts and experiences to turn it into something that's going to be meaningful and beneficial to you guys, right? So who this course is for, that's what we're going to talk about first. We're going to talk about how this course can help you, my story, and why you can trust me, right? Because I understand trust is a big part of things, and you guys don't know me super well yet. So I want to introduce myself a little bit more as well. So just a couple of reminders before we really get into the meat of this content. All the content in this course is very important. Like I said, there's not fluff in here. It's all very valuable. So don't skip around and take good notes to make the most value out of this. I would recommend after each video, just do a little note or even a voice memo on your phone, just your main takeaways from things, right? Because knowledge isn't really all that useful unless it actually results in changed behavior, right? And changed outcomes. And that's my goal with this. Pro tip, to save time, you can listen to this at 1.5 or 2 times speed. I prefer to listen to things usually at regular speed just so I can soak up the information. But if you just want to get through things a little bit faster, feel free to speed things up. Okay, so who is this course for, guys? High school athletes who are looking to earn an athletic scholarship. If that is you, you're in the right place, so please watch on. Parents of high school athletes who want to help guide their children through the recruiting process. That was where my parents were at. If you're a good parent, you're going to want to support your kid. You're in the right place as well. I'm going to walk you all through the process. Towards the end of this course, I'm also going to give some specific tools for parents as well. So keep an eye out for that. That's coming in Module 5. coaches of high school athletes as well. If you're a coach, you want to support your athletes better, you don't have a ton of experience with recruiting, then this is the right place for you as well. How this course will help you guys. Let's talk about that. You're going to learn the collegiate recruiting process from start to finish, right? It's very detailed. You're going to learn all the insider information and the tips and tricks that you're going to need along the way as someone who's successfully been through the process, right? I'm not just talking theoretically, guys. Like I've lived this. I got the scholarship offer. It changed my life. But I've supplemented my own experience, like I said, with interviews with coaches. I've interviewed coaches for hours and hours to compile all the information from their perspective. I've also done my own research too to make it the most useful thing possible. So this course is going to allow you to avoid common recruiting mistakes and pitfalls that I see many young athletes making, some of which I made myself, although I was lucky to still get through the process successfully. The goal is to turn your dream of an athletic scholarship at a school of your dreams into a reality, right? That's the goal that I want for you. You're going to graduate college with a fully paid for degree, no student debt, lifelong friendships, and a skill set that will help you thrive in the next phase of life. I mean, work ethic, time management, tackling new challenges, the list goes on and on of the skills that you develop as an athlete that will help you in your career and in your relationships down the road. So why should you listen to me? Who's Joe? Why should I trust this guy? Why should I listen to him? Well, as I already mentioned briefly, I earned a full ride athletic scholarship to the University of Tennessee for track and field. I threw the shot put in the discus. Those were my events. At Tennessee, I was a school record holder, SEC champion. That's the Southeastern Conference. For those who don't know, it's one of the bigger conferences in the United States. I was a two-time All-American, which means I basically finished in the top 12 nationally 2 times. And I was ranked 75th in the world in 2020. That was my best season. The main thing, though, is I really punched above my recruiting weight class. And what do I mean by that is I had good results in high school, but really not good enough to get the scholarship offer that I did at Tennessee, right? I almost should have been like a lower level D1 or a D2 athlete, but because of the framework that I'm going to teach you, I was able to secure a scholarship at a school that was a little bit beyond my means, at least when I was in high school, and I was able to grow into that role and develop as well. But you can have the same, right? Like you guys can really go to a school that's maybe a little bit above your level if you follow what I'm going to teach. So that's the value in having a guide and having a framework to follow is, yeah, you may be able to secure some offers on your own, but you may not get the best offer that you possibly could without a guide. And the main thing is I achieved all this while growing up and living in an extremely remote part of Northern Ontario, Canada. So I had literally no exposure. Coaches had no idea who I was. If I didn't take control of my own destiny, I wouldn't have gotten a scholarship, right? And that's why I'm the right person to teach this course, because my journey was so difficult. I was so remote. I had to really take control and kind of invent my own framework to get there, right? And now that's what I'm teaching to you guys. So Manitoulin Island, that's the place where I grew up, right? See that little circled island there north of Michigan? That's where it is. So it's about 7 hours north of Toronto, a little ways north of Michigan as well. No one really knows about it. Beautiful place to grow up, and thankful that I got the chance to live there. That's our family home that my dad built. It's like a stone castle. It's been a labor of love for the past, 35 years at this point. It's on 90 acres there. He just didn't like the city, moved out there. My mom followed him, and they raised a family there. So very interesting place to grow up, and I love to go back there and visit whenever I can. All the way from Manitoulin Island to the University of Tennessee. There's me biting the gold medal that I won at the SEC championship. The same gold medal, by the way, that's behind me in the background there, and a silver and bronze as well from other years. So it was a very monumental, rewarding experience in my career there. There's me throwing the shot put. It's a 16-pound ball that you throw. I threw it 65 feet and change in high school, or in college, sorry. And that's me competing at our home track there my last season. So how did I go from Manitoulin Island to Knoxville, Tennessee on a full ride scholarship, right? What's my story? Well, there's me, 7 years old, grade 2, winning the 100 meters at C.C. McLean Public School, Gore Bay, Ontario. I loved sports when I was a kid. I was obsessed with every sport, especially track and field. I really loved the individual nature of it from the time I was a kid. That's a trait that stayed with me into adulthood too, is just the individual responsibility. It's very attractive to me. So really developed a love for sports very early. the success I got really motivated me, right? There's some first place ribbons, couple second and thirds as well at our annual school track and field day, right? So I was hooked from a young age on sports. Grade 5, pivotal moment. I, for the first time in my life, lost the annual track and field day. I got second overall to a guy named Brady. And I remember that was very devastating to me at the time. I hated the feeling of losing, and I realized I had to make a change if I was going to win next year, and I was going to have to take things much more seriously. So what was the plan? I formed a plan to take control of my destiny. My dad contacted a local retired gym teacher and a track coach named Ted Jackson. I called him Mr. Jackson. When Mr. Jackson was younger, he had earned a running scholarship to McNeese State University in Louisiana. The interesting thing was, this was in the 50s or 60s, so there's no internet, no video, nothing like that. He was just out for a run like a year or two after he graduated high school. It just so happened that the coach at McNeese State University had a cottage on Manitoulin Island, because this was a time when Americans would commonly travel to Canada to escape the hot summers because no air conditioning, right? So they were just escaping that heat. He had a cottage, and one morning he saw Ted Jackson run past, and he was so impressed with his speed and his form that he, called him in for a discussion and introduced himself. And one thing led to another. He offered Ted Jackson a scholarship. It was a little simpler back then. And then Ted was on a bus to Louisiana in a couple weeks, and he started school there. So it was a very inspiring story, right? He explained to me when he told me the story that, Joe, you too can earn a scholarship if you work hard and follow the plan that I'm going to lay out for you. He was an inspiration to me. And he explained it's even easier for you than it was for me because you have the internet, so you can reach out to coaches. You don't have to rely on chance like I did. This realization flipped a switch inside my brain, and I became solely focused on the goal of earning an athletic scholarship. I became almost obsessed with it, right? From a young age when I was 12. It's just, I knew it's what I wanted. So I became very serious about training. I followed the plan Mr. Jackson laid out to me. It paid off too. I dominated the next year, it was night and day from the last year. And I made an important realization that year. So my realization after winning the high school track and field championship was I had the most natural talent for the shot put and discus throw of all the track and field events. If I wanted to earn a scholarship, I knew that I needed to follow a focused training plan on a couple different event groups, right? I wasn't going to earn a scholarship for all 10 events unless I was a decathlete, but I didn't even know that was a thing at that time. So I knew early on that I needed focus, and this was an idea my dad reinforced for me as well. Ted reinforced it as well. So the action that I took after that first year of success, my dad and I built some concrete throwing circles. That's what these are here on our beautiful 90-acre property. I built them all myself. I did the concrete and the rebar and the forming. Very cool experience. And I would just go out there and train for hours, just take hundreds and hundreds of throws, and just became more and more in love with the process of training and getting better. You can see a video camera on a tripod to the right side of me in this picture. That was so that I could make videos and send off to a coach, a virtual coach in the US who I began working with later on, because I didn't have a local shot put specific coach. So we had to do virtual coaching. There's the weight room in the basement there. I invested probably about $4,000, pretty much all my savings, which was birthday money when I was 12 years old, into this equipment. I assembled it myself. We did some carpentry to make the boxes and the Olympic lifting platform. And it just gave me all the things that I needed to train and improve at home, which was very important because where we lived was so remote, so isolated. I needed to have everything nearby for me. And pretty quickly, I began to see some pretty incredible progress as I continued to train and develop. Started a self-directing training program. It was initially based on video coaching that I used. My dad bought me some training DVDs back then because, again, there weren't any coaches nearby. Mr. Jackson kind of stepped into more of a mentorship role for me because he didn't really have a ton of specific knowledge around the shot put and discus. He was more of more of a jumps and sprints coach. So he was just more a general mentor for me as I began to focus on shot put, and then again worked with that virtual coach a little bit as well. Within a year of training, I started to see some really good success. I won some age group provincial and national championships. I even set some records. And it was a very pivotal experience for me in that I realized that my inputs controlled my outputs and controlled my destiny. And the harder I worked, the better my results were and the more accolades I won. And that was a very rewarding experience for me. So progress, that's me at the national championship, 14 or 15 years old back in, that was 2012 on Prince Edward Island on the east coast of Canada. Won that national championship that year. This is me a few years later, again, the home circle. I would train in the depths of winter because I didn't have an indoor facility anywhere. So I would go out, I would clear off the pad. I used that shelter to cover the pad so it wouldn't get buried, but I would go melt the ice off, scrape it off, keep my hands warm with this propane heater that my dad bought for me. And I was basically just doing whatever it took, right? I didn't like the cold. I didn't like the, training in the winter, but it's just what had to be done. And you can see there's a video camera there too. This was when I was being filmed for a Canadian TV show, actually. They kind of saw my journey and they thought it was interesting. So that was a cool experience as well, right? Started to see some progress and some accolades. And then there was a setback, right? One morning, I was doing a set of squats in the basement. I was 16 years old. I suddenly felt a shooting pain going down my lower back, radiating down my leg, all the way down to my foot. Extremely painful. I dropped the barbell. It was really bad. And it didn't get better with time. It was unlike anything I'd felt before. And I did a lot of online research. I eventually diagnosed myself with a bulging disc in my lower back based on the radiating pain. I could no longer train. And I was also dealing with some high school drama, high school relationship at the time that didn't end super well. And it was really distracting for me. As a result of these two things together, I lost enthusiasm and lost focus on my goal. I find it's usually a couple things that will combine that makes those really difficult patches in life, right? You can usually handle one thing, but when it's two or three things happening all at once, that's when it gets overwhelming. At least that's what I've found anyway. And then things got even worse. Tragedy. I was outside one November afternoon. My dad called me inside and told me to sit down at the kitchen table. He was very serious. And I figured usually when that happened, it meant I was in trouble. So I was nervous. I was trying to think back, what did I do? What did they find out about? But I wasn't in trouble, but the news nonetheless was very devastating. My dad and mom sat me down and explained to me that Mr. Jackson had contracted a lung infection rather quickly. And he was an older man. He was, in his late 70s, and he just, lost the battle relatively quickly and passed away. And even makes me a little bit emotional now, even thinking about it. Devastating news for me, right? I was shocked, sad, of course. I remember just walking upstairs to my room in tears. And so I was very sad, but more than anything, I felt a little guilty because at that time I knew in the back of my head that I had lost focus on my goal of earning this athletic scholarship, right? And I felt like I wasn't really honoring Mr. Jackson's sacrifice and his investment in my life in how I had been, not really doing everything I could have been to rehab, not getting distracted by high school relationships, losing sight of my goal. I didn't wallow very long, right? I did eventually find some motivation. So my dad and I went to the funeral a week or two later, and I remember hearing all these people speaking, like local community members whose lives Mr. Jackson had positively impacted. These were usually, former high school students of his or athletes of his, saying how much Mr. Jackson had changed their life, right? I realized that I wanted to be one of those people as an adult that Mr. Jackson had positively influenced. And I wasn't yet, right? Because I hadn't achieved the goal. I realized that to honor his memory, I was going to have to get back on the horse and start working hard again. So pretty quickly, I sat down with my parents and I realigned with my scholarship goal, eliminated all the drama and distractions in high school, and I began rehabbing my back injury because I realized I had to get healthy before I could be training, right? That was going to be the first step. It led to a slow but successful recovery for my injury. I began going to see a top-level physical therapist in my area. His name was Derek. He's great. I think he's still there, so shout out Derek for all the help. He had experience in the throwing sports. Like he was a javelin thrower in high school, which was very helpful and lucky for me because he understood what I was going through. This is just a good note for you guys. If you're ever dealing with an injury, always try to find a PT who has athletic experience, ideally in your sport, because I think the rehab for sports injuries is a different ball game, right? So find someone who's aligned with you. In conjunction with Derek's protocol, I developed my own stretching and rehab program that I did religiously every single day, sometimes twice a day. I never missed a day because it started to open up my back and help things feel better. And my back started to slowly improve. By January, I was training at near full capacity again, not quite 100%. Some of the exercises I was doing was a little, the movements were a little bit different, but I was still able to get out there, be active, and do something, which really made me feel good mentally. I started competing that winter as well to get back in the groove, and although my results were initially disappointing, they did gradually improve, right? And I started to see some recognition again. As I got on that path, I'm steadily improving, continued to improve, and by that summer, I was close to 100% again, and something that never really got, I got to maybe 95%. It still hurts right now even. That's the problem with back injuries, but I was still good enough to be competing at my best once again. Started to set more national records. I even made a national team. I competed for Canada, the U18 Championships 2015, Cali, Colombia. I finished 6th in the world that year for my age group, which was a very rewarding experience. After the result at that championship, I began to see more recognition from college coaches, right? They were seeing my results and seeing that I could contribute at the collegiate level. That's me competing for Canada at that event in 2015. I'm 17 years old there. I think that was the qualifying round. So it was just a really rewarding experience to do that and to be healthy and just happy doing sport that I love. Eventually that led to a scholarship offer, right? I received interest from a number of NCAA coaches. I took visits to 3 D1 Power 4 schools. We did them on a road trip, my parents and I. It was a really cool experience. We saw a lot of the U.S., and I think that actually ignited my interest in travel as well, just kind of seeing new things, meeting new people. After a long recruiting process, before and after those visits, there were a lot of twists and turns and surprises and stress. Like I said, my journey wasn't perfect. It was successful, but it could have been a lot easier had I had more knowledge and information. But I did finally receive a scholarship offer from the University of Tennessee, which I accepted in the spring of my senior year. It was the culmination of everything. There's me signing the document on the throwing pad. It was a bit of a symbolic thing. My whole family was there with me, playing Rocky Top, which is the Tennessee fight song. It's one of the best memories of my life, to be honest. There's me holding the national letter of intent, the document that sealed my future. And my dad filmed it too. I kind of had a couple words to say after I signed the document. I'll show you that now.
So I would like to say that when I was in 6th grade, 6 years ago, I won my elementary school track and field competition. And I made a promise to myself that I would dedicate myself to track and field and earn myself a scholarship to a top American university. And today I have fulfilled that promise.
So you may be wondering, so Joe's done all these things. He got the scholarship offer, but how can I get there, right? Because that's why you're here. And that's why I'm here too, because I want to help you get there. That's what we're going to do. So I promise that all the questions you have, every step of the recruiting process is going to be covered in great detail, right? Hopefully I wanted to just give you guys a little bit of background of me because we're going to be spending a fair bit of time together through this course. But everything's going to be covered in detail. All your questions will be answered. If there is any specific questions you have, you can always send me an email. It's just joe@collegeathleteacademy.com. You can reach out to me on social media as well. Joe Maxwell, NCAA, Instagram and TikTok. I check those very frequently, and I would love to have a conversation with you as well. In addition to showing you what I did, I'm also going to show you the mistakes that I made along the way. This is very important, right? Because like I said, my journey wasn't perfect. I got there, but I made a lot of mistakes, and there were things I would have done differently to help the process go smoother, right? And I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you the full insider look into everything. This is full disclosure here. So in the next video, we're going to continue laying the foundation of your recruiting journey. It all starts with a decision, with a commitment to the process. We're going to talk more about the importance of that. Quote for this lesson is from Zig Ziglar. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to be but you have to start to be great. Zig Ziglar was a sales consultant, I believe, back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And this is a great point, right? Because I think a lot of people have dreams and they have aspirations. It's just something in their head. Like, who doesn't have those things? You know what your dreams and aspirations are, but very few people will actually take the first step forward in making those dreams a reality, right? And I think dreams are pretty useless unless they actually turn into something, is my honest to God thought. You have to start to get there to be great, right? A couple of reminders at the end, just wrapping up here. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. I really want to get this out to more people. If you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. I would really appreciate that. You can do video or text submission, collegeathleteacademy.com/testimonial. Go there. It's super easy with instructions. You can subscribe to my YouTube channel, please. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA. I post exclusive short form content on there, so check it out. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes, ask me questions, and access other resources outside of this masterclass to help tailor your journey, right? It's a community of like-minded people. It's on a great platform called School. Super easy, totally free. You just put your email in. You can be in literally 10 seconds, and then you have access to everything within that community. School.com/collegeathletes. All these links are in the description, so please check them out. That is it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for checking this out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. My name is Joe Maxwell. We are on Module 1, Video 2. This video is titled The Decision, and it's a very important one, so I'm going to start off this lesson by giving you a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. So we're going to talk about your scholarship journey and what's going to be involved in you taking this dream and turning it into a reality. From there, we're going to talk about the 3 components of success, the 3 pillars that are going to anchor you to achieving this goal of an athletic scholarship. Then we're going to talk about making the commitment. And this isn't a commitment about what school you're going to commit to, not that decision yet. It's going to be a commitment to you and your future. And it's one of the most important steps in the process, and it's important that we establish it right now early before we move on to anything else. So, your scholarship journey. The first step in this journey is to build a solid foundation and understand the landscape. Like, I get it, you guys are probably chomping at the bit. You're thinking, oh, when can we get into the actual material about reaching out to coaches and scheduling campus visits, signing a national letter of intent? We're going to get to all that stuff, I promise, but in order for this to be the most useful course that it possibly can be, you need to understand the landscape of how the NCAA works. First, you need to be committed to yourself and committed that this is what you want, but you need to understand the mechanics of how this landscape actually operates, because if you don't do that, then you may get shortchanged when it actually comes time to seal that deal, and we don't want that to happen, right? So, like I said, before we do that, you also need to make a commitment to yourself and your future. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. Success in college recruiting requires consistent, dedicated, hard work. Both hard work in acquiring the knowledge you need to navigate the recruiting process, but also hard work in the classroom and hard work on the field to become the best possible athlete that you can become. I also just want to mention too early on that probably a lot of you guys are wondering about recruiting services like NCSA. They probably seem appealing to you because a lot of times these recruiting services will kind of promise a shortened path to the destination or almost guarantee that they'll get you a scholarship. Generally, I'm not a huge fan of services that guarantee successful results because it's kind of an oxymoron. Like, it really all comes down to you and your own actions. So I'm kind of wary of anyone who guarantees a scholarship result. Like, I'm here teaching this course. I can't guarantee that you're going to get a full ride offer, but what I can promise you is that if you follow this framework, you're going to vastly improve your chances, right? So I would just be wary, anyone who says they can guarantee you a successful result, they may not be fully telling the truth. So it's something to keep in mind. We're going to talk about recruiting services in more depth in a later module. Achieving a college scholarship is a challenging yet achievable goal, right? I want to be an encouraging cheerleader for you. I want to be a guide for you in a process that can seem very dark and hard to navigate sometimes. But I also want to be realistic with you and tell you that, yes, this is going to be very challenging and there are going to be obstacles, but it is very achievable, right? Thousands of people get scholarships. I got a scholarship. I can tell you it's very possible. I know how to get there. And I'm here to make it easier for you, right? So there are going to be challenges, there are going to be obstacles, but we're going to work through all those things together. And I'm super excited to be able to do that with you. The 3 components of success, I touched on them in the introduction. Pillars. Athletic performance. Of course, this is going to be a given, but you need to reach a level in your sport where you're getting attention from college coaches, right? I mentioned in the last video that I punched above my weight class recruiting-wise. And I did, but my results were still in the right vicinity. They were still in the right universe that Division I coaches were looking for. So that's the key here. You maybe don't have to be right lined up with the scholarship standards that are posted on a college's website, but you at least have to be close, right? You have to be in the right universe. Athletic training and performance, that isn't the focus of this course. It may be a focus in a later course that I publish on College Athlete Academy, but bottom line, this is a pillar of success. You need to reach a level where you're getting attention, or when you reach out, you're at least getting positive feedback from the coaches, right? A lot of times, if you reach out and you're having a hard time getting a hold of any college coaches, it's maybe just because your stats aren't quite where they need to be yet. And that's okay, right? Like you can improve, you're a young athlete, you can improve vastly within a season or even half a season. Academic performance. This one, maybe not as obvious. It's probably a little bit more overlooked by athletes, but you need to perform well enough in the classroom and on your SATs to achieve a couple of things, right? Let's go through those. So you need to be eligible to compete in the NCAA. Of course, that's a given. It's not overly hard to do this, to be totally honest. I think you need a 2.5 GPA in high school, which hopefully you guys are there. If you're not, hopefully you're close and you can make some adjustments to get over that threshold so that you don't have eligibility issues. I will tell you, it may seem like a simple thing. I saw countless athletes who signed a D1 offer run into eligibility issues and not be able to compete or be delayed 1 to 2 years. One guy in particular I'm thinking about, he signed a D1 offer at Tennessee the same year that I did. We were supposed to be teammates. He ran into eligibility issues, never got into school, and went on a totally different path. I think he's working in the trades now, which is awesome. Shout out to everyone in the trades. I think it's an underlooked field. But regardless, he didn't get the opportunity that his athletic performance warranted because he didn't take care of the academics. So it's very important. Take care of your business academically, because those eligibility issues, if you're not keeping an eye on your grades, they can really sneak up on you, and we don't want to run into trouble in that area. You need to be admitted to your school, right? Simple thing, but I think a lot of athletes think, oh, if I get a D1 offer, I'm just going to get automatically accepted into the school. Not always true, especially if you're in a lesser known sport like an equivalency sport. There's not going to be the same support for getting you admitted and kind of sidestepping admissions than you might think. For bigger sports like basketball and football, they can help you out a little bit within reason. But if you're in another sport, you're kind of on your own. Like I had to apply to Tennessee and I had to get admitted to the school. This was also a big leverage thing when I went to negotiate my scholarship. As I went to them and I said, hey, I've been admitted to the school already. I took care of that. I took care of this academic scholarship as well, which we're going to talk about that. What can you do to help me out on the athletic side? And it was a big help to me. So be admitted to your school. The difficulty of this is obviously going to range the academic standards of your school all the way from, not to single anyone out here, but say University of Arizona to Harvard or Cornell and anywhere in between, right? There's going to be varying levels of difficulty for getting into school. Receive academic scholarships. I touched on this briefly. We're going to go super in depth on this because it's a little known advantage in the recruiting process that not a lot of recruits take into account. I didn't know about it until later on in the process, but if your grades are good enough, and honestly, sometimes they don't even have to be that good, like a 3.0 GPA can get you academic scholarship money at some of these schools to where you can get, say, a 30% academic scholarship, and then now you don't need necessarily a full ride athletic to get to a full ride cumulative scholarship, right? You just get the academic money to make up the difference. That's what I did for my first year. Huge help financially. Finally, following a framework. So you have to take the athletic performance, take the academic performance, channel it into a proven framework that's going to work, right? If you're here, you probably don't know how the whole process works, or you know something, but you have some unanswered questions. So you need to follow a proven framework from someone who's been through it. I have been through it. I've done it myself, and I've spent a heck of a lot of time building out this framework, talking to coaches, and compiling this in a way that is the most valuable possible resource. So you need to take all your commitment, your athletic performances, your grades in the classroom, and channel it into a framework so that you're working in the right direction, right? Like we don't want to have you do a whole lot of work and have it not pay off because you're not doing the right things, right? You need to channel things correctly. Okay, very important, probably the most important part of this lesson. We need to talk about making the commitment to your scholarship journey. If you haven't already, you need to make a conscious decision that you will pursue an athletic scholarship with everything in your being. I'm going to be here to help you guys. I'm going to be here to walk you step by step through this process, but I need you guys to be all in, okay? That's a non-negotiable here. So I want you to do a little exercise, and it's only going to take a few seconds. If you have a pen and paper right now, take a pen and paper, and I want you to write the following statement down. I, your name, so I, Joseph Maxwell, will do everything in my power to earn an athletic scholarship, right? Write it down and make it real. Sign it, date it, and share your commitment with your parents, coaches, and friends. It can be very helpful to have some accountability to this commitment, right? You don't want it to just be something in your brain. The point of this exercise is that we're taking it, putting it onto paper to make it real, and by sharing this commitment with other people, you're hopefully getting some accountability that you're going to pursue this regardless of what obstacles end up coming your way. Like I said, when we write things down on paper, they become real and tangible. That's what the whole point of this course is. It's about taking that dream that you have in your head that's great, but we need to take it out of your head and turn it into reality. And one of the great first steps that you can do is by writing it down and sharing it. So that's what we're doing. We're turning dreams into reality here. And you need to prepare, right? There's some things you need to do early on in order to do that. I want you to share your commitment with your high school coach, especially. I mentioned parents already, but high school coach, ask for their support. You're going to need it athletically as you develop. Become the best athlete and best student that you can possibly be. And the ways you do this is obviously by self-directed study, self-directed training, but ask for support from your coach and from your teachers. I guarantee that these people will love to help you because there's nothing more that a high school coach or a high school teacher likes more than to work with students who are really driven and really committed. And you know why? It's because driven high school students are so flipping rare. Like it's 99% of the kids don't want to be there. And the teachers honestly don't want to teach kids like that because it's demotivating to them. So when they find like a diamond in the rough, like a kid who really wants it, they want their grades better, they really want to perform better on the field, that is an absolute gift to work with that kind of student. So I would encourage you to ask for the support and ask for the help of your teachers and of your coaches. Overcome obstacles with unwavering commitment to your goal, right? I want to talk about obstacles for a minute because they will come up, right? And I can't predict exactly what that's going to be. I shared what some of mine were. There was an injury. There were some financial things. At one point, I didn't think I was ever going to be able to go to Tennessee, and I'm going to get into that later, but I pushed through and I found a way to make it happen. And that was so rewarding. I can't predict what your version of that is going to be, right? It may be an injury. You may not get into the school you want. You may not get quite the right test score that you're aiming for, but there is a way through this, right? It's not supposed to be easy. If it was easy, there wouldn't be much value to it and everyone would be doing this, right? So it's supposed to be difficult. So I need you to approach this with unwavering commitment to your goal. And when you run into a roadblock, always finding a way around. And I'm going to be here to guide you through those alternate paths as well. Finally, I touched on this a little bit already, but I want you to ask for honest feedback from your coaches and teachers on how you can be better on the field and in the classroom. And I'll be honest, this is going to take some humility, right? Hearing critical feedback, but you need to invite it because if you don't get critical feedback, you're not going to get better. So if you get a grade on an essay or you're struggling to grasp a concept in calculus, go to your teacher and ask for some help after hours. They're going to be happy to help you or get a tutor. Find some way, think outside the box a little bit to improve your performance. And likewise in your sport, ask your coach for two things. Where he or she thinks you're doing really well, like what some of your superpowers are, because that's going to be helpful in being aware of that to then talk to college coaches about what makes you special. But also maybe some areas that are weaknesses of yours and whatever that is. Like I know for me, it was strength and size. I just wasn't big and strong enough in high school. And that was a issue I had to rectify in college. But if you talk to your high school coach about it now, then you can begin to get a head start on some of those weaknesses, and it's going to turn you into a better athlete and better prepare you for college. So ask for feedback from those around you. They want to support you. Take control of your journey, right? That's the next thing. You need to take control of this. Don't let the recruiting process happen to you. You need to take control of it. When I signed with Tennessee shortly after, a lot of kids in high school would come up to me and congratulate me. Oh, Joe, that's amazing. You signed a D1 offer at University of Tennessee. I was wondering if you could give me some advice. I haven't really been hearing anything from coaches, and I'm worried I'm not going to get an offer. My first question to those kids would always be, have you reached out to any coaches? Almost every time they would say, no, not really. Or I sent an email a while ago. Don't coaches just kind of find out about you and reach out? Like, isn't that what happened for you? And I'm like, absolutely not. Especially if you're in a remote part of Ontario, Canada. How can you expect American NCAA coaches to recognize you? Even if you are an American, if you're not a top level recruit, you're probably not going to get noticed by a whole lot of coaches, guys, because how can a coach recruit you if he or she doesn't know who you are? It's the same principle in business, right? Like, you can't sell someone something if they don't know about you, right? So the first step is always letting people know about you, and you have to be proactive. You're not bothering these coaches. They want to hear from you. So don't let it happen to you. Don't, just expect offers to come back to you and just take the first offer you get. You need to take control of your journey to ensure the best possible outcome. Because remember what I was talking about, punching above your recruiting weight class? That only happens if you take control of your destiny. You can't let life happen to you. Shape your journey by making informed decisions and taking initiative, right? That's what you got to do. Be strategic and find the perfect school for you. So this is the other key to taking initiative and following a framework and having a guide like me to lead you through. You may be able to get some offers on your own. I'm not saying that you're totally incapable of doing that without some help, right? Like I found my way through it, so it is possible, but it's not so much a matter of am I getting an offer or not, or though that can be the case sometimes. Sometimes it's just, am I getting the best offer that I can be? Am I going to the best school possible? Remember those friends I mentioned in high school? Well, I know some of them. There's one guy I'm thinking about in particular who maybe didn't really take control of his journey as much as he could have, and he did get a D1 offer. He got one, and he decided to take that offer, and I'll tell you, that experience went so poorly for him that within his first year, he was back home in Canada and he didn't finish his degree there. And it was a really sad thing, but he realized that the coaching staff was just not the right fit for him. I don't even think he'd visited the campus beforehand. It was just a visit or an offer that he got, and then he decided to take it. But working with the coaching staff there just turned out to be a real nightmare for him. And the training didn't align well with his body. He injured himself badly, and they forced him to keep competing. It was just not a good situation. And that's what we want to avoid for you, right? So it's not just about getting an offer. It's about getting the right offer and making the best possible choice for you. And if there's one thing that I'm most grateful for in my own career, it's that I made a really good choice in school I went to, built some really good relationships, and became the best athlete that I possibly could be. And the way I made that decision was by following the framework that I'm laying out in this course. In the next video, we're going to take a look at a snapshot of the recruiting process. So I know you guys are eager to get going. We're going to get started with that. I'm going to take you through on a high level what this framework looks like. And then from there, we're going to dive in individually into each topic in some more detail. So summary of today's video, just some quick bullet points for you. I'll post this in text underneath the video as well, just for quick reference. But the process of obtaining an athletic scholarship requires a lot of dedication and hard work, of course. You guys know this. You need to make an ironclad commitment to yourself that you are going to achieve an athletic scholarship, or you're going to do everything in your power to get there. I need you guys to be all in. I want you to share your commitment with your parents and your coaches, both for support so that they can help you, but just for some accountability too, right? Because when we share things, when we write things down, it becomes very real, and it's less of just an idea, and it starts to become reality. You need to focus on improving your abilities in your chosen sport. Obviously, I know this is a given, and this isn't the focus of this course. This is a recruiting framework, but it should be a given that as you work through this, at all times, you're working to become a better athlete. That's a must-have. I want you guys to also pay attention to your sleep, nutrition, and study habits, right? All the little details that are going to add up to make you a better athlete. And you may not want to eat healthy all the time. Like, it may not be super appetizing to sit down for dinner with some white rice, chicken breast, and broccoli, but you know by eating those things, you're going to get a little bit closer to your goal of getting a paid for education and competing in college. That's how you motivate yourself. You don't think about how much you don't enjoy eating healthy food or, studying or going to bed early and turning your phone off when you want to be texting your friends, but you have to frame those things as ways that you're getting closer to your goal. And that's a framework that I used when I was an athlete as well, especially around the eating, right? Because I've got a sweet tooth. I like to eat junk food as much as the next person. But I would always think every time I sat down to a great, a steak dinner with some rice and some broccoli and no junk food, I was getting a little closer to beating my competition and achieving my athletic goals. Likewise with the sleep, when I would turn my phone off at 7 or 8 a.m., relax for a little bit, and then go to bed and get a good 9 hours of sleep in, yeah, it maybe wasn't as fun as other things could have been, but I was getting a little bit closer to my goal and really doing the right thing for myself in the long term. So that's how I want you to think about some of these other little details. The quote for today's lesson from Abraham Lincoln: "Commitment is what transforms a promise into reality," right? So that's been kind of the whole theme of this lesson is we want to take that dream, to take that promise out of your head and actually turn it into something real. Because like I mentioned in the last course, personally, I don't think that dreams in of themselves have a whole lot of inherent value because they don't really change your life. It's fun to think about them, but they only really start becoming valuable when you turn them into something real. This is from Abraham Lincoln, a guy who knew a thing or two about taking ideas in his head and actually turning them into a reality. I mean, he, changed the whole country for the better in that he eliminated slavery and that he built a cross-continental railroad. At one point, those things were just ideas in his head, and if they had stayed ideas in his head, they wouldn't have really amounted to much, but he actually was committed to the goal, and that's what transformed that promise into a reality. So that's what I want you guys to ponder as we're wrapping up this lesson. A couple of reminders, as always, for you guys. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. It would mean so much to me if you did that. I'm trying to get it out to more people. If we can help more people, then that is what really makes me happy. If you are really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. I will leave the link written below in the description. So just click on that link. You can do a text or a video submission. I really love video submissions, but if you're not super comfortable on camera, no problem. Just write me a little text entry about how this course is helping. It would mean a lot to me. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can also follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA. I do exclusive short form content on those platforms. If you're watching on YouTube, I also have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions. There's a host of other resources on that community that you're not going to find on YouTube or my social media. It's on a great platform called School. It's just skool.com/college athletes. You go to that address, you click the button to join. You just have to put your email in. You don't have to put your credit card in or anything. It's super easy. Within 10 seconds, you can be in there connected with a like-minded community. So please check that out. Finally, I wrote a book. I actually wrote a book first before I created this masterclass. It's called the Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. It's similar to this masterclass, but there is a lot of exclusive information in there as well. So within that community that I mentioned, College Athlete Academy, you can download a free PDF copy of this book. You can also get a paper copy on Amazon. I will link that in the description. This book will enhance your learning and understanding of this masterclass. So I would encourage you, go buy a copy of this or download a copy of this for free. Follow along in the Athletic Scholarship Blueprint as you work through this masterclass because there's more detail in certain sections of this, and it's just going to enhance your understanding of the recruiting process. That is it for this lesson, guys. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. My name is Joe Maxwell, and we're getting into it, guys. We're in Module 1, Video 3. We're starting to dip our toes in the waters of the recruiting process, and we're going to get to some really valuable stuff here, so I'm super excited to share it. To start off, as always, let's give a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. Like I said, Module 1, Video 3, this video is called Getting Started because we're going to start, like I said, to dip our toes in. We're going to look at some common myths and misconceptions, as well as a quick snapshot of the recruiting process, right? So pretty straightforward. It's going to be two parts to this. So we're going to look at about 10 to 12 common recruiting myths and misconceptions, after we've gone through those things, I will share the misconception as well as what the reality is so that you can kind of be on the right path. Once we've done that, we're going to take a look at an overview of the recruiting process. As I was thinking about how to put this course together and what was going to make it the most useful for you guys, I thought back to when I was a 15, 16-year-old kid in high school, and I thought back, what would have been the most valuable thing to me for me to have early on in the process, right? Something that I didn't have. And I thought, just a quick, very simple overview of how recruiting works, right? Because I think, like I said, there's a lot of misconceptions out there and there's a lot of lack of knowledge about just how the whole process rolls, what timelines look like, and basic things that you need to be doing. Now, this is not going to be a comprehensive review of the process. We have to look at each individual topic as one topic, as one video in order to do it justice. But to get you guys just starting to wrap your heads around the process, I think it's going to be very helpful to look at it as a high level. So let's dive into that. So common myths and misconceptions, that's where we're going to start. Many families and athletes face a sea of myths and misinformation when navigating college recruiting. It's unfortunate, and I'm not totally sure why this is the case. It's probably mostly due to the internet. I think the internet has revolutionized knowledge, and that there's never been a time in human history when essentially all of human knowledge is at our fingertips. But the problem is there's also a lot of misinformation or partially true information, and anyone can publish things. So you might find some information from sources that aren't totally credible around recruiting or anything else and think it's fact. And then that can combine with things you might see in movies or read in books to form these misconceptions that aren't even true, and they can be harmful if we don't deal with them early. Like I said, misconceptions can create barriers or lead to missed opportunities if not corrected early, right? So we have been talking about building a strong foundation. In order to build a foundation, you have to be on decent, solid ground, right? So in reviewing these misconceptions, we're almost going to be doing a little bit of excavating, getting that swampy, gross soil out of there, getting onto something hard and flat so that we can build the concrete base and build up the structure from there. This section is going to address common myths, providing clarity and realistic expectations around what the recruiting process actually looks like from someone who's been through it. I know it in depth, and I've talked to many coaches and teammates about their experiences as well. By understanding these myths and what the truths actually are, you're going to be much better equipped to approach the recruiting process strategically. And that's what this entire course is all about, guys. It's about not letting the recruiting process happen to you. It's about taking control of it. And the way you take control of it is you form a strategic plan. And in order to do that, you need to know what's true and what's not true. First myth, all scholarships are full rides. Many people think athletic scholarships cover full tuition, but this is only true for a few high-profile D1 sports like football and basketball. So this is a difference between head count sports and equivalency sports. We're going to look at this in depth, I believe, in the next video, but a high-level overview now. There are certain sports, football and basketball, where they only give full ride scholarships. But the majority of sports are called equivalency sports, which means they divide scholarships amongst many different athletes. So track and field is an example because I know that one well. In track and field, there's only 12 and a half scholarships for a men's team, but most men's teams have 30 to 40 athletes. So the coaching staff has to stretch those scholarship dollars in order to cover the whole team. So most athletes are on, 25%, 50% scholarship, 75% scholarship. It's usually only a couple stars, 2 to 3 athletes at the top of the pile, the best athletes on the team, who are actually on full rides for those equivalency sports. And most sports in college are actually equivalency sports and not head count sports. Most scholarships in other sports are partial and divided amongst multiple athletes, right? So we touched on that already. Even with athletic aid, so even if you get a full ride scholarship, it's always wise to explore academic scholarships and other financial aid options in order to maximize your support. So even if you get a full ride athletic or even a partial athletic, it's always going to be wise to pair that with academic money if you can find it and if you can be eligible for it. I'll just give you a little bit of an example. So I started on a 60% athletic scholarship at Tennessee my first year. I paired that with a 30% academic. That got me to a 90% or even a 95% total scholarship. That's what made school financially feasible for me. If I was just on the 60% athletic scholarship, I wouldn't have been able to go to Tennessee. The nice thing was I kept that academic money for 4 years. After my second year, my coaching staff bumped me up to a full ride athletic offer, and I just got to pocket the extra money of the academic scholarship in cash. That's how most of these scholarships work, guys. So it's always in your benefit, even if you think, oh, I'm get a full ride, I don't need to worry about that other stuff. If your grades are good enough, why leave money on the table, right? You can save a significant amount of money in college by getting all the scholarships that are available to you. And it speaks again to the importance of being a balanced student, athlete, classroom, field, right? Talent guarantees scholarship offers. That's the next myth. While talent is essential, it's not everything in the recruiting process. Coaches also value a strong work ethic, dependability, and a desire to win, right? And these things don't necessarily go hand in hand with talent, but these traits, work ethic, dependability, competitiveness, a desire to win, these are essential for doing well at the collegiate level because it's so competitive. It's so much more competitive than the high school level. And these things don't always go hand in hand with talent. So a coach, yeah, he's going to want to see that you're a talented athlete, but he also needs to see some of these other intangibles for him to really feel good about investing scholarship money in you. Because if a coach and a team invests scholarship money in you, it's because they want you to improve. That's the expectation, and to score points for the team at conference level, at the national level, to get results, to make the athletic department look better, right? It's kind of a business model, and that's how you have to look at it. Building a reputation as hardworking and coachable can make a huge difference in earning a scholarship, right? So this is something that I was able to do very well. Was I had pretty good results, but I really leaned on my work ethic, right? Because I had a very unique story coming from Manitoulin Island and being self-coached. And I think the coach at Tennessee was very impressed by that story. And that is one of the things that allowed me to punch above my recruiting weight class and get a scholarship offer with results that maybe didn't quite warrant that offer, right? You got to sell the intangibles, not just sell, have them, and then tell the coach about them and make sure that they're aware. The next misconception, waiting for coaches to find you, or I guess this is going to be just more of a straight up mistake. The belief that coaches will find you if you're good enough is a misconception, right? I told this story, I've told it a couple times, but I told it in the last video, where I would have high school friends who would come up to me and be so surprised that coaches don't reach out to you. And there's this expectation that, oh, if I just have great results, all the coaches are going to come find me. And that's just not the case for the vast majority of athletes, especially if you want to go to a higher level Division I school. Something you have to understand about college coaches is these people are incredibly busy. They have many different priorities. They have to coach for 9 to 10 hours a day. Many of them have a family, kids at home. That takes a lot of their free time as well. They have meetings and development camps that they have to go to. They have to continually invest in their ability to become a better coach. And then they have to tackle recruiting on top of this. And a lot of times, I'll be honest, especially at bigger schools, recruiting is something that can fall to the wayside because a coach, if they don't have to put as much time into recruiting, if good athletes come to find them, and that is the case for many big level Division I schools, then they're going to allocate their time elsewhere. So coaches maybe don't do as much outreach as you might think, especially if you're not top level recruit. Like I said, coaches have limited resources, mainly their time, and often rely on athletes to reach out first. Taking an active approach by reaching out, sending highlight reels, and attending showcases improves your chances vastly of being noticed, right? You can't hurt yourself by reaching out and telling a coach that you exist, right? The worst they can do is not answer you or tell them, unfortunately, we're not interested in you right now. But if that's the case, then what have you lost? You've lost nothing. And in fact, you actually have gained a little bit because their situation may change. Your athletic abilities may change, and they may be interested in you in the future, right? So it's the same principle as in business. Like in networking, looking for a job, you may approach a company and it may not be the right fit at that time for a variety of different reasons, but it could be a fit down the road. So that's why it's good to first break the ice and make that connection, and then keep those lines of communication open because things can change in the future. Only the top 1% get scholarships. Scholarships in reality are actually available at many different levels, Division I, and there's a huge range of competitiveness within Division One, within different conferences. We're going to talk about that in the next video. But scholarships are also available at Division Two, NAIA schools, which is another regulatory body similar to the NCAA, but smaller. It would be comparative to the NCAA Division Two or Division Three. And junior colleges also offer scholarship money. So if you're not quite Division One caliber right now, you're not getting a whole lot of offers there. There are a host of different levels that you can get your school paid for. You may go and spend your whole career at a Division Two school, and that's totally fine. There are some great institutions out there. I was recruited by some of them, and I was very impressed by the coaching staff and the facilities at these places. But they can also be a launching off point. You may spend 1 to 2 years at a Division Two school, develop, get to a point where you are Division One caliber, then you transfer and you get some scholarship money at a Division One school. So it's not just the top level recruits that get scholarships. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands of scholarships available within these regulatory bodies. It's just a matter of aligning your results with the right level, the right conference, the right division, and the right school. But tons of opportunities available out there. Like I said, you don't need to be nationally ranked. Many programs look for athletes who fit their specific needs, right? So I'll talk about basketball as an example. Say you're a basketball player, and this is where self-awareness as an athlete really comes into play, but say you're a basketball player who's really tall and has a great vertical, and you're great at jumping up and grabbing rebounds. But maybe because you're so tall, your conditioning and your speed isn't quite up to par. Well, that's not a great thing. Like, you always want to be well-rounded, but you need to go out and communicate to coaches this superpower of yours. Hey, I'm a great rebound guy. I'm really tall. I have the height. And then you're going to be able to find a program and a team who really values your skill set and really needs it at that time. So be as well-rounded as you can by all means, but understand that different coaches and different teams have different priorities and different needs. You just need to find the place where you align. Like in my particular situation, I was very small and not very strong in high school, which is not a good thing for shot put and discus throw. It's usually big burly guys that tend to do well in it. And a lot of the Division One coaches I reached out to were scared off by my lack of size. They're like, oh, he's not going to be able to make it in college. He can't compete with these guys. And that was discouraging for me. I didn't get a lot of responses, but the coach at Tennessee was not deterred by this because he knew it wasn't an asset, but he saw all these other things that I brought to the table. And he figured, we're going to get this guy to bulk up. He's going to get strong under my program. The coach at Tennessee was especially known for getting athletes really strong in the weight room. And he wasn't deterred by it. In fact, he looked at it as an opportunity. Hey, this kid has all these great things. If we get his strength up to par, we pair it with the things he's already doing well, and he could be an incredible asset for the team. And I was lucky enough that it did end up working out that way. So you just need to find a coach, find a team that aligns with your strengths and kind of the areas where you need to improve. So you want to cast a wide net and be realistic about where you can contribute as well, right? So it goes back to being in the right universe with your athletic results. You need to look up what current team members, what level they're performing at, what level other athletes in that conference perform at, and then look at your own results and think, hey, in a year or two, could I realistically be at the level of these athletes? And if the answer is yes, and you're on a steady trajectory with improvement, then that could be a great school for you. The next misconception, grades don't matter, right? I touched on this a little bit earlier, but just the underappreciation of the importance of academics. Grades actually play a critical role in securing and maintaining a scholarship is the reality. The NCAA and the NAIA have minimum academic requirements, and strong grades can open doors to additional academic scholarships. We touched on the importance of that already. You don't want to be leaving money on the table if at all possible, and you need to be eligible to compete in the NCAA. Maintaining good grades demonstrates commitment and discipline, qualities that all coaches value. I asked a very specific question when I was interviewing a college coach in creating this course. He told me almost verbatim, if he has two athletes that he's recruiting that are of equal athletic ability, he is always going to prioritize the one who's better in the classroom, who has better grades. And you know why? It's because college coaches don't want an academic headache. They don't want to have to deal with an athlete who isn't showing up to class, who's running into eligibility issues, because that's a huge headache for them to deal with. They need athletes who ideally can get academic scholarship to help out their budgets, but also someone who just takes care of their business and they don't have to worry about their eligibility. They just know, yeah, he's got his grades, he's on top of that. We don't have to worry about that, and he's taking care of his business on the field. That's when you become a really dangerous student athlete, and a very valuable asset to your coaching staff. Scholarships are guaranteed for 4 years. Another misconception. Most scholarships are renewed annually rather than a 4-year deal. Although I will say recent NCAA rule changes, they're opening this up to allow for multi-year scholarships, 2, 3, and 4-year scholarships. So before you sign your financial aid agreement, when you go to make a decision, you need to be very aware of what you're signing up for. I signed a 1-year scholarship deal that was renewed annually. Coaches can adjust scholarships based on performance, behavior, or team needs. And I don't say this to scare you. Like, you have to really mess up to lose a scholarship on a one-year annual deal. Like, you have to break the law. You have to go to jail. You have to repeatedly break team rules, and that's going to vary a little bit school to school, but it does happen. I saw it happen a few times, but it's very rare. You have to make a big mistake to lose a scholarship. The more important thing is that when you're on a deal that's renewed annually, coaches will review that at the end of the season, and if they have extra scholarship money available and you have performed really well for the team, you've contributed and you've improved, you've been doing your job, then there's a good chance the coaches are going to increase your scholarship. And that, I was lucky that happened to me. So I started on a 60% scholarship. After 2 years, I'd performed well enough that my coaches actually bumped me up to a full ride athletic scholarship. And I was able to keep my academic money and pocket some serious cash. So usually scholarships are a year-to-year basis, but very recently the NCAA is opening it up to multi-year scholarship deals. So you need to understand the terms of your offer to avoid surprises, right? You don't want any surprises down the road. You want to know exactly what you're getting and what could happen in the future. You should accept the first offer that you get. Another common one. Rushing to accept the first offer can backfire. It's very important to weigh all options before deciding. So you need to give yourself more options by prioritizing outreach with coaches to get all the offers, take all the visits that you possibly can, and then you make an informed decision based on all the information that you've gathered, all the notes that you've taken. I told this story in the last video, but very briefly, I had a high school friend who, again, got one offer, decided to take it without visiting the school or meeting the coaching staff in person, and it turned out very poorly for him, unfortunately. He was injured and had to come back to Canada after a year. So you should by no means just automatically accept the first offer you get. If it's the right offer for you, you visited the campus, you're aligned with the coaching staff, you like the team, you like the area, you like the campus, then by all means go ahead with that. But you need to make informed decisions, and the way you do that is by giving yourself more information. You need to consider factors, like I said, like team culture, academic fit, and your long-term goals. Respectfully communicate with coaches if you need time to make a well-informed choice, right? So if a coach extends a scholarship offer to you, you don't want to leave them waiting very long. It doesn't mean you have to make your mind up tomorrow, but they need to hear something from you. So if you get any talk of an offer, you always let them know, hey, if you're not ready to make a decision, I'm still gathering some information from my other visits. Would it be okay if I got back to you at such and such a date? This is when I expect to make a decision. Set a rough time scale so that they know when to expect an answer from you, and then take all the time you need, right? There's no rush, and it's much better to take this decision slowly because it's such a monumental decision, right? Athletic performance is all that matters, similar to grades don't matter, right? Coaches actually value strong character, leadership qualities, and a positive attitude just as much as athletic skill. So I knew so many athletes on my team who maybe weren't the most gifted athletically. They were good athletes, but they didn't necessarily contribute so much in, points and championships, but they brought so many good qualities, such a positive atmosphere to the team that they were valuable to the coaching staff in other ways. Ideally, what you want to be is an athlete who's a great leader, strong character, and they just have a positive impact on the team and they contribute on the field, right? So absolutely academic or athletic performance and academic performance matters, but there are many other traits outside of that coaches also value. So just remember that. Skills like resilience and teamwork show your potential to succeed in college athletics and make you stand out as a recruit. That word resilience is really standing out to me because it brings me back to another conversation I had with a coach. And I asked him, what are the patterns that you see in athletes who really excel at the collegiate level? The number one thing he told me was resilience, because there will be inevitable bumps in the road that come up when you're a college athlete. The athletes who don't succeed are usually shut down by that. They aren't able to face the challenge, but the athletes who really continue to excel are resilient and they get past those roadblocks. So coaches are going to look into more than just your athletic performance. And if you feel like you excel in some of these areas, then you need to let them know that. Verbal offers are binding. A verbal offer is not binding until it's formalized in writing. That's the reality. So coaches will promise things verbally sometimes, and a lot of times they will follow through on that, but things do change as well. So I wouldn't count on anything until you have an offer in writing. That's very important. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, as they say, right? Verbal offers can be rescinded if circumstances change, and you don't know what this is. Maybe, something changes with the budget, something changes with the athletic department. Crazy things do happen sometimes. Like, I'll tell you a story. I had another buddy, and during the whole COVID lockdown situation, it caused a lot of financial issues for mostly smaller schools. They just ran out of money. They canceled his entire team, his entire program. So he just didn't compete his last year. They did honor his scholarship, but he didn't get to compete or train his last year. He just became a regular student because the school decided to cut his athletic department, right? Which is crazy, but it just goes to show you that I don't tell you this story to discourage you, but just to illustrate the point that things can change a lot, right? And you really need to have things in writing and fully understand the offer that you're committing to before you count on something. You need to remain professional and open to other opportunities until you've signed a written agreement. That's when it's committed. So verbal offers, yeah, they're great because it's going to show that a coach is committed to you, but until you have that paperwork, it's not in the bag yet. Recruiting services guarantee scholarships. I touched on recruiting services earlier, but it's worth talking again because it's a big misconception because of the way these services market themselves, unfortunately. But the reality is that no service can guarantee a scholarship. It's your effort, your performance, and a proactive approach that determine your success. It's not other people. It's not some software. It's what you do, okay? I'm big on individual personal responsibility. This is the reality. While services can connect you to coaches, you need to be cautious of unrealistic expectations and promises and focus on actions within your control. And what's within your control? Well, being the best student you can be, being the best athlete you can be, being proactive and personalized in your approach to coaches and your outreach to coaches, and also being very diligent on your visits and gathering all the information that you need to. A lot of times the way these services will work is they have multiple tiers. So you'll pay a small amount of money for a software for access to their online platform. And supposedly you make a profile on there, coaches will then find you, reach out, and offer you a scholarship money, or at least that's what they promise. But I'm not saying there aren't any coaches on these services. There are, but they're usually lower level Division 2 or Division 3 coaches who may love to have you on the team, but they may not have a scholarship offer for you, right? There are very few, if any, top-level Division 1 coaches who actively browse these services because they don't need to. They have enough athletes wanting to go to their school. They don't have to be browsing software, right? But if you want to go Division 2, it's not a bad idea to put a profile on these software services. But even if you want to go Division 1, it never hurts to get more outreach, but just don't expect too much out of them. And I would certainly not recommend you pay thousands of dollars to work with a quote unquote recruiting coach at these services because they're very generic. They're not going to be tailored to you. They send out a mass email to many different coaches and they may get you some offers, but are they going to get you the right offer that's personalized to you? It's probably unlikely because they're doing everything for you. So how could it be an offer that's best suited to you and what your needs are? Division 1 is always the best option. Division 1 is not the only path, as I've touched on. Division 2, Division 3, and NAIA schools also offer strong athletic and academic experiences, right? I visited a Division 2 school when I was being recruited. They had incredible facilities, a beautiful indoor facility, a dedicated coaching staff, and all the resources to become a world-class athlete, right? So D1 isn't always the only answer. Some athletes thrive with more playing time or more individualized coaching, more flexibility. Sometimes that can be found outside Division 1. Like you may be at a Division 1 caliber, but you may not be ready to get a whole lot of playing time on a big-time D1 team. You may get a lot more experience on Division 2. So it can be strategic sometimes to look at other divisions, to look at other levels. A scholarship is only valuable for athletics, right? And they're thinking like, oh, you're gonna have to plan something else out after you're done with that, which is absolutely the case. You do need to look at what's next, but an athletic scholarship helps you in other avenues of life, and I'm a testament to that. Scholarships offer personal growth, networking, and career building opportunities that extend well beyond sports. So I got my first job out of school because I was an athlete. The people at these companies, the recruiter at my first company, they really valued student athletes because we tend to exemplify a lot of great attributes, right? College athletes gain skills like discipline, time management, teamwork, and these are all very valuable later in life. These are things that companies, that people are going to hire you, are going to really value in you as a professional, right? And student athletes tend to exemplify these things. So by playing college sports and getting a scholarship, you're not just getting your school paid for, you're developing a skill set and a resume that's going to really help you in the next chapter of life. Coaches don't care about social media. As long as my results are good, it doesn't matter what I post online, right? Coaches check athletes' social media to understand their character and their lifestyle. That's the reality. This is coming straight from coaches. If they're talking to an athlete, one of the first things that they're going to look at is what your social media looks like. So be careful what you're posting on there. Maintaining a positive online presence is crucial, as social media reflects your values and your maturity, right? So I would encourage you to use it as a platform to showcase your athletics, showcase your training, showcase some of your competition highlights. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to become an influencer, but just leverage it in a way that helps you, and don't post things on there that's going to hurt your reputation, because it's not really worth it in the long run. Also, in the name, image, likeness era, the NIL era, social media visibility can also impact your earning potential, right? So if social media is something that's interesting to you and you want to make some money while you're in college, building a personal brand is a great way to do that, because with the recent rule changes in the NCAA, I didn't benefit from this. I graduated before they came into effect, but you can actually form sponsorship deals with companies and promote their products, and you have a lot of authority in the space to do that because you're a student athlete, and that's something that really resonates with people. Athletic scholarships are the only way to cover my education. Hopefully I've dispelled this one already, but athletic scholarships can help reduce costs, obviously, but they're not the only path to affordable or free college. Academic scholarships, financial aid, grants, other merit-based opportunities are all available to student athletes. Just like a regular student, you're only hurting yourself if you don't look into these opportunities. Many schools offer a blend of athletic and academic aid. Like I said, that's what I had at Tennessee. This can combine to cover a larger portion of your expenses, right? So if you're not getting a full ride athletic offer right off the hopper, you don't have to panic, right? You just have to become the best athlete you can be to maximize your athletic aid, but also look into other funding sources. Okay, so that's the end of the common myths and misconceptions portion of this video. Now we're going to wrap things up with a look at a college recruiting snapshot, how the process looks from a high level, okay? So the college recruiting process can feel complex with many steps to navigate. If you came and you're watching this course and you've made it this far, that's probably how you're feeling, right? You're feeling a little bit overwhelmed, and there is a lot to navigate, right? But having it all laid out is a big stress reliever. Whether you're just starting out or already in the process, a broad timeline of key milestones makes the whole process more manageable, less stressful, like I said. This recruiting snapshot will break down the main stages of recruitment, offering a clear overview and pathway forward. Each athlete's journey is going to be unique, right? Like I said, it's all about personalization, but this snapshot will help you see the bigger picture and provide a roadmap for what's ahead in this course. So that's why I'm laying it out now. Okay, step one in the process is always to select your target schools, right? And this involves a lot of self-reflection to figure out what's important to you, and then researching schools that align with that so that you can target your approach. After making the decision to commit to the process of getting a scholarship, which hopefully you've already done, we talked about that in the last video, the first step is to research and create a list of approximately 20 target schools that you might want to attend. And you want to spread this out a little bit, say 10 schools that you're pretty confident you could get a scholarship in, you could make the team, 10 optimistic schools, right? The advantage of the optimistic schools is you might get to go to a great place. Like I'll be honest, University of Tennessee was an optimistic school for me. I was lucky to get a scholarship offer there and grow into a top level program. That was a very rewarding experience, but you don't want to put all your eggs in that basket. You need some safe options as well. So I had some Division II schools that I knew I could get significant scholarship money at if something didn't work with my Division I options. When building this list, like I said, you want to consider athletic programs, coaching, campus life, and academics, and how all these things are aligning with you and your priorities. You need to work closely with your parents when doing this. Think through your longer term goals, and you need to do a lot of research, right? That's one of the benefits of the internet is there is a lot of knowledge out there, and I would encourage you early on, the more research you can do, both on what you want to do and what schools and programs are out there, the better off you're going to be. You want to combat ignorance in this process because you don't have a whole lot of knowledge yet, and that's when you can get taken advantage of, or you can end up in a less than ideal situation. So arm yourself with knowledge and information. You do this by research. Aim to begin this process as far as timeline goes during your freshman or sophomore years of high school. Earlier is always going to be better, guys. And there's no NCAA rules around when you can do your own research and form a target school list. So take advantage of that. And if you know this is something you want and you're young, like in the first half of high school, start it now. If you're a little bit older too, that's totally okay. There's no issue starting this junior, even senior year, but starting early is always going to be a better idea. I was thinking back a couple years ago, came across some messages that I'd sent to a friend when I was in grade 7. And like I said, I was a little bit out of the ordinary in that this was a goal for me from the time I was 12. But the interesting thing was I'd totally forgotten about this, but the friend, we were basically talking about sports, and the friend was asking me, so like, what are you planning to do with sports? Like, what's the end goal? And I said, I want to go to an American university on a scholarship. The top choice for me right now is the University of Tennessee. I said that when I was 13 years old. And the funny thing was I'd forgotten about it until I came back to that conversation. I'd even forgotten about it when I signed with Tennessee. But I remembered at that time, I mentioned the training DVDs my dad had bought me. Well, one of the training DVDs that I was working through was created by the Tennessee track and field coaching staff at that time. And I remember, watching videos of the Tennessee coaching staff and learning from them, seeing the campus, seeing the track. And I thought, man, that would be a really cool place to go to school. And isn't it cool that, 5 years later, I actually did end up signing at the University of Tennessee and spending the next 4 to 5 years there. So it's always good to start early. And maybe when you're a kid, if you're 12 to 14 years old, it is still a dream at this point, but you can take little steps each day to work towards that dream. And eventually, if you're consistent, you're going to get there. Step 2 is communicating with coaches, right? So after identifying your target schools, you need to communicate with the coaches at these schools so that they know who you are, right? They're not going to be able to recruit you if they don't know that you exist. In-person communication is always the best option. Again, this is coming from coaches because it's hard to ignore you when you're in person, but it's easy to ignore an email. In-person communication is best done by attending camps or showcases, competitions hosted by your target school. Most universities will host high school championships sometimes. They will host showcases. They will host camps. They do this. It's almost like a job fair for athletes, right? Like they do this so they can scout out the local talent, and the university coaches are always going to be attending these things. So I would encourage you, if you can afford the travel to get on campus and attend one of these, absolutely do it and take the time to introduce yourself to a coach in person, because an in-person connection is a lot more valuable than an email. If in-person is not an option for you, then you want to send a personalized email with your athletic resume and your highlight video, and then follow up with a phone call, right? And we're going to talk about athletic resume and highlight video creation in a later module. I'm even going to give you a template that you can use for email that's tried and true. It's the template that I use to get responses from D1 coaches. And I'm going to give you a very professional template for your athletic resume. And you might think, what the heck is an athletic resume? Well, we're going to talk about it later, but Essentially, it's a tool to stand out in a very busy recruiting space, right? Because coaches are getting a ton of emails and DMs. So anything that you can do to stand out is going to be to your benefit. The goal of this communication then is to set up a campus visit, right? You want to build some rapport. You want to see if you're on the same page. And if you are, you want to see if they'll have you on campus, right? And if they will, then it's a very good sign. And that's the next step of the process. Step 3, campus visits. Like I said, as I mentioned before, the goal of contacting coaches is to coordinate a campus visit. This is the next step in the process, right? You need to visit campus, or you really should, before you commit, to see if it's a good fit. Great opportunity to tour the campus and facilities, meet coaches and athletes, and just see how the culture is, see how you jive, determine all those things that you can't really find out online. Campus visits will give you information in order to refine your target school list. So if you can get on campus, you may have really good feelings about places. You may have very poor feelings about some places, and that allows you to prioritize certain schools and maybe take some schools off your list, because you're not going to attend 20 schools. You're going to attend one. So the process of recruiting is really narrowing down that target school list to finally end up at your ultimate destination. The NCAA only allows you to visit schools officially starting in the summer after your junior year of high school, but you can visit campuses unofficially anytime you want. So again, this goes back to the advantage of starting early. I visited some D2 schools that were pretty close to Ontario. They were in Michigan when I was in grade 9 and 10 in high school, so very early. And that information really allowed my parents and I to navigate the recruiting process much more strategically, because we got on campus and we gathered information. So the more campuses that you can get on, the more information you gather, the more strategic you can be in your journey. So always, if you can get on campus unofficially, some local schools, please do that. Meet with the coach, even if you're not serious about going there. Things may change, right? But it's always good to have more information. And then as far as official visits, like I said, they start the summer of junior year. The NCAA used to mandate that you could only take 5 official visits. Now you can take unlimited official visits where the school pays for your expenses, but it just doesn't start until a little bit later on. Step 4, offer, right? If a coach sees you as a good fit for the team, they may make you a scholarship offer. This is the goal that we're working towards in this course. This can happen before, during, or after an official visit, but generally the offer will come after your visit, right? Unless you're a elite level recruit and you're just getting inundated with offers, a coach is usually going to want to observe you in real life and see if they want to extend an offer, see how you might fit into the program. Like I know when I visited Tennessee, I spoke to the coach on the phone after that, and he mentioned that he had a really good feeling about me in person. That's what actually prompted him to then make the scholarship offer. So usually, like 90% of the time, the offers come after or during an official visit, not before. Offers are typically extended during your senior year, right? So signing dates, I know for track and field, the early date is November, the late date is April. Those dates vary slightly from sport to sport, and Division II can be a little bit different. But generally, the offer is going to come sometime before either of those signing dates. College applications, step 5. Even with an athletic scholarship offer, you still need to apply and be accepted into the school, right? Submit all the necessary documentation and get accepted into the school, ideally before you get an athletic scholarship offer, but it can happen after too. So I know for me, after I'd visited schools, I'd narrowed down my target school list. I had a list of 3 that I was really targeting. I applied and got accepted into all 3. And then getting that out of the way, I could then evaluate what my academic and athletic scholarships looked like. So I would say get the college applications out of the way for all the schools that you might want to attend. Like I said, I applied and was accepted to Tennessee before I received an official offer because I knew that's where I wanted to be. And I also secured an academic scholarship after my application was approved, which helped me secure my athletic offer. So getting this stuff dealt with early is only going to make it easier for you guys. And finally, step 6, we have commitment. After visiting schools and receiving all of your offers, you'll need to make a decision on where you'll attend by analyzing all the factors. And we're going to look very closely at what those factors are, how you can prioritize them, and some key questions and things you should be looking for. You'll sign an agreement committing yourself to the school and to the scholarship offer. This is the final step in the process, but later on, we're also going to review how you can best prepare for college after you've made the commitment, because Again, a lot of services will look, okay, how can we get you an offer? But the real work starts after you've signed the offer. And I'm probably going to do a whole other course on success as a current college athlete. That's going to be a whole other thing. But there are some steps that you can do to best prepare for college after you've made that commitment to set yourself up for success. And we will talk about that later. So what's next? Going through this summary, you may have a lot of questions that have come up, and that's totally okay. I get it. There's a lot of information here to digest. We'll address each of these topics as individual videos and answer all of your questions in detail, right? We have a whole lot more information to come. If there is any personal questions that you have specific to you, I always encourage you guys to send me an email, reach out to me on social media. It's just joe@collegeathleteacademy.com. I would love to talk to you and kind of personalize your strategy. Next, we're going to look at how athletic scholarships work, because I find there's a lot of misconceptions out there and we need to continue building a strong foundation. So misconceptions around the financials, the specifics of how the scholarships actually work, right? The importance of things like the Student Assistance Fund. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but little tips and tricks so that we can continue building that foundation. So, summary of what we've covered today. It's important to understand the recruiting process from a high level before we really dive into the details. It's going to make it easier to process later. The process starts with identifying target schools, communicating with coaches at those schools, and then scheduling a campus visit. After these visits, you'll get scholarship offers and you'll apply to the schools you want to attend and accept the scholarship offer for the school that you really want to go to. It's also important to be aware of common myths and misconceptions in the process to make this journey as smooth as possible, right? I don't want you running into any roadblocks or going down a rabbit hole because you believe something that wasn't true. We're getting all that out of the way, setting a clean slate so that we can build upon that. The quote for today's lesson from founding father Benjamin Franklin: if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail, right? And that's what this course is all about. It's building a strategic plan. And the way we do that is by establishing all the information that you need to have up front and then kind of building up from there, right? So you're very unlikely to have success if you don't have a very specific and a very strategic recruiting plan. That's what this is all about. A couple of reminders as always. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. It would really mean a lot to me. And if you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. The link will be in the description for that. You can do a video or a text submission. I really love video, but if you don't love to be on camera, text is totally fine. I would love to hear how this course is helping you, and this also helps me get it out to more people. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok. It's just Joe Maxwell NCAA for exclusive content. You can also DM me on there. I check those platforms very frequently. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions, access all kinds of resources that you're not going to find on YouTube, you're not going to find on my social media, communication templates, checklists, weekly Q&A calls so we can tailor your specific journey. Totally free. It's on a super easy to use platform called school.com/collegeathletes. You go there, just enter your email. You don't even have to put your credit card in, and you can be accessing the community within a few seconds, right? So I would encourage you to go check that out. I promise you're going to get a lot of value from it. The final thing, I wrote a book called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. It is based on this masterclass, but it is a little bit different, and there's some areas where I go into some more detail in this book. You can access a PDF copy for free on that community that I mentioned. You go in there and you can download it. I would encourage you to do this as well. Read through the book, follow along in the book as you work through the masterclass. That's going to really help you comprehend these topics a little bit better, right? When we read things and we listen to things, it stores the information in different parts of our brain. If you're kind of old school and you really like paper books, you can also buy a copy of this book on Amazon. I will link the description for that as well. That is it for this video, guys. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. We are on Module 1, Video 4. In this video, we're going to start to get into some of the nuts and bolts of how athletic scholarships actually work and some of the important financial information that you're going to need to be aware of when you go to negotiate your scholarship deals later on in this course. So, like always, let's start with a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. So like I said, Module 1, Video 4, titled How Athletic Scholarships Work. So we're going to talk about the two types of college sports, head count and equivalency. Then we're going to talk a little bit about Title IX. You guys may know a little bit about this, but it's worth being aware of it. Then we're going to talk about the Student Athlete Assistance Fund. And I can almost guarantee you don't know anything about this. I didn't learn about it until I was a sophomore in college, but it's very important to know financially speaking. And then we're going to talk about combining multiple scholarships and the importance of doing that in order to facilitate a full ride. Finally, we're going to wrap up with a discussion on multi versus single year scholarship deals, just with the recent NCAA rule changes and just how that impacts everything. So, types of college sports, guys. There are two types of college sports called head count and equivalency. Head count sports offer only full scholarships. Those sports are football and basketball for men, and volleyball, tennis, gymnastics, and basketball for women. All other college sports are what we call equivalency sports. Equivalency sports allow coaches to divide scholarships among multiple athletes. A couple of the more popular ones would be track and field and swimming, but like I mentioned, any sport that isn't a head count sport in college is by default an equivalency sport. Your sports category is going to impact how scholarships are distributed, and that's going to change what your recruiting journey looks like. So that's why it's important to be aware of both types of sports. So head count sports, this little chart I'm showing you here, we'll just look at the top column, men's basketball. There are 13 scholarships available, and the average roster size is 16 people. So how this usually shakes out is you have 13 scholarship athletes and 3 or so walk-ons. Likewise, in football, the second column, 85 scholarships available. That's how many teams are allowed to give out per NCAA rules, although it's possible that may change soon, but that's another topic for another video. The average roster size is 118 athletes, so you got 85 scholarship athletes and then 15 plus 18, whatever that is, 33 walk-ons approximately make up the team. There's no partial scholarship athletes, it's walk-on or full scholarship. Men's equivalency sports, so a little bit of a more complex chart, but let's just look at baseball, the top column. There are 11.7 scholarships available in men's D1 baseball. The average roster size is 35 athletes. So they have to distribute those scholarships amongst 35 people. There's going to be some walk-ons there, but if you break that down, the average athlete is going to be getting a 33% scholarship, right? Because they have to stretch it across multiple athletes. They don't have a scholarship for everyone. Division II, they have slightly different scholarship limits, so it's even a little bit less in Division II and an even bigger roster size on average. So all these sports are equivalency sports, and you can see the scholarships available and the average roster size, so the coaches have to stretch those scholarship dollars pretty thin in some cases. Women's equivalency sports, same idea. Something I want to highlight here is on men's track and field, we didn't talk about it, but men's track and field has 12.6 scholarships available. If you look at women's track and field, it's the fourth row down. They have 18 scholarships available. So there's a little discrepancy there, and that is what leads us into our next topic, Title IX. You guys may have heard of it, but Title IX ensures an equal number of total scholarships across all of men's and women's sports programs in college. It was a legislation passed back in the 70s, I believe. Women's programs don't have sports like football, obviously, requiring other female sports to make up the difference for those scholarships, right? So there is no women's football team. So those 85 scholarships that men get, those get distributed across all the different sports. So that's why sports like track and field have more scholarship money available. So like I said, for example, women's track has more scholarships available than men's track. I was acutely aware of that one because I was a track and field athlete and just was aware that the girls team had more money available when I was in college. So if you're a girl, it's actually easier for you to get a full ride in some sports. Again, it's going to vary sport to sport. I think there's even a few sports where men have a slightly more scholarship money available, but it's important to know, if you're a girl in swimming or track and field, there's a little bit more financial opportunity available for you. So it's just a nice to know, right? So let's talk full versus partial scholarships for a minute here. Full scholarships cover all major expenses, tuition, room and board, and books. In some cases, the schools will even provide what's called a cost of attendance stipend. Some schools do it, some schools don't. Some schools offer more than others. I was at Tennessee. We had one of the bigger cost of attendance stipends in the country. It's just dependent on, how budgets work and what money they're able to allocate to that. I got about $1,500 a month on top of my scholarship just for living expenses. I even saved quite a bit of it too, which was awesome because my meal plan covered a lot of my food, and my dorm, obviously I didn't have to pay rent on that. That was included. So there are some opportunities for cash outside of a scholarship, and this isn't even taking into account the NIL deals that you can get as well. We're going to do a separate section on that. Partial scholarships only cover a portion of school expenses. They leave you needing to find additional funding sources. They're usually expressed as a percentage. So if you have a 50% scholarship, 50% of your school expenses are covered. You need to understand that in equivalency sports, most athletes receive partial scholarships. It's common then for these athletes to use other financial aid, academic scholarships mainly, to make up the difference, right? Partial scholarships and walk-ons are the norm. Full rides and equivalency are rare, although they do happen. The difference between full and partial scholarships is important to know when budgeting for college and planning your future, right? So if you get a 60% or a 75% scholarship, that's still going to leave you paying thousands of dollars out of pocket if you don't have other sources. So definitely secure the best offer you can, but you need to be aware of what the expenses are going to look like after the scholarship is applied to your student account. Okay, let's talk the Student Assistance Fund. So now we're getting into some real value because there isn't a ton of information about this online. You guys probably don't know about it. Important financial piece of information to have when you're in college. The NCAA Student Assistance Fund is a financial resource that helps student athletes cover expenses not included in their athletic scholarships. So the NCAA takes in revenue, right, from tournaments and TV deals. They will distribute a portion of that revenue to all their schools, and then the schools then can supply it to athletes in the form of the Student Assistance Fund. I didn't know about it till my second year of college, but it's important to know going into the process. It can be used for a range of needs. There's a list of eligible things, but medical expenses, technology, laptops. I used it for laptop at least once when I was in college, bought myself a new laptop that I needed for a class, personal items, travel for family emergencies. I think even clothes in some situations, like if you need to buy a suit for a funeral or something like that, you can use it for that. Each school is going to manage their assistance fund differently, so you need to speak to your academic advisor about how you can access the funds after you're a student, right? Like this isn't something you'd necessarily need to be talking about during recruiting, but it's something you need to be aware of when you're a current student athlete. This is probably going to be part of another course that I'm working on as well, which is college athlete success, but it's important to be aware of some of these things up front. The Student Athlete Assistance Fund can make a big difference in covering unexpected costs and easing your financial burden throughout your career. So say you have a health emergency in the family and you live several states away, or in my case, in another country, you need to make a rush trip home. You would be able to use this assistance fund for a plane ticket or a bus ticket or whatever, something to cover your travel. If you need some emergency dental care, like you have to get your wisdom teeth pulled out and it's not covered by your insurance, you can use this assistance fund to cover that as well. So it really comes in handy. You can't use it for a ton of stuff, but it's more emergency based and it really does come in handy. Let's talk about partial athletic scholarships next. Partial athletic scholarships are going to cover a portion of your expenses, like I said, usually described as a percentage. For example, a 50% scholarship on $50,000 in annual college expenses would cover $25,000, leaving you responsible for the other half, either out of pocket, your parents, loans, academic scholarships. You're going to have to make up the difference there. This amount is credited to your account at the beginning of the semester, so you would see that $50,000 appear in your account. It can be a little nerve-wracking, but a few days later, the financial aid department at your school will apply the scholarship, it'll get deducted, and then you'll be left with a bill for the difference. You're still responsible for the remaining balance not covered by a scholarship, right? So, full athletic scholarships then. Many athletes aim for full athletic scholarship, but it's important to set realistic expectations, especially if you're in an equivalency sport. Full ride scholarships are rare. Like I said, they're rare in equivalency sports. I'm not saying you can't get them, but partial scholarships are much more common. Most athletes in these sports receive partial scholarships or they walk onto the team without any scholarship. The availability of full ride offers depends on your ability, your sport, and the level of the schools that you're targeting, right? So you may qualify for 50% athletic scholarship at a top level D1 program, but you may be more in the running for a full ride at a lower level D1 or a D2 program. Like that's how my offers shaked out. Like I got, some partial offers at D1 schools right off the bat. I could have gotten some full ride offers for D2 schools, but decided I didn't want to go down that path. So made the funding work at the Division 1. You should utilize scholarship standards on a school's website when narrowing your target school list. So most schools will post scholarship standards on their website where they will give some marks like times, distances, personal bests that they're looking for to consider athletes for a scholarship, right? If they post this, it would be worth looking into that. If you know you need scholarship money, it's not really worth going to a school where you're way not even in the right universe. But if you're close, then that's a good conversation to have with that coach, right? But do your research beforehand. Scholarship limitations. Let's talk about that for a minute. So coaches in equivalency sports face limitations in providing full ride scholarships because they just don't have the budget. Like they only have that set number of scholarships and that's all the money they have, right? They can't get any additional funding. For example, men's track and field teams usually have 30 to 40 athletes, sometimes even more, but only 12.6 scholarships available. So it's not a whole lot of scholarships, right? These scholarships must be divided across the team, making full rides very rare. I know the way they distributed things at my school, the top 3 guys on the team were on full, 2 or 3 guys, and then everyone else was on a partial or a walk-on, right? And that's usually how they do it. Like you pay your star players what they're worth, but a lot of good athletes are only going to be on partial aid. Coaches typically reserve full scholarships for the top 1 to 2 athletes, like I said, while the rest receive partial awards or they walk onto the team. There's a lot of walk-ons in college too. Like for an equivalency sport like track, I would say the majority of athletes are actually walk-on, like probably more than half. So I had a realization after I learned all these things about how scholarships worked. As I learned more about equivalency sports and partial scholarships, I realized that securing a full athletic scholarship might be challenging. A mentor of mine explained to me how all this worked with equivalency sports because I thought it was either walk-on or full scholarship. I didn't know partial scholarships were a thing, but they're actually a huge thing in equivalency sports. I was confident, though, that I could get at least an 80% offer from a top-level school due to my ranking as a recruit. Right? I was, I finished 6th at an age group world championship. I had good results. I was ranked, in the top 12 worldwide for my age group when I was being recruited. I was the best in Canada, top 5 or top 10 in the United States. So I figured, I have some, I'm a smaller guy. I wasn't as strong, but I figured with my results, I should be able to get an 80% offer from some of my top schools. But it turned out to be a lot more competitive than I was expecting. After visiting campuses, Michigan, Kentucky, and Tennessee were my top choices. Those are the ones I visited. I knew that Tennessee was the right fit for me, and I kind of began to narrow my focus into Tennessee. The atmosphere, facilities, and coaching staff at Tennessee really made me lose interest in the other schools, if I'm being totally honest, because in my mind, they just didn't compare to what I was seeing at Tennessee. I did still talk to the coaches. I didn't cut off those relationships, right? And that's a good lesson. You want to keep the lines of communication opened as long as you possibly can. But I faced some disappointment after I set those initial expectations of an 80% offer. After my visit to Tennessee, I was disappointed to only receive a 50% scholarship. And I think my coach wanted to offer me more, but he only had a half scholarship available for me at that time. The rest of the money they had offered out to other athletes. So he offered me everything that he had because he really wanted me there. The high cost of out-of-state tuition meant my family would still need to cover around $25,000 US. I'm Canadian, remember. That would have been about 40,000 Canadian at that time. And that was unfortunately just not in the right ballpark for my family. And for a while, I felt uncertain of how to proceed, right? Because I hadn't secured any other scholarships. I was kind of banking on a full or a close to full athletic scholarship, but I wasn't close enough. And I was feeling like I was walled off from my dream school. And that was a really tough time. But my mentor, Rob, I talk about him more in the book as well, gave me some critical advice. He told me that it was important I combine a partial athletic scholarship because I couldn't really expect to get much more than 50%. He kind of talked some reason into me, which is what I needed. But he said, study hard, get into the classroom, get your grades up, get a great SAT score, and then you can probably make up the remaining 40% with academic money. And I didn't even know this was an option at the time, so it was a very eye-opening experience. And as a result, I started to take my schooling a lot more seriously at that time. So the search for academic scholarships, that's what I've narrowed in on. Following Rob's advice, I started frantically searching for academic scholarships to supplement my athletic offer. I needed to make up the difference. I identified several merit-based awards from Tennessee totaling, it was usually a rolling scale, $15,000, $20,000 per year, the right amount of money that I needed to make it worthwhile. My high school grades and test scores matched the eligibility criteria for these scholarships, so I applied immediately. And for a period of time, I thought, this is going to be my pathway to Tennessee. I'm going to get there. Unfortunately, about a week or two after, they sent me a very discouraging email, and I discovered that scholarships were only available to American citizens, and as a Canadian, this left me ineligible. So this did push me to a very dark place for a period of months, because I honestly thought I was going to have to go D2 or some other D1 school I didn't want to go to, or take a year off, and I was pretty discouraged, but I did find some new hope eventually. The rejection of my scholarship applications, like I said, pushed me to a dark place, and I doubted if I would ever attend my dream school. It was one of the more difficult periods in my life, actually. And this is as a 26-year-old guy now. These things can be very heavy when you set your sights on a goal and you feel like things out of your control are keeping you from that goal. As the late signing period approached, so this is my last chance, I received an unexpected email from someone named Andy Ray from Tennessee. I didn't recognize the name, but it seemed promising, right? The email offered me the International Merit Award. And I saw that in the subject line. I was like, what is that? Is that a scholarship? I wasn't even sure what it was. The award, I read on into the fine print, it cut my cost down to $5,000 per year combined with my athletic scholarship, which that amount was financially feasible for my family. It was still a large chunk of change with the conversion rate, but because Tennessee was such a top option for me, we were willing to make that investment in my future. And there is the very email. I probably shouldn't even be showing you guys this, but this is a screen grab from the email. I looked it up a couple days ago as I was putting this together. And man, this email changed my life. It's a life-changing email, and it meant a heck of a lot to me. I remember I saw it. I was upstairs on the couch watching TV at night, and I got the email, read through it, and I knew immediately that it was life-changing. Ran down, told my parents, and we kind of knew that was probably going to seal the deal for me at Tennessee. So it was a very exciting time. So let's talk some more about combining multiple scholarships as a strategy, right? Because it's an important one. You can combine athletic scholarships with academic or other merit-based awards to cover more of your expenses if you don't get a full athletic ride. The key is to building a full or nearly full financial package, especially if you're not offered a full athletic scholarship right away, although you might be down the road, and I'll tell you more about that. You need to be proactive in searching out academic awards. The coaches and the sports staff aren't going to do it for you. You're kind of on your own, so you need to really take initiative of that search. We're going to do a separate video specifically on this, but you look for them on the school's website, external websites. There's probably softwares now that can search for scholarships for you as well. And also look for, local things in your community too. You never know what you might find. Okay, let's talk about the renewal life cycle of athletic scholarships, because I find there are some misconceptions around this topic. So a common misconception, many athletes and parents believe that scholarships are guaranteed 4-year contracts, but that actually isn't the case when you look at the fine print for most people. The reality, athletic scholarships are typically 1-year commitments renewed annually. New NCAA rules, though, do offer athletes more flexibility with scholarship agreements. Athletes now have the option to sign single-year or multi-year scholarship deals. So when I was signing, 8 years ago, they only had single-year scholarships, but now you can do a 2, 3, or 4-year scholarship deal, which, might seem great, but there are pros and cons to each, and we're going to talk about those. So the recent NCAA rule changes, let's talk about what that looks like. So new flexibility, like I said, athletes can now sign either a single or multi-year scholarship deal. Multi-year deals offer additional security for athletes because you have that money locked in for your whole career, ensuring financial support throughout your time in school. Schools, though, are generally hesitant to offer multi-year agreements due to the risks associated with a long-term financial commitment. So I talked to a college coach a couple weeks ago about this very topic, and he mentioned to me that these rule changes protect the athlete so much that if he had an athlete come in on a runner come in on a scholarship and they decided within 2 weeks that they never wanted to run track again, the school has to pay for her education, her or his education for the remaining 4 years of their career, even if they never go to practice, never go to a competition again. So it is risky, right? And I saw a lot of athletes quit sports, right? Because it is a very demanding path to choose, right? So it's risky for the schools, but it's good for the athletes. Coaches will usually prefer single-year scholarships so they can maintain flexibility, right? That's their preference. So scholarship renewals, right? You might think it's a disadvantage to do a 1-year scholarship deal, but not always. It definitely wasn't for me. 1-year scholarships are renewed annually. The coaches sometimes will increase your funding year to year based on your performance. That's what happened to me. I ended up securing 60% when it was all said and done first year. And then at the beginning of my third year, because of my performance, they bumped me up to a full athletic ride. So that's the advantage of that flexibility year to year, is a good coaching staff will reward athletes who improve and continually show up and do the right things. A coach can also revoke your scholarship year to year if you break team rules, but this is very rare, right? I don't want to scare you guys off. You have to break the law or do something really bad, continually break team rules. Coaches will normally give you multiple chances before they take this. So if you do your job and you behave well, you have nothing to worry about, right? But if you do something really bad, you can lose your scholarship. So it's important to be aware of that. Like I said, if you maintain good performance, you stay academically strong and eligible, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. The advantage of annual renewals, I touched on it already. Annual renewal can actually work to your advantage. If you improve significantly, your coaches can and usually will increase your scholarship if they have the money available. Walk-ons I've seen have earned scholarships for great performance. You've probably seen videos of like football walk-ons getting scholarships and the whole team gets hyped up and they're celebrating because it is a very rewarding moment. You have someone who's paying for school out of their pocket, eventually getting rewarded with a scholarship. There's something about that underdog story that we love. Like, I don't know if you've seen the movie Rudy, but it's based around a walk-on football athlete. And we just love the underdog story, don't we? Partial scholarship athletes may also get upgraded to full ride. So I fell into that category when I was an athlete. I got upgraded midway through my career. And I should also say, when that happens, when you're a walk-on or partial athlete and you get upgraded, I think you value the money a lot more than if you get it coming in, because you don't value the scholarship the same before you get there versus when you've worked for several years, contributed to the team, and then you're rewarded financially. That means a whole lot more. At least it did to me. So I've already talked about it, but my personal experience with annual renewals started on a 60% and improved pretty steadily throughout my college career. By my third year, my coaches awarded me a full ride for my efforts and my progress. Very rewarding moment for me. With my academic scholarships, which I got to keep, those were for 4 years, I received essentially an 130% scholarship, and I pocketed the extra money in cash. So that's how these things work, guys. So that's why even if you get a full ride right out of high school, athletic, it's always good to try and get other scholarship money, because it generally will mean cash in your pocket, which you can use for other things. So it's always good to keep your grades up and look for other options. The extra money for me gave me financial independence for the first time in my life. It was great. It was a life-changing amount of money for me at the time. I was able to buy my first vehicle and do some things that made me feel like a real adult for the first time in my life. What if I get injured? This is a common question that especially parents will ask me, because there have been some horror stories out there. But like I said, common concern, will they take my scholarship if I get injured? And the answer is no. The NCAA rules protect injured athletes, ensuring the school continues providing the scholarship. The only sticky point here is if your injury happens like doing something random on your own time. Like if you're partying and you jump off a building and break your leg, or tear a knee ligament when you're skiing. If it's something like that, then it's usually more of a discussion. I think it's a case-by-case basis. But if it's an athletics-related injury, then no, they can't take your scholarship away for that. The fear of losing a scholarship usually stems from old horror stories. I think probably back in the 70s and 80s, they used to do this, but current rules offer athletes security. That's the direction we see the NCAA moving in. It's moving towards more of a pro-athlete model to benefit athletes more. And in some ways, I think it's an organization that's been behind a lot of other sports leagues, but they're catching up in modern times and they're taking better and better care of their athletes, which is good to see. Summary for today's video, just wrapping everything up. There are two types of college sports. Headcount offer full scholarships. Equivalency sports offer usually partial scholarships. Title IX ensures equal opportunity for men and women, but this can create variations in the scholarship opportunities between men's and women's programs. The NCAA Student Assistance Fund helps cover additional expenses, usually emergency things not included in your scholarship. Combining athletic, academic, and merit-based scholarships is key to creating a full financial package, especially if you get a partial aid in equivalency sports. Athletic scholarships are typically one-year agreements that can be renewed or adjusted based on your performance and standing. And finally, our quote for today from Nelson Mandela: education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. So you talk about changing the world, you talk about changing your life, you need knowledge and you need education in order to take strategic action. And that's my aim in providing you with this masterclass. A couple of reminders, as always: if you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. I'm trying to get it out to more people. And if you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. You can do it. I'll send a link. It's super easy to do, just a 60-second video. It would mean a lot to hear from you how the course has been helping you and a little bit about your individual journey. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok. It's at Joe Maxwell NCAA. I post exclusive short form content on there. Check it out. And if you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions. There's a host of other resources on that community that you won't access on YouTube. You can't find on my social media. It's on a super easy to use and streamlined platform called school.com/college athletes. Link is in the description. Totally free. You don't have to put your credit card in. Just put your email, and within a few seconds, you can be in and accessing all these great resources and really jumpstarting your recruiting journey. So check it out. Final thing, I wrote a book. It's called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. It is similar to this masterclass, but I go into a lot more detail in certain sections. So you can access a PDF copy of this for free within my free online community. So go in there, download the PDF, and then I would recommend you follow along in this book as you work through the masterclass. That's going to help you retain more information that way. If you're old school and you like paper books, you can also buy a copy of this on Amazon. Link is in the description for that as well. That is it for this video, guys. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass, guys. We are on Module 1, Video 5. This is the final video in the foundational module, and today we're going to be talking about the NCAA and what role that regulatory body plays on the collegiate athletics recruiting process. In a later section, we are going to go into more detail on the NCAA rules, but for now, it's just important to give you a brief overview so that you understand how the NCAA is going to impact your journey. So let's get into a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. So we're going to talk about the NCAA, just what it is and what some of its functions are. We're going to talk about NCAA divisions, again, what the differences are and how you can determine which division is going to be best for you and your athletic goals. Then we're going to talk about conferences within divisions, and again, just the differences between conferences, what that means for scholarships and recruiting. We're going to talk about NCAA rules very briefly, just a few of the key ones that you need to be aware of. There's obviously thousands of NCAA rules. We're not going to go over every one, but quick overview of what you need to be aware of as a recruit. Finally, we're going to talk about the NAIA, just a brief section on this. It's a similar regulatory body to the NCAA, much smaller, but always good to be aware of the opportunities that are out there, right? What is the NCAA? You guys probably have some idea, but I want to give you a little more context. So, the National Collegiate Athletics Association, NCAA, oversees and regulates college athletics in the United States. It's a regulatory organization. It was originally established in 1906 to address safety issues in college football. The NCAA now spans a wide range of sports divisions and functions. Like, it still does take care of a lot of safety aspects, but it does a heck of a lot more than just safety now. The organization's mission is to promote student-athlete well-being, fair competition, and academic success. Through its rules and resources, the NCAA works to create a fair, safe, and supportive environment for athletes across the nation, right? So the main goal of the NCAA is they try to look at you holistically, right? In that they don't just look at you as an athlete, they look at you as a student and as a future professional, and their goal is to give you a great holistic experience. So what does the NCAA do? What are some of its key functions? Well, it provides regulation and oversight, creating rules that protect athletes' safety. Like I said, that was the original reason why it was formed, but it now has gone on to promote fair play and maintain the integrity of college sports. Academic eligibility is a key focus, with the NCAA enforcing standards to help athletes balance their academics and athletics, right? It's, again, about that holistic picture. The NCAA also organizes national championships and tournaments to showcase top collegiate talent across various sports. So individual schools and conferences will organize, smaller tournaments and smaller championships, but the NCAA organizes regional and national championships. So NCAA divisions, let's go into that really quickly. The NCAA is divided into 3 divisions, D1, D2, and D3. You probably know about this already. Each division offers unique rules, scholarship opportunities, and commitment levels to sports. Understanding these divisions helps you determine which one aligns best with your athletic and academic goals. It's good to go through this exercise now because in the next module, we're going to start that off by identifying your target schools so that you can know who you're going to reach out to, and what division the school is a big part of that, right? So you need to be aware of all 3. The right division depends on your personal priorities and the balance that you want between sports and academics, right? Some athletes may want a total 50-50 split. I was much more concerned with athletics than academics, which I don't actually recommend. I think athletes should generally be more concerned with academics because sports is only going to last 4 or 5 years unless you're, 1% of college athletes who goes pro. And even then, that's only going to be maybe a 10-year career. Going on a little bit of a tangent here, but I do recommend you have academics as a big area of focus, but you have to determine how important is each aspect to you. So Division 1, let's talk about that for a little bit. Division 1 is by far the most competitive level of college athletics, attracting top-level athletes. Schools in this division have large budgets, advanced facilities, and significant media exposure in general, although there are some small D1 schools as well who wouldn't have all these things. But in general, all the big schools with the advanced facilities and the massive, hundreds of millions of dollars of budgets are going to be D1 schools. D1 athletes experience intense training schedules and rigorous competition. I can definitely speak to this personally. It caught me off guard a little bit for my first couple of years, just how difficult the training is and how intense the competition is, because you're competing amongst the best in the country. But if you want to be in that environment, if you want to be around the best and eventually become the best, then you have to be in D1, right? That's the allure of Division 1. It's ideal for those committing to performing at the highest level in their sport, like I said. Division 2, let's talk about D2 quickly. Division 2 offers a balance between competitive athletics and academic engagement. Reason I say this is, and I'm going to go into this later, but usually D2 schools, the athletic departments aren't quite as demanding with the training, so you're going to have more time to invest in academics, more time and energy, generally speaking, although this is a school-to-school basis. Athletes experience a reduced time commitment compared to Division 1, allowing for other interests, right? I went to a big D1 school because that's what I wanted, but I'll be honest, save for a very brief period of distraction my freshman year, my life was very simple. It consisted of training, of eating, of resting, recovering, competing, and going to class and doing homework. That was almost my entire life for 3 to 4 years. And that's just what it took to kind of compete with the best athletes. And I don't regret that, but I did miss out on a lot of the other quote unquote typical college experience things. Like I didn't join a frat. I didn't join a lot of clubs. I didn't even really party or socialize that much, right? Because I just didn't have the time or energy or frankly, the interest, right? But if you're wanting a more balanced college experience, that's totally okay. Division 2 may be a better fit if that's what your priorities are. Division 2 emphasizes strong competition, but it also offers more flexibility for extracurriculars, like I said, mainly just because these schools generally will offer more time. A good fit for athletes seeking moderate competition and a well-rounded college experience. Now, I do want to put a grain of salt into this and say that, divisions are one thing, but school to school is also going to be a massive difference. Like there are certainly some schools within Division 1 that have a big academic focus. I mean, heck, Harvard is a Division 1 school and it's the best academic institution in the country, very demanding academically, obviously. And then there are some very athletically inclined Division II schools. Like I visited some of them. Grand Valley State was one in Michigan. Great facilities, great coaching staff, intense training, and they really took it seriously too. So these are general guidelines, but you always have to look at the individual school and what the expectations are going to be at that school. Division III prioritizes the overall college experience with a strong academic focus. Unlike D1 and D2, Division III does not offer athletic scholarships. Very important to know, because if you're needing to get all of your school or part of your school covered by athletic aid, you can't go Division III. These schools aren't allowed to give scholarships because they don't have the money for it. So you can compete in sports at these schools. You're not going to get a scholarship. Athletes have ample opportunities to participate in sports without intense training demands, right? So that's kind of the trade-off, right? Like, yeah, you're not getting your school paid for, but your training schedule isn't nearly as intense and you have a lot more time and energy to do other things and live a partially normal collegiate life. Ideal for students seeking a balanced college life with more time for academics and other activities, right? So I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know a ton about Division III because I never researched it. I've maybe met one athlete in my life from Division III, and we didn't even really talk about like his experience very much. But the sense I get is it's comparable to how Canadian universities treat sports, and that it's a thing. Like you go to practice, you compete sometimes, there's a coaching staff there, but the coaching staff, they're maybe volunteer or they're not paid a lot. The student athletes aren't getting paid through scholarships to be there. So it's more like a social club almost. And it's not really necessarily ultra competitive, right? It's kind of just a way to stay involved in the sport, experience college sports a little bit, but it's not going to be nearly as competitive as Division I. With that said, you know, there are going to be ranges school to school, and there are some great athletes in Division III, but it's just not quite the same deal as D1 or even D2, generally speaking. Let's talk about NCAA conferences now that we've talked about divisions. Within each division, schools are grouped into conferences that organize competitions and will set individual rules for that conference. Conferences usually have somewhere between 8 and 20 schools within them, and they will compete amongst each other quite a bit. There will be conference championships. I was in the SEC, the Southeastern Conference, and I actually won that conference championship my last year, which was a pretty big deal to me. Those are some of the medals on the wall there were from that championship. Conferences vary in competition levels and resources, which will impact your athletic experience and opportunities. So conferences can create a huge range of experiences within a single division, right? Like there are some ultra competitive Division I programs within, you know, the Power Four conferences. There are some very small Division I conferences as well that aren't so competitive, right? So there's a massive range of competition levels within Division I, depending on the conference that you're in. Some conferences focus on high-level competition, while others offer a more balanced approach, like I said. So it's the same difference between divisions. Conferences offer a very big range as well. Examples of top Division I conferences, they are known as the Power Four. I mentioned that already. It's the SEC, the Big Ten, the Big 12, and the ACC. I was in the SEC, but most of the big state schools are going to be within these Power Four conferences. So conferences and scholarships. Let's talk about how a conference will impact your recruiting. Top conferences attract highly competitive programs and top-tier athletes, making scholarships harder to secure. I mentioned this in a previous video, but I could have pretty easily gotten a full ride or close to a full ride at a lower level D1 or D2 school, but I wanted to go Power 4 D1, and I knew it was going to be harder to get money there. That's just the nature of the business, right? These schools need to bring in top level talent because that's what these conferences demand. So the more competitive conference you look at, the harder it is to get scholarship money. Schools in these conferences are selective about the athletes they recruit, even for walk-ons, right? So if you're trying to walk on to the University of Florida or University of Texas for football or track or whatever it is, something you did in high school, you're still going to have to be a pretty good athlete for them to consider letting you onto the team, right? It's not just anyone can get on the team if they want to. They are very competitive programs just for walk-ons, let alone scholarship money. Conferences with lower levels of competition may offer more generous scholarships and walk-on opportunities, right? Because just the type of athletes they attract. So just be aware, the more competitive school you go to, the bigger school you go to, the flashier the school, the harder the scholarship money is to get. Knowing the competition level and scholarship availability in each conference helps you find a school that will fit your goals. And the way you do that is you look at the conference that a school is in, you look at some of the other schools, you look at conference championship results, you look at some of the athletes, the top athletes in that conference, and then you get an idea of what results coaches are going to be looking for them to offer you a scholarship within that sphere. NCAA rules, again, we're going to do a whole video on this because it is an important topic, but for now, I just want to give you a quick overview before we dive into more content and we get into the recruiting process. NCAA rules govern when and how coaches can contact recruits with specific contact and quiet periods. So it's going to vary sport to sport, but generally coaches can't reach out to you. They can't initiate communication until you're a junior in high school. The reason the NCAA regulates this is just a way to protect high school athletes so that the top recruits aren't getting bombarded by college coaches and ruining their life, right? They want it to be very regulated as to when the contact can happen. Contact periods vary by sport. Like I said, knowing the dates helps you anticipate communication from coaches. So go out, research the contact periods for your individual sport. It'll be very easy to find on the NCAA website. Just look it up, and then you can anticipate when coaches may start reaching out to you. So that way you're not getting discouraged, right? If you're not hearing from coaches and then you find out, oh, they're not actually allowed to contact me. But the nice thing is you can reach out to a coach anytime you want. And that, again, speaks to the importance of being proactive is when you take control of your own destiny, you're not held back by the NCAA. You can kind of do whatever you want and create a situation that's going to be right for you. Rules also regulate when scholarship offers can occur and limit the number of calls coaches can make. Again, it's just to protect high school athletes so their lives don't get ruined by coaches. These guidelines are designed to protect high school athletes and help them make more informed decisions, right? So giving them the time to kind of think through their visits, think through the conversations they've had, analyze everything, and make the right choice for them. We're going to dive deeper into these rules in a later video. Like I said, this is just a quick overview before we get into the recruiting process. Okay, what is the NAIA? Just a quick section on this. The National Association of Intercollegiate Athletics, seems like a little bit of a ripoff, doesn't it? But it was founded in 1940, which I was very surprised by. So that was founded during World War II. So it's actually been around a lot longer than I would have expected. It oversees small to mid-sized schools across North America. So interesting, I specifically said North America for a reason because there are a few Canadian schools in BC that are in the NAIA. So shout out to Canada. I actually didn't know that until I researched. And just for your interest, there is one Canadian school in the NCAA too. It's in British Columbia. So that's kind of interesting, right? A little bit of cross-border exposure from these regulatory bodies. So something I didn't know about. But essentially the NAIA is a competitor of the NCAA. It isn't even really a competitor because it's so much smaller, but it is a body that has a number of schools as a part of it, and it does give athletic scholarships. Similar to the NCAA, like I said, the NAIA offers athletic scholarships, but operates within a single division. No separate divisions in this body. NAIA schools generally have a stronger academic focus and tend to be smaller institutions in general, although that's going to vary school to school. The level of competition in the NAIA is comparable to NCAA Division III or maybe lower level Division II, but the difference is, unlike D3, the NAIA schools do offer athletic scholarships. So it's kind of like almost like a junior college too. Like it is a way where you can get school paid for and compete with decent levels of competition, but not the same demands that D1 or D2 are going to have. So summary for this video. The National Collegiate Athletics Association regulates college athletics in the United States by setting rules, regulations, and eligibility standards for academics. There are 3 NCAA divisions, each with their own unique characteristics. Key NCAA rules dictate coaching communication and scholarship offers. These rules are designed to protect athletes. There are different conferences within the NCAA divisions that offer various scholarship and academic opportunities, right? So huge range of competition depending on the conference that your school is a part of. Quote for today, B.B. King, he was a very famous guitarist and musician. The beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you, right? So it's the amazing thing about knowledge is once it gets into your brain, then that's yours to keep and use to improve your life. No one can take that away from you, right? Because it's all internal. A couple of reminders, as always, if you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. I'm trying to get it out to more people. Word of mouth is a great way to do that. If you have a teammate or if you're a parent and you have some friends who are wanting to go through this process, show them this course, right? I'm giving away half of it for free on my YouTube channel so they can check it out. No strings attached. If you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. I will leave the link in the bio for that. Just a quick 60-second video would mean a lot to me. And again, helps me get it out to more people, which is the goal. Let's help more athletes across the country be informed. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA, exclusive content on all these platforms, so check it out. All stuff designed to help guide you through the recruiting process, right? If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions. It's on this super great and easy to use online learning platform called school.com/college athletes. Please check it out. There's a host of resources on there where you're not going to find on any of my other platforms, all kinds of stuff to make the recruiting process easier for you. It's totally free. You just put in your email address. You have access in a couple of seconds. So go check it out. Final thing, I wrote a book. It's called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint, a comprehensive college recruiting guide for athletes and parents. It's similar to this masterclass, but I go into a lot more detail in certain sections. So on that free community I mentioned, you can go in there and download a PDF copy of this book, totally free. And it's not just some fluffy lead magnet guide. Like, this is a legit book. It's about 50,000 words that I spent 4 months writing. I worked with a professional editor. It's professionally laid out. It's a real book, okay? And I'm giving it away totally for free. Go download it. Follow along in the book as you work through the masterclass. That's going to help a lot of these concepts kind of soak in a lot more, right? I'm a big fan of reading and listening to stuff because it's absorbed in different parts of your brain. So go check out the book. If you're old school and you like paper books, you can also buy a copy of this on Amazon. The link is in the description for that as well. That is it for this video, guys. The last video in Module 1. We're moving into Module 2, where we're going to get started with the recruiting process by identifying your target schools. So I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. We did it, guys. We made it through Module 1, the foundational module, and it's going to be so important for what we're going to continue to build in this module. But I'm super excited to introduce you to Module 2, which is process, and it's very exciting because we're going to start to get into some of the meat of the recruiting process. And in this module, I'm going to give you some actionable tips and information to really jumpstart your recruiting journey, put yourself in a position where you're getting lots of great responses from coaches and ultimately lots of great offers from schools that are going to give you a great academic and athletic experience. So with that said, I'm going to give you an overview of what we're going to cover in the entire module, and then we're going to move into an overview of today's video. So like I said, Module 2, process. Video 1, which is the one we're on now, is going to be about selecting your target schools. And I should say that I've ordered these videos in a way where they build upon themselves. So make sure you're watching them in order and you're not skipping around. Video 2, we're going to talk about building your brand and using some of the tools like a professionally edited highlight reel, which is available inside College Athlete Academy Pro, as well as a professionally crafted athletic resume. And you might be wondering, Joe, what the heck is an athletic resume? This is not a job interview. Well, you're going to find out, and it might be a little more similar to a job interview than maybe you think right now. The reason why we do building your brand there is because it really builds upon communicating with coaches. You have to build your brand. You have to have all these resources built out before you go ahead and reach out to coaches so that your communication is as effective as it possibly can be and you're getting as many responses as possible, right? Because that's what we want to do. We're not just sending out emails to send out emails. We want responses from coaches, and ultimately we want campus visits scheduled. Video 4, that's when we're actually going to go into campus visits. So unofficial visits, official visits, how to schedule them, how you should act on them, how you can make the most out of them, what questions you should ask when you're on these visits. It's very important. This is one of the most important stages in the recruiting process because it's the biggest lever you can pull as far as finding the right school for you, right? It's one thing to do research, and that's what we're going to talk about in this video, which is important, so don't skip this video. But campus visits are what give you that real tangible feel for the campus, and they're going to give you the most information to make the right decision for your future. So today's video, Module 2, Video 1, selecting your target schools. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about the 5 key factors that you need to be considering when putting your target school list together. And this is so foundational to everything else we're doing. It's very important that you take the time, do your homework, do a little soul searching internally and figure out what's important to you, and then you can tailor your target school list based upon that. Then we're going to talk about how to start building your target school list. Finally, we're going to talk about some green and red flags to watch for in coaches and how you can start to determine some of these flags even before you meet the coach by doing some research techniques that I'm going to walk you through. So, when to start the process? It's a common question that I get from athletes and their families. When should I begin this process? And I have a very simple answer for you. Start early, really early. The sooner you begin, the more prepared that you are going to be for the recruiting process, right? I began my journey seriously in freshman year of high school, and I recommend that timeline if you're serious about a scholarship. If you're finding me and you're a junior or a senior already, that's totally okay. It just means you're going to have to move a little bit faster, and I will be happy to work with you and help you as well. But if you're a little bit younger, freshman or sophomore, hop on the train now and start moving, because there's no disadvantage to starting this process early. At the latest, you should have target school selected by the fall of your junior year. That's kind of the cutoff point. But if you're starting later, like senior year, don't worry. Just be ready to move a little more quickly through each step. And we're going to help you do that in College Athlete Academy. I also just want to tell a little story. Recently, I came across some old messages that I sent to a friend when I was 12 or 13 years old. The friend asked me, "Hey, Joe, what are some of your goals with sports? Like, why are you taking it so seriously?" And I told them, I want to get a scholarship to the University of Tennessee. And it was funny because I forgot that I'd actually said that when 5 years later I actually signed with Tennessee. It was kind of just something I said in passing because I was watching some training DVDs that were produced by the University of Tennessee coaching staff. And I thought, man, that school looks really cool. That would be really cool to attend. And I forgot about it, right? And it was only until recently that I found this conversation I remembered. It was so cool for me to see that even back at that early stage, I was still thinking about where I wanted to attend school, and that the school I'd actually picked out when I was 12 turned out to be the school that I signed a scholarship with. It was a very rewarding experience for me to find that message. So just a little story to encourage you to please start early, because it's only going to help you. So let's talk about some key recruiting milestones. By junior year of fall, NCAA coaches can generally begin contacting recruits. Remember, we talked about NCAA rules. There are very strict guidelines of when coaches can contact you. Generally, it's going to vary sport to sport a little bit, but generally junior year fall is when coaches can start reaching out to you, when they can initiate the conversation. The summer before senior year is typically when official visits can take place, because again, the NCAA regulates how early you can start those, or early in senior year. Like, I know I took all my visits September of senior year, so right after I started school that last year. Senior year, fall, or spring is when signing periods typically occur. Again, there's slight variations division to division and sport to sport, so check up on your specific targeted division and for your sport so you know exactly. I know for track and field, the early signing day is November and the late signing day is April. I signed during the late signing day. No restrictions exist on when you can create a target school list, so reach out to coaches or take unofficial visits. Start these steps as early as possible. The earlier you start, the more time you have, the more information you're going to gather, and the more leverage you give yourself in the process to ultimately end at the right school, right? It's not just about getting any old offer. This is about getting an offer to the best school for you. So let's talk about creating your target school list. With the recruiting timeline in place, like I said, it's time to start building your target school list. This is the first actionable step. Besides, training and making the decision, this is the first actionable step that you can take in the recruiting process. This involves thinking ahead to where you want to be in college and envisioning your future goals. So it is going to take a little bit of work if you're not totally confident or sure where you want to be in the future. And if you're a high school kid, then that probably describes you right now. And I just want to encourage you to not get discouraged if you don't exactly know what school you want to go to, what you want to do in your career, what you want to study even. The important thing is that you've made this commitment and you're dedicated to your sport, and that's enough for now. But I do want you to do a little homework, a little thinking, and have some conversations with parents, as we're going to talk about, to start to piece together a vision of what the future might look for you. But I'll be honest, I had no idea what I wanted to do when I was 17. It actually wasn't until the last couple of years, really, that I've started to form a picture of what I'm really passionate about in a work setting and some of the goals that I have for myself personally and in work, right? Because so much of your life right now is dedicated to sports, and that's good. I want you to go all in on your sport, all in on your college athletics experience right now. But the earlier you can start to think ahead a little bit better, you're only going to make things easier for yourself down the road. This early list will include some guesswork, but campus visits later on will refine your choices, right? So we're just starting the process right now, and campus visits are going to change a lot. They're going to give you a lot of new information that you will need to make an informed decision, but the more information, the better. So that's why we're doing this research, creating this target school list now. The 5 key factors that will guide your list: location, academics, athletics. Within athletics, there are a few subcategories that I will walk you through: campus life, and your scholarship offer, of course, what the financials are going to look like at that school. So, key factors, let's talk about them. Location, pretty simple. Where do you want to be geographically? Do you want to be close to your parents? Do you want to stay in state? Do you want to go to another part of the country? Do you want to escape from the cold if you live in the north? Maybe you're hot and you live in Florida and you want to go up to Michigan or Minnesota. I don't know why you would want to. Don't, please. But I don't know. I'm not judging you if you want to. Or maybe you're an international student like myself and you want to go to America for school because of the opportunities for you there. And that's great. And if you are international, I'm going to be doing some separate course material for you, walking you through that process as well, because it is a little bit different. Academics. Does the school offer the programs you're interested in? So the first question here is, what are you interested in, right? And that's going to maybe take some time if you're not sure, like, yeah, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor, I'm 100% sure. There are those kids, and I'm always envious of them, but if that's not you, that's okay too. We're going to work with you. Athletics. Look at the school's NCAA division, coaching quality, and training facility. Like I said, there's a couple different things within the athletics umbrella that you need to consider. Campus life, think about the walkability, social scene, and the dorm quality, especially that's big. Are the dorms old from like the 60s? Do they have air conditioning? Do they smell funky? Are they new? Are you going to get your own room? Is there a dining hall in the dorm, or do I have to walk 20 minutes to go get food? These are all things to consider, and it's easy to forget about them when you get distracted by campus visits and, a scholarship offer. Don't get distracted by the money, guys. You actually have to think about, okay, what is my life going to be like? Because you're going to be living on this campus for the next 4 to 5 years. It's a big chunk of your life, and you want to be somewhere where you're happy, because most schools are going to require you to live in dorms for at least a year. So you want to make sure, okay, am I going to be happy living in this building? So tour the dorms, tour all the facilities that you possibly can. Scholarship offer, of course, this is going to be a consideration. Assess the availability of athletic scholarships. What are they offering? What's my total cost going to be? Am I getting everything covered? Am I getting a portion covered? I understand that for a lot of athletes, this is the number one factor. It was a big factor for me, I'll be honest, but I want to encourage you. A coach that I interviewed for College Athlete Academy actually told me, I didn't end up going to a school, but he told me, Joe, don't just look at the money. Look at what that school can do for you athletically, but personally as well, because this is a big decision. It's not just about what's going on for the next 4 years. It's about how are you setting yourself up for life after college. And that was some of the best advice that I ever heard through my recruiting journey. And I was super lucky to have that coach in my life. So setting your priorities is going to be the next step. Assign weighted scores 1 to 10 to each factor based on how much it matters to you. You can take some time to do this, maybe think through it with your parents. It may take a little bit of thought. This is an example from the list that I created when I was being recruited. So athletics for me were key. That was a 10, very important to me. The scholarship offer was also a 10, right? I needed to have all my school or most of my school paid for, just with the conversion rate, how the finances worked. Was very important to me. Location was pretty important. It was an 8. I wanted to get away from the cold winters. I was kind of done with Canada for a few years, although I've moved back now and come to appreciate the winters a little bit more. But at the time, man, I was ready to get out of there. I was done with it. Campus life, a little less important, but still something to consider. Like, I wanted nice dorms. I wanted it to be walkable because I knew I wasn't going to have a car for the first couple years at least. And then academics, I didn't really care, to be honest. That's why I put a 5. I should have cared more, but I figured I'm just going to study business because I don't really know what else to study. So as long as they have a half decent business program, I don't really care beyond that. And you know what? I got a good degree. I got a good job out of college. So I always say, like I've said in this course a lot, I should have thought about academics more. Maybe that's true. But at the same time, things did work out for me too, right? And I didn't even really go through all the exercises that I'm going to ask you to do. And it still worked out okay for me, but it could have worked out better. So that's what I'm taking you through, is a framework for this to work out as good as it possibly can. You want to discuss these factors with your parents to determine what matters most to you, right? It's probably going to be a conversation you might not know right off the bat. I encourage you to include your parents in these discussions as much as possible because they know you better than anyone else in the world. They have your best interests at heart and they want to see you live a good life. So by all means, include them, include coaches, high school counselors too, friends, mentors, anyone you can kind of bring into the fold that you trust is always going to help you. Focus initially on location and academics as you're building your list. We're going to dive deeper into campus life, scholarship offer, and athletics after the campus visits. Most of these things are things you can't really determine until you've visited a school. So don't get too wrapped up in them right now. Just focus on the things that you can research, that you can know, which is location and academics. It's easy to know that Harvard's a great school. It's easy to know that Cornell or Brown is a great school. It's easy to research school rankings of colleges, and I'm not saying it's easy, but you, before you visit a campus, can determine where you want to be geographically. So that's a great starting point. And that's what coaches will tell you to do as well. This is straight from a conversation I had with a Power 4 Division I coach. He said, athletes, if you don't know where you want to go, start with location. Where do you want to be geographically? That's an easy question to answer. So location, let's talk about that a little bit more. Location is often the easiest factor to start with when choosing a college. Like I said, decide if you prefer staying in state. This can be an advantage because it significantly reduces costs and it makes it easier to achieve a full ride. So I'll explain this. Scholarship offers, athletic scholarships, are based on out-of-state tuition. So if your out-of-state tuition is $50,000 and you get a 50% scholarship, that's $25,000. Now, your in-state total cost of attendance is probably going to be around $25,000, depending on the school, right? It's going to be about half, and that's how a lot of these things work out. So if you get a half athletic scholarship and you're in-state, that essentially turns into a full. If you get a 75%, well, you're pocketing a lot more cash, right? So in-state has some big advantages, guys, and it's something that wasn't really an option to me because colleges in Ontario don't really give athletic scholarships or not very significant ones. So I had to go out of state. But if you have good colleges in state, consider going because it can save you a lot of money. Staying close to family is going to allow for more frequent visits, which can help with homesickness. If you're eager for independence, going farther from home might be appealing. It was appealing to me. I wanted independence. I wanted to experience a new culture. I've always been adventurous at heart, and I still am now. And I'm glad the school I went to. But the homesickness was a lot harder to deal with than I expected. And it's something that doesn't even totally go away, even as an adult. I still get homesick now, and I live way closer to home. Especially as you get older, it's something that can get more difficult to deal with. So just know, if you go far from home, great. I applaud you for doing that. That's what I did. But just know it's going to be harder to get home, right? It's a lot more difficult to get home when you compare a 3-hour drive that's in the same state or a neighboring state versus a 10-hour plane trip, right? For me, it was a couple different legs of a plane trip and then a big long drive. So it was like a day and a half before I was home. And that was really difficult for me to be separated from my loved ones. But it was a trade-off, right? And it was a trade-off I had to make. But just understand that you can't have it all. You're not going to have adventure and necessarily have total comfort, right? You are going to miss your family. Think about climate preferences as well. This is a big one. For example, I chose to go to a school in the southern US for milder winters to support year-round training. Like I said, I grew up in Canada, done with the winter. I trained in the freezing cold in 3 feet of snow for 4 or 5 years when I was in high school. I was done with that. I wanted to go somewhere warm. Tennessee is reasonably warm. They still do get winter and snow occasionally, but not like it is in Canada. And I was outdoors most of the year. So big priority for me. I wasn't really considering a school much further north than Tennessee, to be honest, because I wanted warmth. Academics, let's talk about that next. Planning for life after college is critical, and I have been harping on this because it's so important. Most athletes won't go pro. It's 1% to 2% that go pro, even those who do have short careers, right? So it's very unpredictable income. When you're a professional athlete, it's great. Like, it is a dream career in a lot of ways, but your income is dependent on your body, and your body can get injured, sometimes totally out of your control, so that your income is dependent a lot of times on something you can't control. And I'll be honest, I, in a lot of ways, wouldn't want to be in that position. But hey, if you have a chance to become a professional athlete, by all means do it. But just know it's only going to be for a short period of time, and you're going to have to figure something else out after that. Reflect on your post-college goals early. Having a game plan will benefit you beyond athletics, right? Start early. That's another theme of this course. The earlier you start, the better off you're going to be in a lot of ways. Learn from my experience, right? I was highly focused on my sport, but I lacked direction after college. Don't make the same mistake. So I'll tell you a little bit about that, and it's going to be a bit of a vulnerable moment for me. I haven't really opened up in this way before. It even makes me a little bit emotional thinking about it now, but I took a pretty good job out of school, right? Like, I had a connection with a teammate. I'm still very close friends with him. He got me a job in Texas after I finished my degree, and pretty quickly into that job, it became very apparent that, yeah, it was a good job. It paid pretty well, but it was not aligned with my strengths and my passions. And I'm someone who, if I'm not passionate about something, it really drags me down. And it got to a point where I was very depressed, honestly. And I thought, is this adult life? Like, is this really all it is? This is terrible. Like, this is not nearly as good a life as I lived when I was in college. And I was just longing to get back into college because my existence as a professional was just so dark and terrible, to be honest, right? But it didn't stay that way, right? I did do some exploration. I found some new passions, one of which is online education, which is why this Masterclass and College Athlete Academy has been such a great outlet for me. I love content creation and online education and marketing and all those things, but it took me time to find those passions because I didn't know those interests were there because I didn't invest in anything besides my sport. And on the one hand, that was a good thing. I'm glad I went all in, but I think if I could go back and do it again, I would try to find just a little more balance. Maybe that would have meant an internship one season and not as much training one summer. Maybe it would have been some job shadowing. I'm not sure exactly how it would have looked, but hey, if you are a high school athlete right now, I would encourage you, please do a little something to think about what's coming after college, because it's coming up fast, and whether you like it or not, it's only going to be 4 or 5, 6 years at the most if you have, medical and a regular red shirt. And then you're going to have to figure something else out. So you want to make sure that that's something that fits your skill set and your passion so that you can live a good life and you don't end up like I was for the first couple of years out of school. I could have saved myself a lot of pain if I'd started to discover some of these passions a little bit earlier. But likewise, I don't regret really anything, right? Because there's always a silver lining in things, right? And I remember one of the side projects I did in that early job, one of my favorite parts of the job was I actually created an online training course for the company that really helped the company a lot. And that was actually one of the things that ignited my interest in digital education, right? So even if things are painful, you can kind of see down the road how they positively impact you, right? So don't be afraid of suffering and difficult times. Explore career paths that interest you. Talk to your parents, take personality tests, take career tests, and figure out what aligns with your personality type, just to give you some ideas if you're struggling, right? If you know what you want to do, great. By all means, continue pursuing that. Try to get some work experience in that field if at all possible. But if you're not sure, talk to people, talk to your parents, take personality tests, give yourself information to work with. That's the best thing that you can do. Just acquire information at this early stage. Gain real-world experience. Consider shadowing a local employer to see if the career there aligns with your interests and strengths, right? So if there's a local employer, reach out to them. A lot of businesses will absolutely be happy to entertain this. They may pay you a little bit, they may not, but it's not about the money at this stage. It's just about getting around a business, getting some work experience, understanding how businesses operate, how different roles operate, and where you might see yourself fitting in, what might seem a little interesting and what kind of seems boring to you right now. We're just dipping our toes in. Academic goals. Consider how much you enjoy academics as well, just in high school. If focusing in the classroom is a challenge, maybe a less demanding major is going to be a better fit for you. And that was my thought with business is I didn't like school. I was a pretty good student, but I don't know, I kind of just did the bare minimum to get by. And business majors, I mean, it's going to vary school to school, but they're not generally the hardest program you can do. They're kind of a middle of the road program. So I thought it was a good balance between difficulty and career opportunities. Review your grades and entrance requirements for your target schools. Aim for schools where your admission is realistic, right? So if your grades aren't top notch, don't apply to Harvard, right? Find something where look at the admissions requirements and think, okay, could I realistically get into there? And that's the thing. When I narrowed down my schools down to 3 when I was considering where I was going to go, I knew that I could comfortably get into all those schools. And I did get into all those schools, right? Because I'd done my research and I knew where my grades aligned. But I wasn't even going to look at an Ivy League school, even if I wanted to go Ivy League, because you know what? I didn't quite have the test scores. My grades weren't quite good enough, and I didn't have the extracurriculars, but I didn't even really want to go there. But my point is, you need to find alignment both academically and athletically. We're going to talk about that in a minute. If your grades fall short for a preferred school, like a little bit, but you're close, I want you to create a plan with parents and teachers to improve, maybe even get a tutor if you need to, right? Because if you find a school you really want to go to, the last thing you want is for academics to be the thing holding you back from going there, right? So get your butt in gear, open up some new doors by getting your grades up and your test scores up if you need to. But if you're a great student and you're not going to have any issue with that, by all means, charge ahead. Think about how important academics are to you now and for the future. Even if sports are your focus right now, which they are going to be to an extent if you're watching this course, a solid academic path is crucial for long-term success, right? So even if you don't know what you want to do, just make sure that the degree you're getting has good paying job opportunities down the road, right? Like, don't just take a history degree or an English lit degree because it's what you enjoy, because I guarantee you're going to have a heck of a lot harder time finding a job with an English lit degree versus a business degree. So if you know what you want to do, at least go for something tangible like business, where employers will look at it and be like, oh, that's something. I might want to consider hiring him because he at least has an understanding of how a business operates, at least on a textbook level. So we have something to work with when we bring them in and train him. I don't mean to say just he or she, right? Questions to consider. What academic paths interest me for college? What classes do you like? Is there anything that really stands out to you? I know the reason I studied business was I took a business foundations class when I was in 10th grade or so. I really loved it. It was one of my favorite courses I took in high school. That was all the information I really had. And I was like, well, I figure I might as well study business because I liked that one course. And you know what? Didn't turn out to be such a bad decision, right? I'm glad I made that decision. What schools in my ideal location have respected programs in these areas, right? So I looked, Tennessee had a really solid business school. So I thought that's enough for me academically, right? I know what I want to study. They have a good school. So check what the reputation is of the individual college where you might want to study at your target school. Putting the two together, based on your academic preferences and desired location, it's now time to create a list of potential schools. You've thought about where you want to go, what you might want to study, and how each program aligns with your goals, right? So I'm going right through here and I'm not pausing, but I want to say, if you're unsure about any of this and you need to take some time, a week, 2 weeks even, take time to sit down with your parents and think through some of these things before continuing on in this course. But if you have a pretty clear direction, okay, of what I want to study, then by all means, feel free to continue. This list, putting together this target school list, is going to provide a solid foundation for your recruiting strategy moving forward. Ask yourself this. Where do I want to attend geographically? What part of the country do I want to be in? What do I want to study at school? At what competition level can I reasonably expect to get a scholarship based on my current results, right? Because if you need a full or an almost full scholarship, there's no point going to a school where your results don't align with what they look for giving scholarships. So think about that now, right? Think about what level you're at, how that lines up with schools. So creating your target school list, how do we do that? Like I said, take time to reflect and write down answers to the questions. Then I want you to create 2 target school lists. The first one, 10 safe schools, places where you feel confident you could secure a scholarship, i.e. lower level Division 1 or upper level Division 2 programs. That's kind of what my safe school list was. I had a couple D2, some lower level D1 on there as well. And then 10 optimistic schools, programs you aspire to, even if scholarships seem out of reach currently. Safe schools that should have strong academics in your field. Optimistic schools should also have strong academics, but push your limits athletically. I'll be honest with you, Tennessee was an optimistic school for me. I knew that was going to be a little bit out of reach, but because of the framework that I'm leading you through right now, like I said in the first video, I punched above my recruiting weight class and I got a scholarship offer that maybe I shouldn't have quite gotten, but I was able to grow into it. So that's the advantage of reaching for an optimistic school, is you may get an offer and get an opportunity at a great school with great coaching staff, with the facilities and the budget needed to support you and launch you into the next stage of life, right? So don't just be safe. By all means, you need to have something to fall back on, but shoot for the stars too, because you never know what's going to happen. Aim high. Like I said, following this guide can help you achieve scholarships at some of your ambitious schools, right? You never know what's going to happen. I want you to leverage AI too. And what do I mean by this? You might be surprised. Is he really going to talk about ChatGPT in a recruiting program? Well, hey, I wanted this to be the most up-to-date program. I know all of you kids are using this to write your essays. You shouldn't do that. Just use it to edit. Don't use it to write your essays. But it can be a big help for organizing information and just busy work, right, that you don't want to really be bothered to do. In the past, athletes had to manually search through online school directories, or before the internet. I don't even know how you would find schools, really. It shows how much I know. But athletes had to manually search online. You had to gather like a list of schools. That's what I had to do, right? I had to think like, oh, what schools are there? And I had to look them up and see like, oh, what programs do they have and all that. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but AI tools like ChatGPT can make it much easier to at least get a start building your target school list. If ChatGPT had been available during my recruiting process, I would have absolutely used it to research schools that aligned with my goals, but it didn't. I was like 8 years out, right? A couple of prompts for you to use. I'm going to take you through these as well. We're going to go through it live, but a safe school prompt, right? Give me a list of 10 universities in the southern United States that have strong business schools and are lower level D1, not Power 4, or high level D2 track and field programs. So you see what I've done here? I put in, this is me. Like, I'm imagining this as if I was a recruit doing this prompt. I want it to be in the southern US. So you put in your desired location. I wanted a strong business school. If it's engineering or pre-law, like whatever you're studying, you put that in your targeted academic field. So I want strong business schools. This is just my level. For a safe school, a lot of you are probably going to be lower level D1, but you don't want Power 4 because that's an optimistic school, or high level D2, track and field programs, right? So you put in your sport at the end. So you substitute everything from your individual situation. And then an optimistic school prompt. Give me a list of 10 universities in the southern US that have strong business schools, strong track and field programs in Power 4 conferences, right? So those were going to be my optimistic schools. Okay, that's enough talking. I'm going to take you over to ChatGPT. Let's see what it comes up with for me. Okay, guys, we're in ChatGPT, and I have my prompt in here too. Lower level Division 1, not Power 4 conferences. Let's see what it comes up with for me. So look at this. See? It's given me a whole list here. University of Miami, University of Alabama at Birmingham. Gives me the conference, the name of the school, and the track and field program. Look, even gives me how good it is. Decent program, but not elite. University of Miami, moderately competitive in track, but not a top tier program nationally. Solid, but not one of the top programs. So look, you see how useful this is for organizing information? It's absolutely incredible what ChatGPT can do for organizing information. So this is a great starting place. And I'm not saying this should be extensive by any means. Like, you should absolutely do your own research. But man, this is a great place to start. Look, I have all 10 schools. So I would then take these schools, put them on a Word document or a spreadsheet, however you want to track things, and then go from there, right? And hey, say you're in a different sport. Give me 10 universities in the northeastern United States that have strong engineering schools and are lower level Division 1, not Power 4. Just make sure it knows that. Not Power 4 or high level D2 track and field pro. You know what? Let's change the sport. Say you're a basketball guy or gal. Basketball programs. What does it have for me? Look at this. See? And it even has the engineering school, tells you a little bit about the ranking, the athletics, and about the team too. Look at this. Has location, Clarkson University, Binghamton University. Interesting. University of Buffalo. See? It's great. It tells you the conference mid-athletic conference MAC. That's perfect. That's mid-tier Division 1. I couldn't have done this better if I went out and spent a day trying to organize this, right? So by all means, do your own research, but ChatGPT is a great starting place, right? Just for sake of interest, let's do another one. Let's do 10 universities in the southern U.S. that have strong business schools and are, let's do Power 4 track and field programs. Let's see. Going for the optimistic list now. Yeah, look, University of Texas at Austin, University of Florida. I'm interested if Tennessee's on here. LSU, Alabama, Arkansas. Oh, man, it might not be. University of Miami. There it is. University of Tennessee, Knoxville, right? Haslam College of Business. That's my alma mater. SEC. Look at this. Known for excellence in sprints and track and field events with a rich history of success in NCAA competitions. Man, that makes my heart really happy. ChatGPT, you're doing it right. Thank you. Okay, I think that's enough of that, but you get the idea, right? You put in your target school prompts, you sub in your specific things, and then you let it do the work for you, and then you just research the coaching staff from there, which is what we're going to get into next. So, athletics, that's the next key factor we need to talk about. It's a very important one. Athletic considerations include coaching, training facilities, level of competition, and team performance, right? So there's a couple of subcategories within this umbrella of athletics. Accurate assessment of training facilities and campus life really requires a school visit, right? So if you're getting on campus unofficially, if it's nearby, or officially later on, some of these things you're not going to know until you see it. That's okay. We're going to do everything we can from our end to get a head start. For now, we're going to focus on factors you can assess remotely, starting with coaching. Coaching, let's talk about it. This is perhaps one of the most important parts, the most important part in this entire course. So please pay attention to this. Coaching is one of the most influential aspects of your college experience. You'll spend a huge amount of time, think 3 to 4 hours, 5 days a week, 4 to 5 years. I'm not even going to do the math on that, but that's a lot of hours you're spending with them. They're going to shape your college years, and they have the power to make your college experience amazing or miserable. That one person. You almost want to think about this as big a decision as who you're going to marry, right? Like should require a huge amount of thought and a huge amount of research and discussion. If there's anything you put a lot of thought into, it's who is your coach going to be? Choose your coach wisely. They will play a major role in your athletic and personal growth, right? Bigger than anyone else on campus. How college coaching works, I want to give you a little bit of background. Each college team has a head coach who oversees the program and manages scholarship budgets, right? Head coaches then hire assistant coaching staffs who specialize in special areas and handle most recruiting day to day. So track and field, there's an assistant sprints coach, an assistant jumps coach. Football, there's an assistant quarterbacks coach, an assistant receivers coach. Baseball, there's going to be an assistant pitching coach, whatever it is, right? You get the idea. You'll likely spend most training time with your assistant coach who's assigned to your event group or position, while the head coach is going to focus on high-level team management, right? The head coach will probably have some involvement in recruiting and training, but it varies by program, right? Because a head coach is going to have their area of specialty. So Josh Heupel, he's the head football coach at Tennessee. He was a quarterback, formerly a quarterback's coach, an offensive guy, right? So he, I'm sure, still has some involvement in the offense and the quarterbacks, right? My track and field head coach, she was a distance runner, so she had big involvement in the distance running coaching, but she kind of let her assistant coaches handle the other areas because she wasn't an expert in them, right? And that's a thing that a good head coach will do, is they're really good at delegating and not micromanaging. So you need to determine your athletic goals to figure out what is going to be a good coach to you. Before selecting a coach, identify your athletic goals by understanding what makes a good coach, what is a good fit for you, because a good coach is different for different people depending on what you want. Key questions to ask yourself: where do you want to take your athletic career? Do you aim to go pro or make an Olympic team? I know I really wanted to make the Olympics. I wanted to go all in on my sport. Are you focused on paying for school, or are you planning to compete post-college? Is it just something fun to do in college to pay for school? Or are you really serious? Do you really want to be the best? Do you want to win a national championship? Do you want to win a conference championship? Do you want to go to the Olympic Games? Do you want to go pro? You have to think about those things and make a decision now. And things might change, right? And that's okay. But Start to form an idea now of where you want to take your athletic career if you haven't already. Your goals are going to impact your coaching choice. A coach's background and expertise should align with your ambitions. So I want to tell you about my athletic goals to give you an example. I fell in love with the shot put and discus in 7th grade. I was just naturally good at it, started training more, and really formed a love for it. I had ambitious goals right from the start. By recruitment time, I knew a few things. I knew I wanted to become the best athlete I possibly could be. I wanted to make the Olympic team and compete professionally, at least for a period of time, although I knew that wouldn't last forever. And this clarity helped me look for an elite coach with a proven track record to get me there, right? Because I knew I had these goals. I knew I needed the coach to back that up to help get me there, or I wasn't going to come close. So finding a coach. I contacted my mentor, Rob, to help me identify top coaches. Rob's guidance led me to 10 elite shot put and discus coaches because Rob's son was an older competitor of mine. He'd been through the college recruiting process. Rob is a really sharp business guy, so he helped me put that list together. Again, this was before ChatGPT or any resources like that, but the point is, if you have a mentor or coach in high school who has any connection with college coaches, knows anything about them, by all means leverage that relationship. If you don't, that's okay too. Rob shared valuable insight, warning me about choosing the wrong coach based on his son's experience. So, bit of a juicy story here, and I'm not going to name any names here, right, to protect all that's involved. But Rob's son initially went to a school for 2 years, thought it was great. The coach presented himself amazing on the visit. And then it turned out the coach had been like physically abusing athletes for several years. He finally got convicted and arrested. I think he's still in jail right now. So do your due diligence, right? Because you need to vet these people because you're going to spend a lot of time with them. You don't want to be spending time with a criminal, right? And that's going to make your experience miserable and it's just not going to be good, right? So be very careful about choosing the wrong coach. Takeaway, a trusted mentor can provide valuable direction and help avoid potential pitfalls in choosing a coach. If you don't have a mentor like this, that's totally okay. I am your mentor, right? And if you need more tailored one-on-one guidance, then you can find that in College Athlete Academy Pro. I will work one-on-one with you. I know the recruiting process inside and out. I know all about coaches. I talk to them all the time. I'm going to be able to help you identify the right coach that is going to make your experience incredible and for you to get everything out of your athletic career, right? So if you don't have someone, that's okay. I will be your mentor. I would be happy to do that. So researching coaches, how do we start to get some information? Visit school sports websites to find the coaches for your event position. It's all posted online. Look up the roster for your team, your sport at that school, see who the coaching staff is and who you would be working with. Evaluate a coach's resume. How long have they been coaching there? Do they have a long career? Did they just start? If they're new in coaching, that's okay, but it's just you're not going to have as much data to go on. Have they produced conference champions, All-Americans, or national champions? Do they have any numbers to back up their record? An impressive resume shows experience and success, but it actually doesn't guarantee athletic development and improvement, right? Or not elite improvement, because some coaches will, especially at big Power 4 schools, they will recruit the best out of high school, right? Because they can. So they will recruit athletes who are already at a level, a contributing level at the national championship. So they might not even have to develop them any because they got them out of high school and they're already good, right? So what you really want to look for is an athlete with a proven track record of developing athletes. Assess athlete development. That's my next thing. Look at the upperclassmen's progress in your event or position. Juniors and seniors, look them up on the roster. It tells you if they're a junior or senior. It has all their results listed out there. Every year, you can see what they did as a freshman, what they did as a sophomore. You want to see an upward trajectory, right? And I did see that with my coach at Tennessee, which was one of the green flags. And I researched the heck out of this. I was on that roster at Tennessee for hours and hours looking up the stats of the athletes. Check if their stats or personal bests have improved consistently since freshman year, right? Have they stagnated? Maybe have the results fallen off? Have they been injured a lot, right? These are the things you want to look at. Consistent improvement over time indicates effective coaching. Stagnant or even stats getting worse may signal potential issues in athlete development, like something's wrong with the training program. They're getting hurt a lot. Something is not working as it should, because young athletes 18 to 23 years old should absolutely be improving if they're getting even moderately good training, right? So you can also talk to current and former athletes to help you. Reach out to current seniors and former athletes for insights on the coach and the program. Instagram is a great way to do this. Just look them up. LinkedIn. I understand it might feel a little awkward just cold messaging people, but I guarantee a lot of these people are going to be happy to help out. Like if someone reached out to me and asked me about the coaching staff I knew when I was at Tennessee, I would be happy to share everything I know and to give a good recommendation, right? Because I just want to help, right? And a lot of these people, they're going to want to help the next generation of athletes too. So reach out. Probably not everyone is going to get back to you, but if you reach out to enough people, you are going to get some responses and start to see some patterns. Suggested questions to ask them when you reach out. To preface this, you can just reach out and say something like, hey, I'm considering going to this school. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about coach so-and-so, right? It's very simple. Suggested questions though, what's it like working with coach? How does coach handle injuries and recovery? Big one. What are the pros and cons of the program? What do you like about it? Maybe what are some areas for improvement that you don't love? You want to get all the nitty gritty. And the reason why you want to talk to seniors and former athletes is they're the most likely people to give you an honest opinion, right? If you talk to a freshman, they're instructed to talk well about the school, right? But even if that doesn't reflect reality, but if you talk to a senior or former athlete, they're going to have no problem being honest because they don't really care as much anymore. They don't have as much skin in the game, right? Like I have great things to say about the coaching staff at Tennessee. Obviously, I had a great experience there. If I hadn't, at this point, I would have no problem telling you about that. I don't care anymore. I don't go to the school. I don't talk to these people every day anymore. So you need to find people who don't have skin in the game anymore. Seniors and former athletes are more likely to give honest feedback, like I said. Insights from those athlete conversations. How do you use that information? Patterns and responses reveal a lot about the coach's style and the team environment, right? You have to listen closely. Positive consensus is going to indicate a good prospect for a coach, obviously. If feedback is overall negative, you really need to consider proceeding with caution or maybe even taking it off your list entirely, right? Or at least be very attuned when you're having conversations with this coach, right? That something's off if you're seeing a pattern with all these conversations. I do want to say though, if you get mostly good feedback from these people, but a few negative people, don't really think too much about that. I will tell you, I know for a fact, if you talk to all the athletes that my coach at Tennessee coached, there may be a few people who might say negative things about him, but a lot of cases, that's more about the athlete just being lazy and not really being bought into the team's goals, more so than it is about the coach, right? So that's what you have to keep in mind. It's all about the majority consensus, right? There's always going to be outliers, but what are the majority of people saying? You need to identify coach's personality, how they treat athletes, frequency of injuries or training issues. If there's a lot of injuries frequently, then something's wrong with the training program, I think. Overall satisfaction with the team atmosphere and the coaching. Did they have a good experience there? Did they have fun with the coach? Things to look for in a coach. I want to tell you guys a little background. So coaching in college sports is a very demanding profession. There's a huge high bar for expectations, especially at the Power 4 level for athlete performance. Most of these coaches are on 1-year contracts, so it means they can get fired at any time if their athletes don't perform well at one competition, right? So it's a very high-strung, stressful job. I would not want to do it, to be honest. That you're traveling all the time and it's very stressful, but there's a lot of passion involved too. So that's the background, is these people are under a lot of stress, and that stress sometimes can lead to you seeing the worst out of people, unfortunately, right? Because stress does tend to bring out the worst in people. You want to choose a coach who invests in their athletes' well-being, maintains a positive team environment even when things get hard and stressful, treats athletes respectfully, both on and off the field, right? And I want to say there's a very clear line in my mind between being hard on an athlete to get the most out of them from being downright abusive, right? There's a very clear line. So if a coach is hard on athletes, that's fine. I was totally happy when my coaching staff was hard on me because it brought the best out in me. But if a coaching staff is abusive, then that's a different problem. And unfortunately, there are a small percentage of coaches who are abusive, right? It's just the reality of the game. Not a lot. Most of them are great people, but they are out there and you need to keep an eye out on it. Due diligence is crucial. Coaches will often present well in visits, even those ones who are abusive and not good people. They know how to present themselves, right? They know how to play the game, but they may differ in real life interaction. When you actually get on campus, you may see two different people from who you saw on your phone calls and your visits versus who you're working with in person, right? So that's why you have to be very careful. And that's why you give yourself an advantage by doing this background research, right? Because the coaching staff is researching you. They're being very careful about bringing you on board. So you need to balance the tables a little bit and do your own research, right? Because you don't want to end up in a place where you're going to hate your life, right? You want to end up in a place that's going to help you develop and be the best that you can be. Red flags to watch for in a coach. Performance over well-being. A coach focused only on results may ignore athlete health and increase stress. That's one of the things that's going to make your life miserable. Negative team culture tolerates toxic behavior or poor communication, impacting growth and team unity. Unpredictable or aggressive behavior, known for verbal abuse or excessive criticism, affecting motivation. Another thing, this could make your life really tough. High athlete turnover. Frequent transfers or dropouts may signal dissatisfaction with the coach. That's definitely a red flag. If there's a lot of transfers coming out of a school in one position area, something's wrong there. Lack of transparency, fails to provide clear information on training, scholarships, or injury management. So if you ask the coach some of these hard questions that I'm going to give you when we talk about coach communication, if they're giving you half answers or you don't really know what they're saying and they're kind of dancing around the question, that's at least a yellow flag to me. If they don't have very clear answers for how all this stuff works, something's wrong there. Okay, next factor we're going to talk about within the athletic umbrella is level of competition. So you need to consider the division and the conference of each school on your target list. And ChatGPT is great because it gives you the conference and the division, right? So you know you can organize it accordingly. Power 4 D1 schools often have larger budgets, elite facilities, and high expectations. Power 4 schools also mean higher demands, intense pressure, and potential injury risks, right? It's a trade-off, right? You can't have one without the other. You're going to have more demands on yourself. Reflect on your goals. Are you seeking a high-profile experience or are you prioritizing academic balance, right? It comes back to knowing you and what's important to yourself and your future. So balancing goals with competition level. If you aim to attend a high-profile Division I school, just understand that I wanted this too, right? But you just need to understand a few things. Scholarships are going to be highly competitive. You may not be able to secure a full ride or even a scholarship at some of these schools, but you may find a full ride elsewhere, right? Because these schools are ultra competitive. Training intensity may lead to greater physical demands. In fact, I say it will lead to greater physical demands. These schools do push you hard. For a more academic focused path, maybe consider a lower level D1 or D2 school. They may be able to offer lower athletic demands with scholarship opportunities still available, right? So you're not killing yourself, but you're still getting school paid for. A balance between athletics and academics. Next one, let's talk about team performance, also within athletics. You need to assess team performance by reviewing past conference and national championship results, right? And seeing how your target school stacks up in their conference and in the nation, right? Consistently strong team performance can indicate a well-managed program, usually does. Consider your sport type too. Individual sport athletes may prioritize coaching quality over team performance. I know this is what I did. Like Tennessee was mid-pack in the conference and probably maybe top 30, top 40 in the nation when I was looking. I wasn't that concerned about it. I was much more concerned with my individual coach. It's an individual sport, right? So that was going to be a much bigger factor in my happiness. But for team sports, overall team success is going to play a much bigger role in your decision, right? Because if you're a basketball person or a football player, you're not going to want to be on a losing team. Like that sucks, right? Factors to consider in team performance. Being part of a winning team provides motivating energy, while a losing team can be disheartening. Remember I said I didn't really care about team performance? Even in an individual sport, I will tell you at those conference championships where I was performing well personally, and then the rest of the team not so great, and we would end up like 6th or 7th ranked in the conference, that was pretty disheartening. It didn't really make me feel that good, right? Like there is an infectious energy to being on a winning team. You want to prioritize your individual coach quality, but you need to consider team results as well, especially for team sports, right? It needs to enter the equation. Top conference teams often have limited scholarships due to high competition levels, right? So I know for track and field, the University of Florida and Arkansas are kind of the top of the pack right now in the SEC. It's real hard to get a scholarship at those places because they're the best of the best, right? Whereas at Tennessee, it was a little easier. Like I wouldn't have gotten the scholarship I did at Florida or Arkansas, but Tennessee was mid-pack. It was a little bit easier, right? Less competitive teams may offer more scholarship flexibility, like I said. Scholarship availability, let's talk about that factor. So we're out of athletics, we're into finances for the key factors. Scholarship availability can be a decisive factor. I get it. It definitely was decisive for me. For most recruits, official scholarship offers, though, won't be finalized until senior year visits, right? So if you're a freshman, sophomore, or junior, the scholarship offer isn't going to come for a while, right? While financial details are important, you need to focus now on identifying schools that align with your other goals, right? That's the point of doing all this work that we're building the groundwork for when you do get that scholarship offer, you're going to know when it's the right offer for you, right? So don't get too wrapped up in scholarship details right now. Later on in the process, you can compare your offers and make an informed financial decision, but for now, just form a list based on your research and the coaching. Aligning your goals. Your goal is to find a school that aligns with the 5 key factors, which are, repeat after me, location, academics, athletics, campus life, scholarship offers. This process will take time and self-reflection, but you've already made a strong start if you've made it this far. In the next video, we'll explore the next step in the process, which is building your brand and communicating with coaches. Again, these videos build on top of each other, so please, guys, take some time to go through these exercises. You can't continue to the next step until you have your target school list put together. So please, don't just breeze through this. Actually go through and build out your target school list. Do the research on the coaches. Your future self is going to thank you. Summary for today's video, guys. 5 key factors, like I said, location, academics, athletics, campus life, scholarships. I'm going to be repeating this stuff a lot through the course. Take time to prioritize these factors for what's important to you and rank each on a scale, a weighted scale 1 to 100 so that you know. And this is going to come into play when we use our weighted scorecard when it comes time to make a decision as to where you're going to commit. You can use ChatGPT to help create a list of 10 safe schools and 10 optimistic schools. Research coaches at your target school and eliminate and prioritize based on that information that you find. Let your athletic goals and benchmarks guide your target schools with the level of competition, right? You need alignment academically where you can get accepted and athletically where you might get a scholarship. Our quote for today, Peter Drucker, he was a business consultant back in the 60s and 70s. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And I love this quote so much because it ties into the theme of this course, which is being proactive, right? You can't let things happen to you. If you want a good outcome, the best way to get there is to make it happen. This course is all about making it happen for you. As always, a couple reminders, guys. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. If you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. Link is in the description. Just a 60-second video would mean the world to me. So please let me know how I'm helping. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA, for exclusive content on those platforms. I post very frequently. You can reach out to me there, DM me if you have any questions. Happy to chat with you. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes. It's called College Athlete Academy, and ask me questions. It's on a great, easy-to-use platform called School. Link is there. Address is there. Check it out. Just put your email in. It's free, no credit card required, and there's a lot of resources in that community that you're not going to find on my other platforms. So I want to tell you a little bit more about what's inside College Athlete Academy. So just a heads up, I have 2 versions. There's the free version. There's a lot of value in there, and then the pro version, right? And that's more tailored guidance. There's more resources in there, more one-on-one time with me. So inside the community, the full athletic scholarship masterclass, proven strategies to secure scholarships. I'm putting out the first 2 modules of this for free in the community and on YouTube. The other 3 modules are going to be inside the pro community, okay? So if you're liking what you're seeing in here, know that you can find modules 3 to 5 inside the pro community. Professionally edited highlight reels, right? I work with the best editors who specialize in sports highlight reel videos. Inside the pro community, I will create this for you. You just send me your raw footage. I will have it edited and a professional video that's going to help you stand out, showcase your talent to college coaches. Weekly live Q&A sessions, direct access to expert advice, right? Any questions you have, I usually structure these Q&A calls where I give some value the first 30 minutes on some topic that a lot of people have been wondering about, and then I take your specific questions. That's every week. Proven coach outreach strategies, so communication templates. I'll help you put together emails and DMs. I'll coach you on how to talk to them on the phone, what questions you should be asking. All proven stuff that I use to secure an offer. Finally, motivated athlete community, support and inspiration from peers and mentors, like-minded families. I have a lot of former college athletes in there as well. There's college coaches in there. It's just a great community that's going to help you reach your goals, right? Professionally crafted athletic resume, right? These are just a few of the things. There's a lot more things in there as well. Again, I work with a professional graphic designer to put together a professional athletic resume that you can send to coaches and just gives your stats and information in a concise way. It's going to help you stand out a lot. Finally, I wrote a book. It's called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint, right? It's a legit book. It's 50,000 words. I worked with an editor on it. I spent about 4 months doing it. There's a free version of this. You go into the College Athlete Academy free version, you download it, follow along in this book as you work through the class, right? That's going to help you retain more information. If you're old school, you can also buy a copy on Amazon, a paper copy, and it's just going to help you retain a lot more information. That is it for this video, guys. It was a long one, I know, but a very important one. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass, and we're going to be talking about building your athletic brand in this video. It's a very important step because it really sets the stage for communicating with coaches effectively, right? Remember what I said earlier, how we don't want to just be sending out emails for the sake of tallying off a certain amount of emails we want to send. We actually want to be getting good responses from coaches, and a great way to do that is to do some work before you actually reach out, build that groundwork, and then go ahead and make contact with coaches. So, like always, let's give a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. Building your brand. We're going to talk about how to stand out with a proactive approach. Then we're going to talk about building an athletic resume and why that's important, what the components of that are. We're going to talk about a highlight video, right? And this is a very essential step and a great way to stand out from the crowd as well. Then we're going to talk about social media and references and why those things are important. Okay, so take control of your recruiting journey. Let's talk about this for a second. Most athletes passively wait for coaches to notice them, right? I've told stories about this a couple times on the show, but it seems very common that athletes just expect that coaches are going to reach out to them. And I'm not sure if it's stuff that they're seeing online or things that they're seeing in movies, but for some reason, there's some kind of expectation that coaches are going to make the first initial contact. And that certainly does happen, but it doesn't happen all the time. And you do yourself a big service by proactively reaching out yourself and taking control of that aspect. Proactive outreach is essential to stand out, right? You're not going to get the ideal offer if you don't take control of the communication. Your resume and highlight videos, we're going to talk about those later. Those aren't just documents. Those as well are foundations of your athletic brand. And that's what I really want to talk about in this video, building that brand to the point where coaches can see you potentially fitting into a program. They can see the potential value that you could bring to their team. And in turn, they're going to want to bring you on board. These tools, the resume and the video, they help you stand out and make a strong first impression. They open up doors to meaningful conversations with coaches, which lead to meaningful offers from coaches. So building your athletic brand, let's talk about that for a minute. Your athletic brand consists of an athletic resume, which is an organized professional document showcasing achievements and academic strengths. I offer you a customized, professionally created athletic resume template within College Athlete Academy Pro, and I'm going to show you what that template looks like. I had it custom made by a graphic designer, so it's very professional. Then we're going to talk about your highlight video, how you can create engaging footage that showcases your skills and your competitive strengths, right? So a combination of game and training footage is a great way to do this. Together, these documents will position you as a serious candidate and make the coach's job easier, boosting your chances with the school, right? Because if you're a good athlete, a coach wants to bring you on board, but your job is to provide them with all the information they need to feel confident about bringing you on a visit and ultimately making you an offer, right? So the more information you can provide coaches, the more persuasive you are. So athletic resume, what does that consist of? Most athletes overlook the importance of a professional athletic resume. It's a foreign idea to a lot of athletes, but it's really just think about it as a concise way to send coaches all the relevant information that they're going to need. So athletic and academic. It's just a very professional way to lay things out. It's an organized PDF that highlights your athletic achievements and your academic overview, right? Keeps you top of mind with coaches, and it showcases you as a serious recruit, right? Because if a coach gets an athletic resume, I guarantee they're getting a lot of messages, but I guarantee not all the athletes that are sending the messages are going to the trouble of creating a professional athletic resume. It makes their job a lot easier, and they look at it and they mean like, wow, I might have to get to know this kid a little bit. He or she went to the trouble of organizing this document. It looks really nice. There's something different about them. I want to talk more. I am intrigued. It's going to include basic information, so quickly gives coaches essential details to assess your fit for a school. Things you want to include are your height, weight, your position, your event, whatever, your full name and birth date, preferred contact information, phone, email, home address, and then you want to also include your athletic achievements, of course. So, core of your resume, your talent, work ethic, and results, all on paper or on digital file, in this case, in an easily accessible central location. For athletic achievements, you want to include personal bests and stats, so times, distances, rankings. If you're in a sport like track and field or swimming, you're going to have very specific times or distances or personal best that you can put on this resume. If you're in something like football or basketball, think things like free throw percentage, yards per game, yards per season, your season stats, right? Get creative, but highlight stats that really showcase your unique strengths. Major awards and honors. So if you were MVP at a championship, if you were team captain, how you performed at major championships. Performance highlights. So key tournaments or meets. You want to demonstrate your competitiveness and growth over time too, right? So if you can kind of convey improvement, like you say 8th place at the state championship in 2023, moved up to 3rd place in 2024, something like that, something that can show your progression. That's going to be very powerful as well. Academic overview as well. You want to be including academic information. Coaches need well-rounded athletes who can balance academics and sports. I've said it before. The last thing coaches want is an academic headache. They don't want to have to deal with that. They want athletes who take care of their business in the classroom to the point where it's not an issue. And ideally, they're a really good student in the classroom, because a lot of times if a team has really strong academic performance, that's something they can market, and that makes them look really good. Like, I know one of our years, our men's team had a 3.35 GPA, and that was one of the best team GPAs in the country. That makes the coaching staff and the academic support staff look really good. So these teams have a vested interest in bringing in not just the best athletes, but really strong students as well. So for academics, you want to include GPA, SAT, and ACT scores, of course. Academic honor, so honor roll, AP classes, anything like that. Relevant extracurriculars and advanced courses, like I said. Strong academics may qualify you for additional scholarships as well. We've covered this before. This eases coaches' scholarship budgets, right? So if you're coming in and you're eligible for academic money and they only have to offer you 40 or 50% to get you to a full ride, then that makes you a much more viable prospect than someone who is equal to you in athletic skill, but doesn't have the availability of academic scholarships, right? So anything you can do to set yourself apart is always a good thing. References as well. You want to include these. References validate your work ethic, athletic skills, and your character. Include contacts from current or former high school coaches, teachers or academic mentors, someone who could speak to your academic ability, strength and conditioning coaches, if applicable, if your high school has those. References back up your claims, giving coaches confidence in you as a recruit, right? So it's just like a job. Like, you can say a lot of great things about yourself, and they may be true, but for such a big investment as bringing you on to a college team for 4 to 5 years, coaches may want to have a little bit of backup to just verify who you are as a person and who you are as an athlete. And honestly, if you're the right kind of person, you have some teachers or coaches in high school, they would be happy to speak for you, and you're going to have no issues with this. It's just another way that you can stand out. Social media. Let's talk about that a little bit. Coaches often review social media profiles for personality and professionalism. I've heard coaches tell me that this is one of the first things they look at will be a student's Instagram profile, because they can tell so much from there. So you want to include relevant links to profiles. Mainly Instagram is a good one on your athletic resume, because this gives coaches an easy look into your journey. Keep profiles clean and updated. Obviously, avoid anything that may harm your image. So don't post a bunch of pictures of you partying or doing dumb stuff on there. Just treat it as a way to showcase some of your highlights, showcase your journey and improvement over time. And that's going to go a long way in building your brand and your reputation with coaches. Include PRs and key stats in your bio for easy viewing. This is another thing that comes from coaches. They want the key stats very easily available, right? Because they don't have time necessarily to go through a big, long message. And a lot of coaches will tell me if they get an email that's like 3 long paragraphs of information and no stats, then it's a pretty quick red flag that this athlete probably doesn't have the stats to where they're going to be a viable member on the team, right? So you want your stats to be very visible, both in email form and on social media, so coaches can very quickly see where you're at. So you remember I have a professional athletic resume template available in College Athlete Academy Pro. I'm going to show you what that template looks like so you can see what you'd be getting in the pro community, or at the very least, it gives you something to kind of base your own work on if you want to go ahead and do this yourself. So let's take a look at that now. Okay, so we're inside our athletic resume template. This isn't a real person. This is totally fictitious information, but this is a great format. It's very professionally laid out for you to then input your own information and then send it to coaches. So our example here, Ryan Crest, he's a basketball player. So for the headshot, you ideally want a picture of you actually doing your sport. That's going to have the most impact. Your name, full name, and then your sport. In this case, Ryan is a dual sport athlete, so basketball and track and field, 100 meter and high jump are his events. So we have his contact information, phone number, email, Instagram handle, and then a hyperlink to his video highlights, which you can upload that to YouTube or Google Drive. We're going to talk about that later, so they can click right on that. It sends them to the video highlights. And then you're going into personal details right off the bat. So full name, birthday, size, preferred hand or foot, so right or left, sport, basketball, forward, and track and field as well. So if you're a dual sport athlete, then you can feel free to indicate that on here, because that's a really powerful tool, and coaches like to see dual sport athletes because it shows you've gotten good in 2 sports and that you have overall really good athletic ability. So that's definitely something to advertise if you are in multiple sports. Contact information again, just so they have it. And then we split it up into athletic achievements and academic achievements on the other side. So personal best and stats, we have free throw percentage, personal bests in track and field. And again, this is going to be particular to you and your sport. Major awards and honors, so team MVP, regional champion, captain. These are some of the things that you want to put on here. Rankings and performance highlights. So in this section, you're basically putting, if you have any notable results at state or national or even world championships, that's a really good place to put that in there, because coaches really want to see athletes who have a proven track record of competing well at big championships, right? Because college is all about competing at the big championships, conference championships, national championships. That's what it all comes down to. They need an athlete who's really clutch and who's going to get it done when it comes down to the big moment. So if you have some of those highlights in college, by all means, highlight that. Then on the other side, we have academic achievements. So your test scores and your GPA, academic honors. So, AP classes, anything that you've done extracurricularly that relates to academics, that's where you put it in there. And then finally, it's references. So you want definitely a coach in here for sure. And then one academic reference. So in this case, an academic advisor, it could be a teacher as well. That would be fine. Pretty simple resume, right? It has all the key information, and you might not think it's a big deal, but putting something like this together in a format where it's elegant and nicely laid out is going to be a big tool for helping you stand out to coaches. So again, you can access this template and customize it within College Athlete Academy Pro, but otherwise feel free to take the information that's in here and create your own version of it. Okay, moving on, the next component of building your athletic brand is your highlight video. It's a very key part of it as well. So you want to record games, competitions, and training sessions as often as possible, right? Because if you don't have the raw footage, you're not going to be able to put together a highlight video. Training can be self-shot pretty easily, just your phone on a tripod. For game footage, you're going to need a parent or coach to help you out with that, since you're not going to be filming yourself during a game, of course. My experience personally, my dad would film all of my track meets because he traveled to pretty much all of them with me. So it captured my key throws, and then I would edit it pretty roughly, just add dates, distances, key stats, championship name, right? Just to give the coach some context. So you don't have to get too overly complicated with this. With high quality cameras on phones today, capturing footage is easier than ever, right? You don't have to be going out and buying a new camera. Your phone is going to do just fine in most cases. You also want to include an introductory clip. And again, a lot of kids are going to be putting out some type of highlight video, but an introductory clip is another thing that you can do to stand out. You want to start with a short intro, your name, position, a couple of your key achievements, and then mention why you want to compete in college and why you're going to be a good fit for the collegiate level. I will say you don't necessarily have to customize this intro clip to every school. That's going to be a lot of work. But if you have one or two key schools that you really want to go to, it is absolutely worth the trouble to shoot a personalized introductory clip for your video to send to that coach. He's going to see that and be like, wow, this guy went to a lot of trouble to tell me why he wants to go to the school, right? So personalization is always a good thing. Don't feel like you have to do it for 20 to 40 schools, like all the schools on your target list. But if there's a couple schools at the top of your list, this is definitely a good idea to do. You want to keep it under 30 seconds, right? So you don't need to ramble on and on. Keep it professional and keep it engaging for coaches, right? Just key information and then get on to the good stuff. Selecting your best highlights. Choose clips that demonstrate your strengths, athleticism, and versatility, right? Highlight skills specific to the coach's needs, if possible, right? So if you know by talking to the coach that they have a specific need for a specific type of athlete on their team and you feel like you fit the bill well, select highlights that kind of showcase that fit. Quality over quantity, right? Focus on impactful plays, not just filler footage, right? Find the best highlights, and that's where it goes back to just getting a lot of volume, right? So that you can have the best chance to capture your best moments. Video structure, it's pretty simple. Hook coaches immediately with your best plays up front is what I always recommend. 3 to 5 minutes, generally aim for 15 to 30 high impact moments from competitions, depending on the sport, right? So if you're in track and field or swimming, you're probably not going to need quite this many. If you're in like football or basketball, you're probably going to want to show more context. Consider including some training clips as well, right? Coaches really like to see training footage. The more context you can give them, the better off your chances are going to be. A few filming tips for you guys, just basic. Best angles, capture the full action for team sports, right? So ideally a parent up in the stands with a tripod is going to be great. Highlight form for individual sports. So just make sure that your technique is being captured very clearly for individual sports. Stability, use a tripod for steady footage, of course. Lighting, you want to use natural light wherever possible. Position yourself facing the light source for quality, right? Lighting can go a long way in making video look a lot more professional. Like even personally speaking, in my own little home studio where I'm filming this now, I recently invested in some, pretty high level lighting kits. Not that you need this for your introductory clip or anything, because I thought for a long time that my phone camera was the problem. I'm filming this on my phone right now, and I thought, I need to invest in a better camera to get a nice crisp, like cinematic look. But then I improved my lighting and I got amazing footage on my camera, right? So the lighting can make a big difference on the professionalism of a video. Audio, you want to shoot intros on non-windy days, and I will tell you, it's definitely worth the money to get an external Bluetooth mic on Amazon. They're very cheap. It's going to give you very clear audio. And again, it's just another little tip that makes it more professional. And it's not necessarily going to be a make or break thing from getting a scholarship offer or not. But if you shoot a really solid video and a coach sees it, they're going to be very impressed by that, right? So it's certainly not going to hurt you. And for as cheap as Bluetooth mics are now, it makes a big difference in the audio quality if you're talking on camera. Editing basics. Use simple software like iMovie for quick edits on your phone or your Mac. iMovie is a great program, very easy to use. I think it comes free with most Mac products. Add basic titles with the event, name, date, and stats for clarity. Use graphic markers if you're in a team sport, arrows, circles to identify yourself in the footage, keeping the focus on your performance. If you're individual, like in track and field, in a field event, definitely, it's going to be very easy to tell who you are. But if you're in a team sport, you definitely want to identify yourself. Let's talk about how you distribute your video. YouTube is a great way to do it. Easy sharing, universal access. Everyone uses it. You can put it unlisted or listed. Totally up to you. YouTube is what I used for distribution of my video. Google Drive is another great option. Universal storage. Everyone uses Google. It's going to work well for them. Essentially, you want distribution options that everyone uses, right? Because then it limits the possibility of running into technical difficulties. So you upload it onto one of these platforms. You can send that link directly in an email. We're going to talk about that later, but also include it. A hyperlink on your athletic resume is a very powerful tool. Include the video link in your resume, like I said, and emails to coaches for easy access. And now I just thought it'd be interesting. I'm going to show you guys my highlight video that I sent to coaches when I was being recruited that got me Division I offers, full ride offers. Now, I didn't do everything perfectly. Like for one, I didn't do an introductory clip because, I didn't have everything in the framework that I'm working through now, and I have improved my own framework for you guys to make it more valuable. But I did do some things right. And with the editing, I'm going to show you how that all looks in my highlight video. So here we are, Joseph Maxwell. See basic information first. So my birthday, my event, the date, name of the championship, location, and date. So look, nice steady angle. It was on a tripod. There are my stats. My dad was filming that one. Again, championship name, date, nice clear angle. You can clearly see my technique. There's the stats so that they know how far I threw. And there was an Ontario record. So you can include key stats like that as well. Then another one, this is discus from the same championship. So showing I have some versatility in multiple events. Again, the stats. Canadian National Championships this was. So I didn't get any video because my parents weren't able to travel to that one. So I just put the stats and an image from that championship. And then just my overall personal best at the end. Okay, so very straightforward with the video highlights, right? Like I didn't do any super fancy editing, but the shots were clear, they were stable, and they got the point across. And that's all you have to do with your highlight video. I will say if you're unsure of where to start with your highlight video editing, I do offer professional highlight video editing within College Athlete Academy Pro. I work with an editor to create a really professional looking product. So again, it's not going to be a make or break necessarily, but it is going to make a big difference in your chances. Okay, so summary of today's video. Athletic resume is a well-organized resume document that keeps your information accessible and leaves a big professional impact on coaches. Your highlight video, you want to focus on quality over quantity, capture impactful moments, and ensure clarity in your video. Social media, treat profiles as extensions of your resume, keep them professional and updated so that they can help you and not hurt you. Proactive outreach, control your recruiting journey by sharing your materials, your resume and your video, and reaching out to coaches directly, right? You want to take control of things. Goal is to build a unified brand that showcases your talent, work ethic, and potential value to a team down the road. And our quote for today from George Bernard Shaw, don't wait for opportunity, create it, right? And building your brand with a resume and a highlight video is a key way for you to create opportunity, right? You don't want to wait for coaches to find you. You need to build out all the materials and then go out and proactively reach them and secure yourself an offer. Reminders as always, if you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. And if you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. It would mean a lot to me. Link is in the description for that. Super quick and easy. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. You can also follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA. I post exclusive content on those platforms. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions. It's called College Athlete Academy. It's on a platform called School. Super easy to join. You just put your email in and you can have access to a host of resources to help your recruiting journey that you're not going to find on other platforms. Tell you a little bit about Inside College Athlete Academy. So there's the free version, right? And then there's also the pro version where you get more one-on-one time with me and the ability to tailor the content in the community to your specific recruiting journey and answer your specific questions. So you get a lot more hands-on help within the pro version, but there's also a free version for you to check out as well. So the full athletic scholarship masterclass, proven strategies to secure scholarships. I'm giving half of it away for free on YouTube and in the free community. The other half is inside the pro community. Professionally edited highlight reel. Like I mentioned, I work with editors to showcase your talent to college coaches. Weekly live Q&A sessions, so direct access to me, expert advice. I've been doing this a long time. I know how the recruiting process works. proven coach outreach strategies. So I have templates. I will also coach you one-on-one of how you can reach out effectively, how you should communicate on the phone and in person, just the email scripts that are going to get you the most responses. So effective methods to connect with coaches, a motivated athletic community, so support and inspiration from peers and mentors, families who are going through the same process you are. There's also former athletes, current college athletes, so just the whole ecosystem, right? And a big pool that you can draw from to help you in your own journey, not just get a scholarship, but ultimately be a successful athlete and person as well. And then we also provide a professionally crafted athletic resume. You guys saw the template. This highlights your achievements to stand out to college coaches. Final thing, I wrote a book. It's called the Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. It's similar to this masterclass, but I go into a lot more detail in some sections. You can get a free PDF copy, like an ebook copy within the free community. Also, if you're old school and you like paper books, you can buy a copy on Amazon. I also send you a complimentary copy in the pro community of this book. I would highly recommend you at least download this, follow through as you work through the masterclass. That's going to help you retain a lot of the information that I'm sharing in this masterclass. That is it for this video, guys. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. So we've laid a great foundation. We've gone through the activities to select your target school and to build your brand. Now it's time to start connecting with coaches. So I'm super excited to welcome you to the topic of video number 3 in module 2, which is communicating with coaches. If you haven't completed the other steps that we went through earlier in this module, I would encourage you to stop this video and make sure you go back and complete those things, because you can't really effectively communicate with coaches until you've selected the coaches that you want to reach out to, and until you've done some of the branding activities that we went through earlier. Those things are built to make this communication as effective as it possibly can, right? Because we want engaged responses from coaches. We're not just checking a tally and sending off a bunch of emails. We are getting engaged responses that will lead to visits and lead to offers. So with that said, let's jump in and go over a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. So communicating with coaches. We're going to talk about how you can utilize your own network currently to leverage connections to stand out in the process. We're going to talk about the importance of attending camps and getting exposure, showcasing your skills in real life and just how effective that can be. We're going to talk about questionnaires and emails, how if you're not able to make contact in person first, how making first contact with standout emails, how you can do that most effectively to get the highest response rate possible. Then we're going to talk about social media and follow-ups. So building connections and the importance of persistence throughout the process. It's a big one. Then we're going to talk about phone calls and staying in touch. So strengthening relationships and providing ongoing updates for coaches as you finish off your high school career. So using your network, that's a good place to start. You want to leverage connections that you already have whenever possible. A trusted endorsement from someone who knows you, who has worked with you, can significantly boost your credibility with college coaches. Take my example. I had a mentor, Rob. I've mentioned him briefly on this masterclass. He knew the coach at Tennessee because he'd actually hired him to work privately one-on-one with his son. So he had a really good relationship with him. He reached out to the coach at Tennessee. First, he told me about him, how great of a coach this was. And then he reached out to the coach at Tennessee, told him about me. This helped me secure a response when I finally personally reached out to the coach at Tennessee, right? Because he already knew who I was. He'd heard some good things from someone who he respected, who he had worked with before, who was my mentor, Rob. So very thankful to Rob to this day for helping me form that connection at Tennessee. So the takeaway is connections open doors. Don't underestimate the value of your network in recruiting. So a couple tips to utilize this idea of utilizing your own network. You want to identify key connections first. So think of anyone who could provide an introduction. So this could be a high school coach you've worked with. It could be a mentor, a teacher, anyone who has a connection to a college program. Doesn't even have to be a connection to your individual event coach. Just someone connected to that team or that school who can make an introduction. That's going to be a heck of a lot more effective than reaching out with a cold email, right? Introductions always do well, right? And it goes hand in hand with finding a job too, right? If you can have someone to vouch for you, someone to put in a good word for you, you're a lot more likely to get the job than just sending out a cold application with your resume. Ask for support, right? Don't hesitate to ask them to reach out to college coaches on your behalf, these connections, if they're willing to do so, right? I think one of the keys to success in life is strengthening your ask muscle. I heard it explained that way in a recent book I read, and that's a concept that has really resonated with me because most of us are very reluctant to ask people for help. I know I certainly am, and I think it's, we don't want to bother people. We don't really want to put ourselves out there because sometimes we don't think our ventures or our problems are important enough to trouble other people with. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. Most people want to help you. In fact, they will be honored when you ask them for their help, right? And if they're not, they'll let you know. And that's totally okay because by asking, you haven't lost out on anything. So whether it's getting a scholarship, finding a job, getting a raise, starting a business, you're going to need help from other people. The way you get that help is you ask them. So start asking, guys. Start working on that muscle, and it's going to benefit you a lot in the long run. Your story matters, right? So when you're asking, share why their endorsement would be meaningful to you. Personal connections go a long way, right? So when you're asking for something, just share, hey, this would mean so much to me. I know you know this coach. It would mean so much to me if you made a connection. This is what I'm trying to do. This is how hard I've worked on it. Could you please help me out? There are very few people who will not jump on board and do everything they can to help you if you phrase it that way. Attending camps is the next thing I want to talk about, making an in-person connection whenever possible when communicating with coaches. The in-person advantage. Camps let you introduce yourself face-to-face to coaches, making a stronger impression than emails alone. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time that either you were ignored from a text or an email that you sent, or you got a text or an email and you ignored it or forgot to respond? Probably happens all the time, right? It happens to me all the time. We forget, we're busy. Doesn't even mean we don't want to talk to the person, but we may just forget to respond to them. Well, let me ask you a similar question. When was the last time you ignored someone who came up to you face to face and said hi and introduced themselves? I bet you've never done that. And I bet that's never happened to you, maybe once if the person was just really angry at you for some reason. But it probably hasn't happened. That's never happened to me, right? Because it's much more difficult to ignore someone who's right in front of you face to face than an email message you get, right? They're two very different modes of communication. So I want you to keep that concept in your brain as we work through this section. When you're attending camps, I want you to start with target schools. Not all of them, not all 20 that you organized in the list, but aim for camps at your top 2 safe schools and top 2 optimistic schools, prioritizing the schools that you're serious about, right? Because it's not feasible to travel to 20 camps, and that's not what I'm asking you to do. That's a little unnecessary, to be totally honest. So just pick 2 on each side, get out to 4 campuses, maybe a few more if there's a few locally that you can get to easily. Preparation. You want to research the coach at the school that you're visiting, know their background, know a little bit about their athletes, look at a picture of them so you can recognize them from a crowd, and then introduce yourself directly when you arrive. Now, you want to pick a good time to introduce yourself to the coach. Don't do it when they're coaching their athletes. Don't do it when they're talking to someone else. But if you find them in the stands or just, hanging around the track or the field and they don't really seem to have too much going on, go up and approach them and introduce them yourself. And it really doesn't have to be complicated, guys. Just reach out and say, hey, this is my name, this is where I'm from, and I'm really interested in learning more about your program and potentially competing for the school. Would you be open to more of a conversation? They're probably going to ask for your stats and your PRs. Ideally, you end that conversation grabbing their email or their phone number so you can follow up with them after. And I guarantee that conversation is going to go very well. The worst that can happen is they say, hey, you're not quite at a level that we're looking for right now, but if you reach this level, then we'd be happy to have a conversation, right? That's the worst thing that could happen. Best case is you open up a conversation and you may be able to organize an official visit from it. So choosing the right camps. Prioritize your targets, aim for 2 safe schools and 2 optimistic schools with manageable travel. So ideally, these are close to the top of your list, but if they're local to your house too, and it's somewhere you can easily drive because you're going to have to pay your own way going to these camps, then that's totally okay too, right? They don't necessarily have to be the top of your list right now. The important thing is just getting on campus and making some connections because you never know where these things are going to lead. Register early for these camps. Camps fill up quickly, especially at bigger top schools. So you want to secure your spot as early as possible. You can do this on the website, a quick Google search, and you'll have all the information, the dates, payment details, location that you're going to need to get there. School proximity, like I said, you can't attend all 20 target schools, so prioritize schools that are nearby or ones with strong programs in your sport. So don't necessarily let location be a limiting factor, and if you have financial means to travel a few states over to attend a camp at a top school that's a really good school that you really want to go to, I promise you it's going to be worth the effort to get on campus, right? So don't let location be a factor that keeps you away. Making an impression at camps. How do you do that? So, like I said, I already walked you through this, but we can go over it again quickly. Introduce yourself. Hey, coach, my name is Joe Maxwell. I came here because I'm interested in competing for your school. That's a great way to start the conversation. Don't overthink it. Just get out there and introduce yourself. Be genuine but concise. Keep it professional. Don't take up a ton of their time. They're going to be busy at these events, so just mention your interest in the program. Thank them for their time, and just mention your PRs and your key stats and kind of some things that you do well. Sell yourself a little bit and take advantage of this opportunity. Follow up promptly, right? So you want to grab their cell phone number, their email later on that day, or certainly the next day at the latest. Send a quick text message or an email expressing appreciation for the conversation. And ideally from that message, you set up a follow-up phone call like, hey, is there a time where we could have a longer conversation about what the next steps might be with this relationship, right? You always want to be setting next steps, right? It's the same principle in sales and business. You never want to end the meeting without a clear outline of what's coming next. This is the exact same thing that you want to do in your communication with coaches. Benefits of attending camps and showcases. Increased exposure, competing at championships or university-hosted events can get you noticed. It will get you noticed, right? Because there's a lot of college coaches, and even if there's not a ton of college coaches, there's going to be definitely a lot of high school coaches. They may have connections to high school coaches or to college coaches rather. So you never know where connections are going to lead, right? It's a very small network, the coaching world is. So if you make a connection in one place, it very well could lead to a connection in another place that could really benefit you. So I want to share a little bit about my story in Michigan, right? So I've told this briefly on the show before, but I drove over 10 hours to compete at a championship and to take an unofficial visit at a Division II school in Michigan. Being from Northern Ontario, this was one of the closest NCAA schools that I could attend, and this coach was actively recruiting me. This experience brought me face-to-face with several college coaches because they were all there, and although I didn't end up going to any of those schools, they were all Division II schools, one of the coaches there had a connection with a Division I coach at the University of Virginia, which was a school I was really targeting at that point. It was one of my top schools. He introduced me to that coach, and I hadn't been able to get a hold of that coach yet. But after I got the introduction from the coach at Grand Valley State, I then got pretty well an immediate response from the coach at Virginia, right? It was like the next day. So it just goes to show you making a connection with someone who knows a coach can result in more engaged responses. And this is what you want at this early stage. You're just trying to get as many responses from coaches as possible. So be proactive, right? Seek out events that could give you valuable exposure, even if they require travel, even if they're not at your target school, because you never know where those connections are going to lead. Questionnaires, that's the next topic that I want to talk about. So the purpose of questionnaires, most college programs use questionnaires to gather important recruit information efficiently. It's usually laid out in a way where they have all the information that they need to see that then you fill out. The benefits, you can show genuine interest and help coaches organize details on you as a recruit, right? And it's kind of a good way that you're showing that you're following their process, because a lot of times if you reach out to a coach, they'll respond, hey, thanks for reaching out. Could you please fill out this questionnaire, right? It's just the first process in their intake of athletes, right? It gets through all the basic information that they need to know about you to consider bringing you on the team. Thoroughness matters on the questionnaires. So there usually is some boxes where you can write text, right? Like it's not just all multiple choice or check boxes. So you want to highlight achievements, academic performance, any leadership roles that you've had throughout high school. This is a time where you can sell yourself. The next topic I want to talk about is organizing your coach contacts, right? Before we get much further, organization is very important. So building your contact list, you want to use the athletic website to find relevant coaches' emails, social media handles. Those might not be in the website, but you can usually find those with a quick search on Instagram. And then you want to use a program called Trello to help you track your coach communication. And I'll tell you, as I was going through this, I initially had this as just a spreadsheet, and a spreadsheet will certainly work for tracking, but I'm going to walk you through what Trello looks like. And man, it is such a useful software, so much more effective than a spreadsheet for tracking communication. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in a minute. So with Trello, you can record coaches' names, emails, roles, social media, and communication status. You can move the coach around depending on what status they're in so that you know if you need to take action or not. So it's a very effective software. Bottom line, you just want to stay organized, right? You need to track where you're at with each connection, what you need to do, whether it's your first outreach or follow-up or you've gotten an offer and everything in between. It's very important to track and stay organized. So I'm going to take you over to Trello and I'm going to show you how you can utilize that tool to stay organized. Okay, so we're in Trello. This is a web-based software. It's just Trello.com. You can join it for free. It's very intuitive, very easy to use. So what you do is you create a board. So this is what we're in now. We're in a board. I have called it coach tracking right here. And then you create different stages in the board. So in this case, I have an interested stage. So say this is a coach that's interested in you or you're interested in them, but no communication has been made yet. You haven't sent any emails or anything. Emailed, all the coaches you've emailed, all the coaches that you've had a phone call with or you have a scheduled phone call with. Visit scheduled, so you've ideally had a phone call and you've scheduled either an unofficial or an official visit. Finally, or not finally, but visit complete and follow up. So you've done the visit, you're following up, you're trying to secure an offer. That's what that stage is. And then offer secured here. So what I've done just as an example, these are fictitious coach names, real universities. As you can tell, I've inputted 20. So you can imagine your 20 target school list into various stages, right? The nice thing about Trello is you can move things around to different stages. So Coach Jennings, let's say I sent Coach Jennings an email. I'm going to put him into the emailed section and then I can click into that card, it's called, and then see there's activity tracking in here. So I can go and say emailed on, let's say November 26th, 2024. And then I'll save that. And then it's saved to his file. So I know as I work through these, like I'll go to another one, Coach Whitaker. Look, I emailed him today as well. So I know, hey, I can wait a couple weeks, send him a follow-up email if I don't hear back from him, right? So having activity, you can put notes in the description as well to keep track of that. So it's just a very effective thing, right? So say phone call, I just got off the phone with Coach Wallace and I've scheduled a visit. I'm putting him over here. Oh, look, Coach Kerr sent me an offer today. So I'm going to move it from follow-up to offer secured, right? And it is such an effective way to keep track of all your communication. Please start using Trello. It's going to be a game changer as you start reaching out to coaches. Okay, let's talk about email. We've done questionnaire, we've done in-person connection. Let's talk about how you can effectively email. First thing, you want an attention-grabbing subject line. So something usually pretty straightforward, just athlete introduction, your name, right? So it tells them what it is. The biggest thing with writing emails, you don't have to think about it as like marketing copywriting, right? Like it doesn't have to be really pop out necessarily. The main thing with writing emails to coaches is you want them to be concise and you want to convey all the information that the coach is going to need as quickly as possible because coaches are busy. They're usually only going to scan an email. So if you send, 1,000 words, they're not going to read the whole thing, right? You need important information close to the top, concise as possible. So include key stats, briefly mention personal best or key stats in the email body for quick reference, even in the first sentence, right? You got to get this across as early as possible. It's the most important thing. You want to attach your resume and your highlight video so you can make it easy for coaches by linking your highlight video and attaching your resume with all the relevant information. So after you include your personal best or your stats in that email, you can say, please see my athletic resume attached and my highlight video. Please let me know if you have any questions or would you be open to a follow-up conversation, right? You always leave it open-ended. You always ask a question at the end so that it prompts a response from them. Personalizing your email, very important. Research the coach and program before you reach out and reference something specific like recent achievements or team culture, something about their coaching style that you like, right? It has to be personalized to that school. Please do not send out mass emails, the exact same email to dozens of coaches. They're going to know you're just copying and pasting. Heck, I interviewed a coach recently and he told me that he got an email and the greeting was to the wrong name, right? Because the kid hadn't even bothered to change the name or he forgot to change the name. So don't be that guy. Make sure everything's personalized. Double check it's the right name. You have to double check emails, right? Because it comes across very bad and you're almost guaranteeing no response if it's just some generic thing. Certainly if there's a mistake on a name, right? You have to be getting people's names right. So example from my experience, mentioning my mentor's praise for the Tennessee coach helped me stand out and helped me secure a response, right? And I'm going to show you that in a minute. You want to show genuine interest, right? Personal touches show that you've done your homework and you aren't sending a generic message, right? So if you have a personal connection with the coach through someone that you know, mention that, but just do some research and find something specific about that coach or that school that you like and make sure to mention that specific thing. Social media is the next thing I want to talk about. It's a great alternative to email. You can send direct messages on Instagram. That's probably your best bet. Most coaches are very active on Instagram, especially if you can't find an email. That's a good option. Brief and professional on social media, even more brief than you are on email, although the message will be very similar. Key stats, position, interest in the program, and you can send a link to your resume and your video link. Just upload it to, Google Drive would be fine, and then you can send that link on Instagram. My approach. So reaching out through Facebook to the Tennessee's coach led to a quick response within a couple minutes and ultimately led to me securing a visit. Don't be afraid to get creative and trying new ways to connect with coaches if you're not getting responses from email. And now I'm going to show you the exact text thread that I had with the coach at Tennessee on Facebook that led to my offer. I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I want to give you the most value possible and show that this is legit. I know what I'm talking about. I've been through it. I'm going to show you every part of that conversation, some of the things I did well, some of the things that I would do differently, just so you can get an idea of what communication with coaches actually looks like. Let's do that now. Okay, so here we are. I'm in Facebook. I can't believe I'm showing you this, guys, but I think it's very important. So here's my initial message. Hello, Mr. Newell. I don't know why I said Mr. Like in hindsight, I should have just said Coach Newell, but I didn't really know that coaches were addressed that way. I was 16 years old at this time. So look, name, age, location, personal bests in the first sentence. That's something I did really well. Just get the important information across. Some rankings too, that's relevant. Why I'm interested. There's the personalization, and then an open-ended question. Are you the person to talk to about this? I should have known, like the coach is the person to talk to. I didn't know it at that time. So I would have just said, would you be open to talking further? Or could you pass along your phone number and we have a phone conversation? That would be a better open-ended question. Stay polite, concise, obviously. And look, right away he gets back to me. Joe, I'm the guy to talk to. Thanks for reaching out. Look forward to getting to know you, coach. That was awesome. That was like my first response from a big time Division I coach, and it really felt good. So I was happy to get that in the bag. Look, sent some more emails, some more information, some video links to my video highlights. Then he sends his phone number with me not even asking. We had some great phone calls based off of that in the evenings, at least 2 or 3 phone calls within the next month. Scheduled a time. He said, call me anytime. And then didn't hear anything from him for a while, but this was just me updating him on relevant information. So again, don't be afraid if you're not getting responses, right? Look at this. It's 5 messages without any response. And this is a place where I signed on a scholarship. So don't be afraid to follow up, right? It took me a lot of follow-up sometimes to get a hold of this coach because they're very busy, right? So look, hey, just checking in. This is what I'm doing. Are you available for a chat? Understand you're busy. Just wanted to follow up with you. Some more video, recent performance updates. Look, he reached out after World Juniors or World Youth Championships, wanted to congratulate me. Thank you for that. And then from there, we're just coordinating visits, some academic information. And then look, it's more of a back and forth dialogue at this point as his interest is building. And then, it's just more academic information, some more updates, logistical stuff, some updates on championships, some video. I actually think this one here, give me a call when you get a chance. I knew that was serious. I think that was him calling with his revised offer that I actually secured. So that was a big deal too, right? So there, another update on a championship. And ultimately, I've secured my offer and these later messages. So the point being, you have to be very persistent with follow-ups, right? Like I have showed you everything. This is legit the exact messaging that got me a full ride Division I scholarship, right? And it took a lot of persistence, but it's making that connection initially, being concise, sharing relevant information, and then sending frequent updates. So with video and with stats, as you improve, you want these coaches to know about that because that might result in a better offer down the road. And then eventually it's just going to be some logistical stuff like figuring out your visit, figuring out the academics, all that. But hopefully this is helpful for you guys seeing what communication with a Division I coach actually looks like. And on that note, let's talk about the importance of follow-ups, right? You saw I had to do it a lot to get that nailed down. So follow-ups matter because coaches are busy and they're going to miss your initial message quite likely, right? Because they get dozens of messages every single day. So it's easy for it to get lost in the cracks. And they're incredibly busy people too. So don't get discouraged if you don't hear back. You can try an alternate platform. So if your first message was email, try social media follow-up. Just reference your email. Hey, coach, just checking in if you got my email, and vice versa, right? If you DM him, send him an email, and then reference your past message. So my story, like I said, follow-ups to my coach at Tennessee led to the connection that changed my recruiting path, secured me a scholarship to my dream school, right? If I hadn't followed up all those times, I wouldn't have gotten the offer. So you need to follow up, guys. It's one of the most important things with communication. Concise and follow up a lot. Follow-up phone call. Let's talk about talking on the phone. I know you guys might be terrified of that, but the phone is a very powerful tool. If you get a coach's number, that's the goal, right? From emails, you want to get a coach's number. You saw I did it in the Facebook messages there. You then want to set up a time to chat on the phone. Ideally, coordinate a specific time that you both agree to, so they can't say, "Oh, I'm too busy" or whatever. Like, set aside some time, right? Because you're going to want a good 30 minutes at least, if not an hour, to get to know the coach and learn more about the school. So set aside some time. When you call, if you get voicemail, you say something brief, just, "Hey coach, this is Joe Maxwell. Just calling to follow up on my email," or just calling to chat a little bit more about the school and tell you more about myself. If you could please give me a call back, I would really appreciate it, right? So just very brief, very professional, very polite, and then see what happens. If you don't get a call back, you can always follow up with another text or an email after that. If the coach answers, you want to introduce yourself, confirm they're available to talk. You don't have to do this if you've already scheduled a time to talk. Briefly share your interest in the program, reiterate your stats, why you're interested, what makes you special, and then you want to ask some really good questions. And I just want to say too, if you have a fear of the phone, which a lot of people do, I know I did when I was a kid, I did until very recently actually, but a helpful framework is to think of it like a tough workout, right? Getting on the phone is very uncomfortable at first, but it's a game changer for your recruiting journey, and it's going to get you closer to your goals, right? So I never liked doing a heavy set of squats. It was brutal. And I knew I came close to passing out sometimes, but I knew it was getting me closer to my goal. That's how you have to think about the phone. Like, sure, it's a little uncomfortable to get on the phone. It's maybe not a natural mode of communication or whatever, but it's getting you much, much closer to your goal of a scholarship. So just look at it as a tough workout that you have to get through, and it's going to get you a lot closer to securing that deal, right? So the structure of your first phone call. Prepare some talking points beforehand. This is a very effective technique. So you don't, this can help you with the awkwardness too, just so you know ideally how you want the conversation to go, and it'll flow naturally as well. But make some talking points, right? So there aren't those awkward silence periods. So you know what you want to cover, right? So have your key stats, achievements, and the reason for your interest in the program ready in bullet point form that you can talk off of. Ask engaging questions too. Once you've covered the basics, you want to show curiosity in the program with thoughtful answers like, what qualities do you look for in successful athletes on your team? How would you describe your coaching style and your approach to athlete development? Could you give me a sense of what the training schedule looks like in season and off season and how those things differ? What are the main goals and expectations for the team over the next few years? Asking questions like these are going to show that you're interested, right? They're going to love that you've thought through and that you're asking good questions like these, but it's also going to give you useful information to see if you're a fit for the program, right? Because I guarantee these coaches are evaluating if you're a fit for their team, but you need to evaluate if the coach is a fit for you, right? This is a two-way thing, right? It's not just about you being a fit for the school. The coach has to be a fit for you. And if you hear something in these answers that doesn't seem to align with what you're looking for, take note of that. And then maybe it's time to look at another option, right? So you're giving yourself useful information. It's serving two purposes, these questions. Ideally, you want to end your phone call by requesting an official visit, right? So if the conversation goes well, play it by ear. Ask if the coach would be willing to schedule an official visit. This may happen on the first or second phone call. I think I asked about a visit on the second phone call, or coach may have even brought that up himself, like, hey, it would be great to get you on campus. This is usually the next step after you make that phone call, right? So it's generally email or in person at a camp, phone call, schedule a visit. That's the progression of how things work. Handling no from a coach, very important. Getting comfortable with rejection, not just in recruiting, but in life in general. It is going to happen sometimes. Don't take it personally, guys. If a coach says no, it doesn't mean that they don't see your potential, right? Ask for feedback, right? Politely ask what level of results they would need to consider having you on the team, right? Because if you get anything but positive feedback from a coach or you don't get a response from a coach, two things are happening. Either they don't have money for you right now, right? It's not in their budget, or your results just aren't quite what they're looking for in a recruit right now. And both are okay, right? Because money can change, right? Like athletes sometimes can decommit and then money can open up, but you can also improve too because you're a very young athlete. And when you're young, you improve very easily. That's the advantage you have. So ask them, hey, what would you need to see from me to consider having me on the team, right? They're going to be very frank and honest with you. Most coaches are very direct, honest people. So just ask them for feedback and even ask them, hey, in what you've seen in my technique, if you've sent them video, what are some things I might work on, right? In my body composition, how can I improve? How do you think I can get to those results? And they're going to give you some very honest feedback that you can then pass on to your high school coach. And even if you don't end up going to that school still, the feedback you're getting is going to help you secure an offer at another great school. So set new targets. Use their feedback as motivation to keep working and potentially revisit down the line. But again, if you don't end up signing at the school, it's totally okay. You can move on and pursue other options as well. Maintaining regular communication. You saw this in my Facebook chats. It's a very important piece. Keep coaches updated. So you want to share progress, new personal best, and key competition results periodically, right? And I would send this every month or two when I had a big update to share. I didn't always get a response, but I knew the coach was reading them and he was saying like, oh, that's really cool. Joe's improving a lot. It improves your image in the mind of the coach when they see constant communication, not constant, but fairly frequent communication and improvement. That's the key. Don't reach out just to chat. Reach out when you have meaningful updates to share, and the coach is going to really appreciate that. Video updates are very powerful, right? So I was good about getting a lot of video of my competitions, and I would send it to the coach. Anytime I threw a new personal best, I would send him the stat and the video so he could review my technique, right? And he would even give me some pointers on technique too, some things I could get better at that I passed on to my high school coach. So attach recent performance videos to emails or text to showcase your continued growth and improvement. Very powerful tool. Consistency shows improvement, right? So frequent updates help reinforce your interest in the mind of the coach and build rapport over time. With the caveat, like I said, don't reach out for no reason. Reach out when you have a meaningful update, mainly a new personal best or a really great achievement to share with the coach. And sometimes if you perform really well at a high profile meet, they may even reach out to you if they're really interested. Like you saw that towards when I secured the visit from Tennessee, the coach there reached out to me, right? He reached out because he saw my results and that really meant a lot to me. Keeping multiple options opened. You want to avoid tunnel vision when you're communicating with coaches. Don't eliminate schools too early. Keep communication open with all interested coaches. The more options you have, the better off you're going to be. Benefits of having safe options. Backup options can reduce stress and give you leverage when negotiating your offer, right? Because you know you have some offers in the pocket. Even if a school is your top choice, you don't necessarily need an offer there because you have some other things lined up. That's always an advantage in business and with sports scholarships. My experience with this is I communicated with a Division II school early and I kept the lines of communication open as long as I could. This provided security and backup during the recruiting process because I knew I had that option in my back pocket. I knew I could secure a substantial scholarship there. I knew I had that option. And although I didn't really want to go there, it was still helpful peace of mind to have that safe school available. So, summary of this video today. You want to fill out questionnaires, complete all recruiting questionnaires for your target school. It shows that you're following the process, but you don't stop there. Send follow-up emails, reach out with a personalized email a week or so after submitting a questionnaire, follow up on it, reference the questionnaire. Follow up as needed. If no response, send a second message or make a phone call within a week or two. Again, schedule calls and visits. Use initial conversations to set up phone calls and arrange for campus visits. That's the goal of the communication, is to get on campus. Consistent updates. So periodically share your achievements with coaches to build rapport. Quote for today, Jim Rohn: "The fortune is in the follow-up," right? And this is so good because in anything you're doing, if it's business, if you're asking someone for a favor, if you're trying to get a scholarship and build a connection with a coach, chances are you're not going to get it the first time you reach out or the first time you ask. But if you follow up, you vastly improve your chances of getting there, right? So get over your fear of bothering people and just get out there and start following up, because I guarantee it's not going to hurt you. And more likely than not, it is absolutely going to help you on your journey. As always, a couple reminders wrapping up this video. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. It just helps me get it out to more people. If you're really loving it, please leave me a testimonial. I would love to hear how the content is helping you. Link in the description for that. It's super easy to submit. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA. I post exclusive content on all those platforms. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community where you can interact with other athletes and ask me questions. There's also tons of resources on that community you won't find elsewhere. It's on a great, easy-to-use platform called School, school.com/collegeathletes. Just enter your email and you'll be in seconds. It's totally free. I want to tell you a little bit more about what's inside that College Athlete Academy community. So the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass, right? The Masterclass you're watching now, you can access half of it for free in the free community and on YouTube. You can access the other half inside the premium paid community, right? So there's two different communities. You can try it out for free, no questions asked. Professionally edited highlight reel, right? So you can showcase your talent to top college coaches. I work with editors who specialize in sports highlight reel videos. You send me the raw footage, we will create you an amazing highlight video that's for sure going to grab the attention of college coaches. We do that in College Athlete Academy. We do weekly live Q&A sessions, so direct access to me, expert advice, so that we can tailor your recruiting strategy to your unique sport, your unique questions, and your unique goals. Proven coach outreach strategies, right? So I have in-depth email templates, a lot like what we talked about today, that you can use word for word almost to effectively connect with coaches and get responses. You saw I got responses. I secured an offer. I'm going to show you how to do the same. A motivated athlete community, right? It's probably the biggest thing. So support and inspiration from peers, families who are going through the same thing, current college athletes who've been through it, former college athletes who've been through the whole process. They're all there to support you guys, right? So take advantage of the community, and a professionally crafted athletic resume as well. So you highlight your achievements in order to stand out. It's part of the package that we offer with the highlight reel. So that's College Athlete Academy. The last thing, I wrote a book. It's called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. It's a legit book. It's about 50,000 words. I've spent months and months putting this together. It's similar to this masterclass, but I go into a lot more detail in certain sections. You can download a free copy in the free version of College Athlete Academy, a PDF ebook. It's nicely laid out. I would encourage you, go download this. Follow along as you watch this masterclass. It's going to help you learn more and retain more information. If you're old school and you like paper books, you also can buy a copy on Amazon. Link is in the description for that. That is it for this video, guys. Thank you again for checking it out, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back to the Athletic Scholarship Masterclass, guys. This is the last video of Module 2. We've laid some great groundwork. You've selected your target schools at this point. You've gone through some great brand building activities in order to make your coaching communication as effective as possible. At this point, you've reached out to some coaches and you have hopefully scheduled some campus visits. So in this video, we're going to dive into campus visits. It's a very exciting module. I had some amazing memories on all of my campus visits, and I'm excited for you to embark on that journey as well. So, like always, let's start with a quick overview of what we're going to cover in this video. So, like I said, Module 2, Video 4, campus visits. We're going to start by talking about the two types of visits. So understand the differences between unofficial and official visits and understand the value of utilizing each. Then we're going to talk about visit structure. So what you can expect from a typical visit, right, from campus tours all the way to meeting with coaches and everything else in between. I didn't have a great understanding of this when I was being recruited, just what visits were going to look like. So I think you're going to find this section very effective before you go and take your campus visits. Then we're going to talk about some key evaluation areas. So some key things that you need to be looking for so that you can accurately assess campus life, academics, and athletic facilities, and a number of different things as well, like team culture, coaching, all those things, with the goal of you making the right decision for your future and a place where you're going to be very happy that's going to set you up for long-term success. Like I said, we're going to talk about team culture, so how you can observe team dynamics, gauging how you might fit in with that team as you're seeing them in action. Then we're going to talk about some key questions. You can almost use these word for word, right? Just put them in your own words, but essential questions for coaches, advisors, and student athletes when you're on these visits, again, to determine if this is a place where you want to spend the next 4 to 5 years, if it's somewhere where you could see becoming home, right? Because that's a good school, a good college town is somewhere where you could see yourself being at home, right? So types of campus visits, that's where we're going to start. So the two main types. In the recruiting process, athletes can engage in unofficial and official visits, each serving distinctive purposes. Unofficial visits, funded by the athlete and their family, so you're going to fund this yourself, or your family is, you're allowed to take unlimited unofficial visits, and you can take them whenever you want to. So you can visit a campus unofficially in 6th or 7th grade if you want to. That's probably a little bit early, right? But hey, one of my pillars in this program has been starting early, so no criticism if you want to get a head start and you have a child who's a little bit younger. But, if you're a freshman or sophomore and you're not yet allowed to take official visits, it's a great time to take an unofficial visit. Like I know my 10th grade year, so I was a sophomore, that's when I started taking unofficial visits. And that really armed my family and myself with the information that we needed to go into the official visits, when it came a few years later, with a lot more information, and we were asking better questions just because of the information we'd gathered unofficially when the stakes were quite a bit lower. So these are ideal, like I said, for early exposure, especially during sophomore and junior years, even freshman year, right? If you want to get a head start. Official visits then. Official visits are university-funded trips. They're covered by the athletic department at the school. They cover meals, lodging, transportation, and usually some entertainment as well, like a football or basketball game. They'll usually show you a good time on campus so that your visit is very memorable. These official visits are no longer restricted by the NCAA in so much as you used to only be able to take 5. So when I was being recruited, you could only take 5 official visits. They've since revised that. You can take as many as you want, but there is still a set time frame you can start taking them, usually in the summer in between junior and senior year. It varies slightly sport to sport, but that's usually the time frame. They usually happen summer after grade 11 or early senior year, right? I took them the fall of my senior year. I took 3 total. I did them all in September of my 12th grade year. So unofficial visits, let's talk about those a little bit more and the purpose that they serve. Freedom and flexibility, that's the biggest advantage. So since you fund these visits, you can take as many as you want, offering early exposure without restrictions. You can take as many as you want, and you can take them whenever you want. Building familiarity. Starting early with unofficial visits helps you understand what different programs can offer, aiding decision-making later, right? So a big pillar of this program is information. The more that you can combat your ignorance, right? Because if you haven't been through this process, then you can't be expected to know all the ins and outs. And if you don't have all the necessary information, then you may make a choice that's not going to be ideal for you or your child's future. And we really don't want that. So the unofficial visits provide a low stakes environment where you can gain more information that's going to be very, very valuable for you later on. So coaches will tell you this too. Good coaches, I've interviewed them. They will say, unofficial visits are a great resource just to gain more information so that you have things to compare to when it comes to visiting other schools, right? You want a comparison point. Otherwise, you don't really know what you're looking at. Cost-efficient strategy. So you can save on costs because you have to fund these trips, remember, by visiting local schools or attending nearby camps close to where you live, where college coaches will be present, right? So even if the school is local in your state or a nearby state are not at the top of your list when we identified target schools, they're still worth visiting just because they're very easy to visit. The proximity is very important, and you never know who you're going to meet, right? The coach you meet there may know another coach who has a connection with the coach at your top school, right? So that's what I did, right? I visited a school in Michigan. It was still 10 hours away from my parents' house, but that was one of the closest NCAA schools that we could visit living in Northern Ontario, Canada. It wasn't a school at the top of my list, but I made some very meaningful connections. And in fact, the coach, he's since moved on to another school, but the coach who used to coach at that school has been a big factor in helping me build out this course material. So it just goes to show you that's 10 years down the road. You never know where these connections are going to lead, even if you don't end up attending the school. So making the most of unofficial visits, how can you do that? Well, the first tip is tie these unofficial visits into camps or championships, right? So if you know you're going to a university to attend a camp, which by the way, you should do, we did a previous video on the importance of in-person connection, tie it in with a whole unofficial visit, right? Reach out to the coach, let them know who you are, tie it in with a campus visit, talk to admissions, turn it into one whole package, right? Especially if you're driving, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours even, then you want to get the most bang for your buck and you want to be efficient. A way you can do that is by tying multiple things into one visit. Coordinate with admissions, like I said, schedule a campus tour through admissions to get a full feel of the campus life. If the coach likes you and you've already made a connection with the coach, which you ideally should try to do, let them know that you're going to be there. They will more than likely help you secure this campus tour with admissions. Like that's what happened to me at Grand Valley. The coach there was nice enough to get me in touch with admissions, scheduled a very nice campus visit that I did in conjunction with the high school championship that I attended, hosted by the university. You want to reach out to coaches, like I said beforehand. So contact the coaches at the schools you're planning to visit unofficially well in advance. Send them an email, give them a phone call, let them know who you are, let them know that you're planning to attend the school. Many will meet with you during the unofficial visits if they see potential in your performances, right? So if your performances are in line or very close to what they're looking for as far as team standards for athletes that they bring on their team, they're going to be very happy to meet with you, right? And this isn't about securing a scholarship offer yet. This is just about getting to know the coach, learning a little bit more about the process, and coaches by and large are happy to do that, right? If you don't really get much response to a coach when you reach out, chances are your results are just not quite what they're looking for yet. Don't be discouraged by that. Just go back to the drawing board, keep working and training, work with your high school coach, steadily improve, and you're going to see good results if you consistently keep that up. So, official visits now. Let's talk about it. It's a big one. These are university-funded experiences. Official visits are paid for by the school. They cover meals, lodging, entertainment, and transportation, like I mentioned. You want to plan to split your official visits between say 2 to 3 of your top safe schools and 2 to 3 of your top optimistic schools in order to get a balanced perspective. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, but you also don't want to play it too safe and risk not getting an offer at one of your top schools. Because I've said this before, Tennessee was one of my optimistic schools, but because I really reached for the stars on that one, I secured an offer at a top level school and enjoyed an amazing experience at a very well-funded, well-coached program because I was optimistic and I shot for a school that was maybe a little bit beyond my means. I'm very happy that I did that. That was definitely the right decision to do. Like I said, you're no longer limited to 5 official visits, but you're probably honestly not going to take a whole lot more than 5. I would say, 6 to 8 is about the max number of visits you're going to be able to take, honestly, because you're not going to want to do more than 1 per week, really, maybe 2 per week if you combine them into a road trip. That's what I did. We did 3 total official visits and we just did them all in one shot in a road trip. So that can be a more efficient way to do it. The schools will fly you out to campus as well if you would prefer that. It's a strategic opportunity, right? You want to use these visits to make meaningful comparisons across different programs and campuses. So that's why you need to visit a number of different schools, unofficially and officially, to give yourself more data points to compare these schools off of each other. Okay, building upon that idea of the strategic opportunity of official visits, let's talk more about the value of them. Official visits will allow you to experience campus life firsthand, interact with student athletes at the school, and see the facilities, right? So you're a high schooler, right? You haven't gotten to experience college yet. It's all pretty well imaginary and, based on videos you've seen and movies you've seen. But the official visit is really the first opportunity to get a sneak peek into what the college experience looks like, specifically the student athlete college experience. So it's a very valuable tool. It's a big learning opportunity, right? So each visit offers new insights, even for the schools that aren't your top choice, which will help you refine your preferences down the road. So you've done a lot of research. If you've built your target school list at this point, probably in the back of your mind, you have a few schools that are sitting at the top. They may stay that way after the visit. Like Tennessee was at the top of my list right from when I started recruiting, and it stayed that way because the visit confirmed everything that I had heard from mentors, everything that I'd researched. But your visits may reveal new information that change your preferences, and your schools may move around a little bit. So be open to having your mind changed based on what you're seeing on visits, because the visits are the biggest lever towards gathering information, because you can only determine certain things in person and ultimately making the right decision, right? They're going to be the biggest helping factor towards that. They're fun and insightful too, right? So you get to enjoy meals, social events, football games, VIP access to those games. Like I said, you get to walk on the field in a lot of cases and a lot more. It gives you a full sense of the school spirit and the team energy, right? So I have amazing memories of my visit, particularly the one at Tennessee. They really treat you right. They treat you to amazing meals. Like I said, you get to walk on the field at football games. It's really an overall incredible experience and something that I'm going to remember for the rest of my life. So enjoy them too, right? They are an opportunity that not many people get to experience, and a lot of people in your position would die for. Structure of official visits. How do they actually look like in practice? Well, first of all, you're going to have a student athlete host. So you're going to be paired with a member of the team who's recruiting you. They will show you the ropes, answer questions, and offer insight into daily team life. Usually, the coach will select one of their student athletes who best aligns with you to host you, right? Ideally, someone who maybe has something in common with you. So if the coach has gotten to know you a little bit, they're going to pair you with someone who they think will get along well with you. I will say my student athlete host at Tennessee, we instantly hit it off. We had a lot in common. We became best friends after I attended the school because he was only 1 year older than me. To this day, 8 to 9 years after my official visit, we're still best friends. He's still one of my best friends. I talk to him all the time. And it just goes to show you the importance and the value in the deep relationships that you're going to form through this process. This isn't just about sports. This isn't just about money. This isn't just about getting your college paid for, although those things are very cool and very important and will help you. This is about the lifelong friendships that you're building, and it starts in the official visits. And that's why this is such a exciting step for you. So you get comprehensive campus tours as well, right? So they organize this for you. You're going to see key facilities like training rooms, dorms, weight rooms, and academic buildings related to your major. So it's very comprehensive. You get to see everything on the school. You're going to have scheduled meetings with advisors and coaches. So scheduled meetings with academic advisors and coaches to offer insight into balancing academics and athletics, right? So you're going to meet with your event coach, of course. You're going to spend most of the weekend with them. You're going to meet the other event or position coaches. You're probably also going to have a sit-down meeting with just the head coach. That's usually how they structure it. In that case, that's when you tend to start to talk about what scholarship money might be available. Not to say they're going to give you an offer right away, although they might. I didn't get any firm offers on my visits, but we did start to set some expectations. And based on the questions we asked and how the conversation was going with the head coach at Tennessee, we knew we were on the right path financially, that they had some money available, that they were willing to invest in me. So that's what you can expect. Don't expect to get an offer necessarily, although it might happen, but they will start to talk about the particulars of their financial situation on this visit and get that ball rolling. As far as academic advisors, you're probably going to meet with a couple of people. Most schools will have an athletic academic advisor whose job it is to keep you on task and keep your grades up, make sure you're attending study hall, because most schools will require this for first-year students. You'll have to put in, I think it was 8 hours per week in the designated study hall area. Once you've hit a certain threshold of grades, usually it's a 3.0 GPA or better. In your second year, you don't have to attend study hall. You just do self-directed study after that. You'll probably meet with the athletic advisor for that, and also an academic advisor or a program director in your college in the major related that you want to study, right? And they're going to be able to answer questions more specific to your major and the program that you're considering taking. So what can you expect when you get on campus? Because a lot of you guys probably haven't seen a university campus yet, or certainly not this in depth. So you're going to have meals with team members, right? So you're going to dine with the team. They take you out for pretty much every meal. So you're going to spend a lot of time with your host. You'll probably go out with the coach at least once. You'll probably have a meal with the entire team if it's on a weekend. This is great because it gives you the opportunity to ask more questions and experience team culture in a more relaxed setting. So more one-on-one time, you get to see that team culture. An overnight stay, right? So they're either going to put you up in a hotel or on a campus dorm, usually staying with your student athlete host, providing an authentic taste of college life. And I will say, it's not always a foregone conclusion that they'll put you in the dorm. You usually have to request this. I had to ask for it at Tennessee. If the coach is open to it, make sure you ask. This is a very, very important point. You're going to get a much better sense of the team, a better sense of your student athlete host, a better sense of what it's like living in the dorms if you're able to stay in a dorm for at least one night, ideally 2 nights. So please, the NCAA allows this. If the coach and the team allow it, please go for this. It makes your visit way, way more valuable. Game day experience as well. So a lot of schools will coordinate visits around big football games or basketball games or something else going on campus to show you the campus spirit and the fan culture. I remember Tennessee took me to a football game. It wasn't even against a great team. Like, it wasn't a rivalry game, but it was still a packed stadium at Neyland, which is 102,000 people. I was shocked. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe how loud it was. I had never seen anything like that before. And honestly, that was one of the things that made me so fired up to go to Tennessee, was the passion of the fan base, right? And you actually, usually you get to walk right on the field. They give you a special VIP pass. You get to see all the players warming up, and you're surrounded by this incredible scenery and this, loud and boisterous fan base. So take advantage of the experience and enjoy it, because you're not going to get many more opportunities like that. Before I came to Tennessee, I didn't really know much about American football, but since that game and since my college experience, it's become my favorite sport. I watch the Tennessee Volunteers every time they play. I try not to miss a second of that game. So you're going to get to join a tribe and join a new fan base and be brought into the family. And it's an amazing experience, right? Like, I used to hate orange, or I didn't really care for orange before I attended Tennessee, but orange is, of course, our color. I love orange now. I have so much orange from all the athletic gear. My jersey in the background there, that's orange. I bleed orange now, right? So this is the opportunity you have with these official visits, is to start to dip your toes in the water of seeing what a fan base is like and seeing what tribe, what family you might want to join, right? Because that's what it is. It is a family, and that's the amazing thing about the NCAA and the American college experience, is the fan base and the new home that it forms for you. What to look for during visits, right? Let's get into the nitty-gritty here. Key areas to evaluate: campus life, academics, athletics during your visit to ensure the school is going to meet your needs. So remember, in an earlier video, I talked about how when you're selecting your target schools, you want to research every possible factor you can to determine that list. But I also mentioned that some of the factors you're not going to be able to determine until you get on campus. So by all means, keep notes from your research and refer to that as you're doing these visits. But when you're on the visits, like I said, you want to focus on all those things that you couldn't research, all the things that you really need to see in person, conversations that you need to have face to face before you can know totally what's going on. So campus layout, this is a big one to look for. How walkable is the campus? Is it easy to navigate? You want to look for proximity between key areas for you, like dorms, training facilities, lecture halls, off-campus apartments. You'll probably have to live in dorms for at least a year, but then you'll move off campus. You'll want some apartments nearby. Even if you have a vehicle, which I didn't my first couple years, parking on most campuses is a nightmare and it's expensive. You don't want to have to be driving around everywhere. You want things accessible by foot, a bicycle, or maybe even those electric scooters that I'm seeing kids driving around and crashing all the time. You want things to be very accessible. So the closer, the better, right? I heard about some campuses, I never visited them, but they would have like lecture halls and training facilities would be a 10 to 20 minute drive away. And I was like, I could never, ever do that, right? So you want to think about the little details. I was lucky that everything was within a 15-minute radius at Tennessee, from my farthest lecture halls to my dorm room to the training facilities. One thing I didn't consider that I probably should have during the visit is Knoxville is a very hilly area, right? There's a lot of hills on campus. So you're walking uphill a lot. It's very tiring. And the reality after I started school kind of started to set in that, man, it's actually really hot and sweaty and hard work to walk around all of these hills. And although that wouldn't have changed my decision, it could have been something that I had considered a little bit more on the visit. So these are the small details, the day-to-day things that are really going to contribute to your happiness on campus that you need to be paying attention to when you're visiting schools. Take a look at the overall environment too. Just ask yourself if this campus feels welcoming and if you can imagine spending 4 years at that location. 4 to 5 years is a long time, guys, and you don't want somewhere where you're going to be miserable. You're going to want somewhere that you feel like you can call home after a year or two. And like I said, you're going to get homesick no matter where you're going. This is a big transition. There's going to be a little bit of transplant shock, so to speak, no matter where you go. But imagine if this is a place where you could see yourself getting comfortable and getting really cozy in over the next couple years. And I knew right away Knoxville was my type of place. The reason why I knew that is because I knew roughly what I was looking for. I'm a small town guy. My hometown has like 250 people. So I didn't grow up in big cities. I didn't grow up around a ton of people. So I knew a big metropolitan city like Miami or Los Angeles probably wasn't going to be the right fit for me. But at the same time, I didn't want to be somewhere as remote as where I grew up. So a place like Knoxville, which is, really a very small city, a big college town, honestly, was really the perfect fit. And I identified that early on, that it had all the conveniences that I wanted in a city, but it wasn't too big to the point where I felt lost. And I knew that right away. I knew this is a place that I could get comfortable in, and it turned out that way. I absolutely love Knoxville, and I get back to campus any chance I get because it is a place that still feels like home. Evaluating campus life. You want to assess the dorm quality. That's a big thing to look at. Are the dorms well maintained? Do they have air conditioning? Are the rooms shared or private? Shared rooms are very typical. I shared a room. They kind of do suck, if I'm being honest. Like, if you're friends with your roommate at the beginning of the year, you're probably not going to be friends at the end of the year just because you see way too much of each other. But it's still a good experience. I don't regret living with someone. It was a very good experience. But if the dorm rooms are private, that is definitely a better deal. Check out the bathroom situation. Are they communal bathrooms? Are you going to have your own bathroom? Are they clean? Is there a dining room in the dorm, or do you have to walk 10 minutes to go get food every time you're hungry? These are the questions that you need to be asking because, like I said, the school is probably going to make you live in the dorms at least for a year. Seems like most schools do that. I'm not sure why. It must be just because they want to collect more money because they charge you for the dorms, whereas if you live off campus, they're not getting that revenue. So it's probably a money thing would be my guess, but just know you're going to have to spend at least a year in these dorms, so hopefully they're at least semi-tolerable. Dining quality, food quality. You want to test the campus dining options, especially the student-athlete specific facilities. Nutrition is a massive part of athletic success. So the first thing you need to determine, are there athlete-specific dining facilities? All of the schools that I visited did have this, but they were bigger schools. Tennessee's food options were by far the best, and I was lucky to be able to eat at all of the student-athlete dining facilities, all the schools I visited. Food was a big deal for me, right? Because I was coming in a skinny kid. I knew I was going to have to eat a lot and bulk up a lot and get strong. So food is going to be a massive part of your day-to-day life as an athlete. If you don't like the food options, you're probably not going to be very happy. So this is another basic thing that you need to consider, right? Do they have an athlete dining facility? If they do, what's the quality of the food? Compare it to the other schools. If there's no athlete facility, how is the food at the regular cafeterias, right? Like I know for me, the food quality at the regular student cafeterias at Tennessee was significantly worse to the student athlete dining facility because they invest a lot more money because they know they need to fuel their athletes very well, right? So that's where they're putting a lot of their money so that their teams perform well. School atmosphere overall. So observe the general vibe on campus and determine if it feels like a place you'd enjoy being part of the community, right? So do you like the campus? Is it walkable? Is it well landscaped? Do you like the architecture of the buildings, right? And these might seem like trivial things, but you're going to have to look at these buildings every single day for the next 4 to 5 years. You're going to have to walk these campuses every single day for the next 4 to 5 years. If there isn't nice landscaping and nice scenery, if the buildings don't look nice, it's not going to contribute to your happiness. In fact, it's only going to drag you down, right? So is the campus at least tolerable? And ideally, it's a campus that you really love being on. And by taking the campus tours, you're going to get to determine that. Academics and athletic support are the next things you want to think about. Academic reputation, right? So you want to ensure that the school has a strong program in your field of interest and high job placement rates. I've talked about this on the show before. I didn't think a whole lot about academics, but what I did look at was the job placement rates of the business college at the University of Tennessee. They were very strong. When I was going in, it was something like 96% of graduates from the Haslam College of Business, that's the school at Tennessee for business, graduated with jobs within 6 months or something. So I figured it's a pretty well-ranked business school, and I have a very good chance of getting a good job out of school. And that's exactly what happened. I didn't have to wait to get a job. In fact, I secured a job while I was still in school, right? So I took a little bit, like a month gap, and then I started that job, and that launched my career really well, right? So look at the job placement rates, look at how the school ranks in your field, because you don't want to be going to a college that's not going to help you get a career down the road. Athletic department resources. So look into the academic support available for athletes specifically, tutoring, study halls, and flexibility for training schedules, right? So most schools, certainly D1 schools, are going to have some form of an academic advisor for athletes, tutoring services available at no additional charge, study halls available, required hours. They're going to have their own version of that. It was very similar at all the D1 schools I visited. I will tell you, the big difference maker here is the people. The athletic academic advisor at Tennessee when I was there, his name is Greg, one of the most incredible people I've ever met. He made a massive difference in my life. He gave me an amazing recommendation when it went to get my first job in school, and is someone I still keep in touch with. And I'm hoping actually to interview him for this program, right? To get some of his insights for supporting athletes academically. He made the difference, right? The tutoring was the same. The study halls was pretty much the same, but I knew I was going to get to work with Greg if I went to Tennessee. And man, he wanted the best for his athletes and made a massive difference in my life. So look into the people. Do you get along with the academic athletic advisors, or do you feel like it's just someone who's there to collect a paycheck and doing a job? Because there is a big difference between someone who's passionate about positively impacting people's lives versus someone who's just there for a job, right? There's a huge difference there. Attend a class too, if possible, right? Sit in on a class in your major or within the individual school or college that you're going to be attending to get a feel for the academic environment and culture. I didn't get a chance to do this at Tennessee because I visited during the weekend, but I did at Michigan. A student athlete who actually wasn't my host, I got to meet another student athlete on the team, took me to, I think it was an accounting class or a marketing analytics class, something like that. And it was a really amazing experience. And that showed me that Michigan was an absolutely amazing academic institution, which the rankings would show, right? It's one of the best schools in the United States. Although that wasn't enough to sway me towards going to Michigan, mainly just because, those cold winters, I wouldn't be escaping the snow that I was seeing in Northern Ontario. It was very eye-opening to see the quality of education that I would be getting there. Assessing athletics, big piece here, and there's a couple subcategories within this that we need to look at. So you need to dive into coaching styles first. You want to meet with coaches, discuss their coaching style, and see how it aligns with your preferences, with the style that's going to help you become the best athlete you can be. So it really starts with awareness too, and knowing what you need. Observe training facilities, evaluate the quality, accessibility, and the walkability of the training rooms, weight rooms, and practice facilities, right? So you want to keep a keen eye. Most D1 facilities are going to be very similar. They're all going to have everything you need, but there's going to be slight differences, and that's what you want to keep an eye out for. Team dynamics. If possible, observe a team practice and interact with athletes to gauge the team culture, the cohesion, just how everyone works together, right? Another thing that's probably not going to be offered to you unless you ask, but please ask to observe a team practice. The coach will probably be happy to facilitate this, and if they're not, that's a bit of a red flag, right? Because it's kind of like, why do they not want me to see this? But most coaches are going to welcome this, but you have to ask, right? Same as the dorms. It's another little insider tip. Observe practice, stay in the dorms overnight. That's going to make the visits way more valuable. Let's talk about coaching styles for a minute. So there's a disciplinarian, right? And a disciplinarian coach emphasizes structure, mental toughness, and strict expectations. Think former head Alabama football coach Nick Saban exemplifies this very well. Democratic style coach, so values collaboration, player input, and strong relationships. Pete Carroll, he's an NFL coach. He is definitely this type of coach. Analytical, so uses data-driven strategies and detailed game plans. Bill Belichick, former New England Patriots coach. I'm not actually sure where he's coaching right now, but he is definitely an analytical style coach. Most coaches are going to blend various parts of these styles. Like Belichick is definitely analytical. He's definitely a disciplinarian as well. He's probably about a 50-50 of both. I'm not as familiar with Nick Saban's coaching, but he's probably pretty analytical too. So disciplinarian and analytical are usually going to work together somewhat, but the coaches are going to have a dominant approach that they tend to rely on more than the others. You need to understand which coaching style suits you best based on your high school experience. So I know for me personally, I was almost entirely self-coached when I was in high school. So I knew I wasn't going to deal well with a micromanaging disciplinarian coach who was, barking feedback at me every second. That wasn't going to align well with what I needed. I knew I needed a democratic style coach who was going to give me a longer leash, give me a little more leeway to lead some of my own training, maybe even train by myself sometimes. The coach at Tennessee was perfect for that. In fact, we talked about coaching styles in depth before I even visited the campus. I felt confident that his style was going to align with what I needed based on my high school experience, and he was more than willing to work with me on that. That's the other thing too. A good coach is going to be able to tailor their style to individual athletes. So he was maybe more of a disciplinarian, more analytical to other athletes who needed that to succeed, but I didn't need so much of that. So he was more of a democratic coach. So big thing to look for in quality of coach is, can they tailor their style, right? You want them to be more nuanced than just one thing. The other thing to consider is coaches will be able to tailor their style depending on the situation too. So if a team isn't doing well and they're not following orders, they need a good kick in the pants, they're going to be able to turn on the discipline a little bit. But at the same time, if things are looking good and the coach is heading, or the team is heading in the right direction, they can be a little more hands-off, a little more democratic, let the team lead themselves, right? Depending on the situation, good coaches will tailor their strategy for the athlete and for the time and place. So here are some key questions to ask coaches when you're on your visits. Coaching style. So what is your coaching style and what type of athletes thrive here, right? So this is going to tell you a little bit about how they tend to typically coach, and you can kind of compare the answer you get here to some of the information I gave you in the previous slide and compare that to what you feel like you need in order to thrive. And if you're not sure what you need, talk to your high school coach. Observe what type of coach your high school coach is. Think about, have I worked well with my high school coach? Or maybe you've worked with a couple different coaches in high school. I felt better with him. His style didn't really work as well for me. And then think through the framework I gave you and let that determine what you're going to need in college. Athlete development. How do you support athletes' growth and well-being on and off the field? A big one, right? Because you want a coach who's going to invest in your well-being, not just as an athlete, but as a person. And that was a big thing with the coach at Tennessee. My mentor, Rob, told me, hey, Coach Newell is going to care about you turning into a good man and not just an athlete. And man, that really meant a lot to me. And it absolutely turned out to be true. A good coach is going to be invested in you far beyond just your athletic pursuits. They're going to want the best for you, almost like a parent, right? Like a parent is going to want you to be successful in life and make money, sure, but they're going to want you to be a good person too. So that's where a compassionate, empathetic coach is really going to help you. Team expectations too. Ask them, what are your main goals and expectations for the team in the coming years, right? Because you want a coach who thinks big. You want a coach who's going to push his team because that's going to bring out the best in you, right? And you want to see your full potential when you're in college so that you don't have any regrets when you retire. Evaluating team culture is the next thing we need to talk about. So the first thing you want to look for is team atmosphere. So watch how team members interact with each other, both on and off the field. Are they supportive, competitive, or a mix of both? In a healthy team environment, you will see a mix of both, but it will lean towards the supportive side. And this is definitely what I observed when I was at Tennessee and what I felt when I was an athlete there as well. So you need a little bit of both. Healthy mixture. Something that would be a red flag would be if it's just competitive and you feel like everyone's out for themselves, or the environment is just totally dead, like no one is supporting each other and no one really seems to care. Those are some things that should give you pause. Player-coach relationships. Keep an eye on these. Observe if players feel comfortable with the coaching staff. A healthy balance of respect and rapport is ideal. So how this plays out in reality is we always had a really good dynamic with the coach at Tennessee. Like we would joke a lot and laugh a lot at practice, but there was a healthy level of respect there in that when he gave us orders, when he told us to do something technically, we would always do our best, our absolute best to execute that. Doesn't mean we were perfect every time, but there was effort and we trusted our coach, right? So you want to see a little bit of a balance, right? Things shouldn't be super tense all the time, although there are tense moments. You want to see some fun too, but a healthy level of respect as well. So that's the big thing with team culture. You see a good balance of both competitiveness, supportiveness, rapport, and joking around with the coach, as well as respect and following orders. Somewhere in the middle is a very healthy team environment. Inclusion and attitude. So You want to note if current athletes are welcoming and if they include you in activities, as this indicates an inclusive team culture. I'm going to tell you a little story. This is one of the better stories in this course and one of the better stories from my recruiting journey. So when I went to Tennessee, I've already talked about Seth, my host at Tennessee. Amazing host, right? Amazing guy. I could tell he was an incredible, compassionate, empathetic person. He went to great lengths to ensure I had a great visit. He gave me his bed in the dorm room and slept on the floor. He didn't even have a mattress or anything. He just grabbed like one of those little decorative pillows, and I don't even think he had a blanket. He just slept on the floor so that I could have his bed so that I could be comfortable. And the funny thing was, I was shocked. Like, I was ready to sleep on the floor, sleep on the couch, but he wouldn't let me. He refused. He said, "No, you're sleeping in my bed. There's fresh sheets. I'm going to sleep on the floor." That meant so much to me, and it told me so much about his character, so much about the character of the team too. Because if your student athlete behaves one way, there's probably going to be other people on the team who are like them, right? Because like-minded people attract people like them. Compare that to Michigan, and I just want to preface this and say Michigan's an amazing institution. There's amazing coaches there, amazing education, great teams. I mean, they just won a national championship. It's a great school. I'm not saying anything bad about Michigan, but I had an interesting experience with my host in that from the beginning, he didn't seem very engaged. Like, he didn't seem like he cared that I was there. Maybe it was because he was older, right? He'd seen it all. He wasn't really that invested in it. But within a few hours of my visit, after we got back to his house, he informed me that he had a Tinder date that he was going to leave me for. And then he passed me off to one of his teammates who also did a very half-hearted job at hosting. And again, it wasn't a big deal, and I'm not one to complain, but man, I really did take note of that. And I figured, man, if this guy isn't invested in me when I'm a recruit, he's probably not going to be invested in me when I'm a teammate of his, or if I become a teammate of his. That was a pretty big red flag for me, right? So think about how your student athlete host treats you. Let that be the center to how you gauge the team culture, right? Team accountability is another thing you need to be looking for. So accountability standards, right? So you want to ask how the team handles missed practices, low effort, or rule breaking. Do athletes hold each other accountable? Does the coach hold the team accountable? Do they play favorites? Does everyone get the same treatment? You're not going to be able to determine all of this in a 48-hour visit, but you can ask good questions and see what answers you get. Rule enforcement. You want to check if consequences are consistent. Like I said, is there favoritism? That's not a good sign. Creating a fair, disciplined environment. This is what you want. Support beyond sports. Ask if teammates help each other stay on track academically, emotionally, indicating a holistic team support system. Being a student athlete is a holistic game, right? It's not just about what you're doing on the field or in the classroom. It's a challenging endeavor, and you're going to get tired. You're going to get sad and discouraged and depressed sometimes. You want teammates who are going to be there to lift you up through those really harsh times, right? And again, it's going to be hard to determine this within 2 days, but ask questions. Ask, how do you support each other outside of practice? How do you support each other when someone has an injury? How do you support each other when someone had a devastatingly poor performance at a national championship and they want to quit? How are you lifting each other up, right? These are the deep questions that you can ask that are really going to give you some useful information. And the good thing is, it may catch some of the student athletes off guard because they probably aren't going to hear questions this deep from high schoolers, because most high schoolers aren't in College Athlete Academy, or at least not yet. And that's going to be good because you're going to get the student athletes off script, right? Because as I'm going to go into in a minute, student athletes are instructed to be on their best behavior to present this glamorous, shiny picture of the school. They're going to have, answers rehearsed for some of the basic questions that they hear. But if you go a little deeper, you're going to get the student athletes to speak off the cuff a little bit, and you're going to get some answers that are maybe a little bit closer to the truth, right? And that's what you want to get into. It's like peeling an onion, right? You maybe have to do some work before you get to the center of it, but it's definitely worth doing. It's very necessary, in my opinion. So culture fit too. This is another thing you need to think about. Reflect on your ideal environment, right? So consider the team's energy levels. What do you prefer? What have you observed of yourself in high school? A big part of this is self-awareness too for many of these different fits. Do you like high energy, competitive environments? Are you more of a supportive, kind of growth-focused, maybe empathetic atmosphere? You need to be aware of what you need so you can determine how a team aligns with that, right? Because you may go to a school and it might not be the right fit for you because you've done this work, but that doesn't mean it's a bad team or it's a bad culture. It's just not the right culture, the right coach for you. And that's okay, right? Not everything is for everyone. You want to evaluate your social fit too. You're going to spend a lot of time with your team off the field in addition to practice. Do they seem like people you genuinely enjoy being around? I knew within 5 minutes of meeting Seth at Tennessee, we were going to get along. We had shared interests. We liked a lot of the same things. I knew I got along with the coach well. We were both into, fishing and hunting and motorcycles and that type of stuff. So I knew I was probably going to get along with the team if I got along so well with these two key people, right? So pay attention to how your one-on-one conversations go and if you're feeling connected to the team or if you're not really feeling lined up. And that's okay. It doesn't mean they're bad people. It just may not be the right team for you. Alignment with your values. You need to be honest about the type of team culture that will help you succeed. The right fit is essential for your long-term happiness. This is so important, right? Because we're talking 4 to 5 years of your life. Even if you transfer out of a school, go through the whole rigmarole of transferring. You want to avoid transferring. You want to get it right on the first try, if at all possible. The way you do that is by asking these questions to dig a little bit deeper because you want to be happy in college. You don't want to go somewhere where you're miserable. Life's too short to be miserable. So, key questions to ask for team culture. Handling adversity. How does the team respond to challenges like a tough loss or a major injury, right? Ask the coach this, ask athletes this, ask whoever you can. The upperclassmen and underclassmen relationship. So, senior freshman kind of thing. How do upperclassmen mentor and support younger teammates? You ideally want to see upperclassmen of their own accord taking a leadership stand on the team. And this is something I definitely saw at Tennessee, even just in the 2 days I was there. I saw it more when I started. And then as I grew up, I got to grow into that leadership role and kind of take charge of that too, which was very empowering for me. So there needs to be a good culture in place though. So ask this question: how do the seniors help out the freshmen, right? How do they catch them up to speed? Are kind of the freshmen and seniors on their own islands doing their own thing? Or is it like a family where they help bring each other up? These are the questions you need to ask. Team dynamics outside of practice. Do teammates spend time together outside of practice? If they don't hang out at all outside of practice or competition, that's probably not a good sign because it probably means they don't like each other, and you don't want to be on a team where a lot of people don't like each other. That's a massive red flag, and it's going to make you miserable if you're on that team. So evaluating team culture. Start with your host behavior. Like I said, your host attitude towards you is a strong indication of what the team culture is as a whole, right? Because if they're on the team, there's probably a lot more people like them who are also on the team. Observe the team dynamics, right? Does the team encourage and support one another? Are they inclusive and positive? What type of vibe are you getting when you're seeing them, when you're observing practice? Be attentive to patterns, right? Even small interactions can reveal a lot about the team environment and attitudes, right? Because like I said, these teams do put on a bit of a show. The coaches instruct them to be on their best behavior, to have all the right answers, to put forth this polished, shiny image that isn't always true. Sometimes it is, right? For Tennessee, it was by and large very true, but sometimes they're able to cover up a lot of the negatives that they don't want you to see, right? So you need to pay attention to tones, pay attention to how people respond when you ask these questions, because they're not going to flat out come and tell you, never come here, this is a bad school, but they might give you an answer that gives you a little bit of pause. So that's why you have to be very attentive to what people are saying to you. Evaluating facilities is the next piece of this. Big focus, I touched on it already, walkability, right? Ideally, your dorms, training facilities, and classes should be within a 15-minute walk, helping you balance academics and training. At Tennessee, my dorm room, my track, my training facility, and the dining facility were within a 5-minute walk, less even if you knew the shortcuts, like if you cut through a parking garage to get through. It was like a 3-minute walk. Huge godsend, especially since I didn't have a car. But even if I did, parking is a pain in the butt. You don't want to have to be dealing with that. So how walkable is it? A 15-minute radius is a very good target to shoot for. If it's, 20 minutes, 40 minutes walk, you don't want to be spending hours and hours walking around. It's going to tire you out and you're going to have less downtime to do homework and recover. So really spread out campus, generally not a good thing. Athlete-only facilities, so you want to check if there's dedicated spaces for athletes, study halls, dining rooms that will enhance your student-athlete experience. A lot of schools have them, some don't. Just check, right? Because it's going to make a big difference in your experience. If you get your own dining facility or your own study hall, you're probably going to perform a lot better as a student and an athlete. Quality of the weight room and indoor training facilities, right? So look at the space, the equipment, the upkeep of training facilities, and ensure they will have everything you need. Chances are they will. Most schools are very well outfitted, well funded. The schools I visited, there wasn't a huge difference, but Tennessee got a brand new track when I was being recruited and a brand new weight room. So that was a huge selling point for me, just because it meant the stuff was a little bit more up to date than at the other schools. And again, I would have been fine facilities wise, no matter where I'd gone, if I'd gone to any of the schools that were recruiting me. But Tennessee, I just felt like it had that little bit extra. The training room was a little bit nicer. I felt like the medical support was a little bit better. So you're not going to notice maybe huge differences in this area. Look for small things. What I learned about facilities, right? So I already touched on this, but not much difference at top tier programs. High-level D1 programs tend to have similar quality facilities, so small details will make all the difference. Focus on practical aspects. So the layout, is it convenient to use? Is it close to your dorm room? How's the food? And something else I want to touch on, that D2 and D3 facilities can also be impressive, right? It's not just D1. Facility quality doesn't always match the division level. Focus on whether it meets your training needs, right? So I visited a Division II school. It had by far the best indoor training facility of any school I looked at. One of the best facilities in the country, to be honest, and it was a D2 school. So great weight room at that place too. So Division II, even Division III facilities can be very incredible too. So don't cross them off and expect that, it's going to be some backyard rusty squat rack and barbell. Some of these schools are very well funded and they put that funding to good use to help their athletes. How should you act on your visits? This is one of the most common questions I get from athletes and their families. They stress out about it. I get it. It's a new time. I was very anxious and nervous. You don't have to overthink it, guys. I'm going to tell you how you should act. Ask thoughtful questions. That's the first thing. Hopefully, you've taken that away from this lesson and you're able to use some of the questions that I show you. You want to engage in conversations with coaches, athletes, and staff. By asking good questions, you're going to show genuine interest and gather valuable insights that will help you make the best decision possible. You're killing two birds with one stone with the questions. Be polite and gracious, right? Remember, you're being hosted. People are spending a lot of money on you. They're spending a lot of time to make you feel welcome, to be hospitable. So just make sure that they know that you're very grateful. Please and thank you, the basic things, don't be a jerk. Show appreciation, right? Highlight the things you genuinely like about the school, team, or facilities. You can do this on the visit for sure. Certainly when you do your follow-up phone call with the coach, you want to talk about everything that you liked about the visit. And again, thank them and tell them how grateful you are. This is going to go a long way. And hopefully manners would go without saying, but you never know these days, right? So make sure you're on your best, most polite behavior. But ultimately, be authentic, right? Stay true to who you are. People are going to appreciate your authenticity and remember you for being genuine. This isn't just visits on campus. This is life in general. Don't put on some mask. Don't pretend to be someone you're not. If you're a little shy and you're feeling a little quiet, that's okay. Still engage, ask questions, but you don't have to put out this big, fake personality just to try to impress people. In fact, that's probably going to backfire, right? So just be yourself is the ultimate answer to how to act on visits. Tips for staying relaxed. I was very anxious and nervous to the point where my voice would quiver sometimes when I would talk to some of these people. I was just so excited, right? But you'll get over that. Focus on enjoyment of the experience. It's an incredible opportunity. The visits are short, usually 2 days. So try not to overthink it. Just enjoy the little bit of time you're there because it's an opportunity not many people get. Trust the process, right? This experience is a chance for you to discover what's right for you. Stay calm and just enjoy exploring the school. Enjoy being taken care of. Enjoy these great meals you're being offered. Enjoy exploring a different part of the country or a new country if you're an international student. Just enjoy it. Balance enthusiasm with realism though, right? While the visits can be exciting, stay grounded and make the best long-term decision for yourself. So don't let your vision get clouded by the show they put on, by the football games, by the shiny facilities. Take good notes, stick to your questions, listen to the details. That is going to help you make a decision later on. How to wrap up each visit. A few final tips for you as you're wrapping things up. Reflect on the experience, right? So right after each visit, jot down your impressions while everything is still fresh in your mind. If you want to keep a notebook, notes on your phone, voice memos, however you track your thoughts, just get it recorded so that you can reference it later. Discuss with your parents, right? After each visit, you want to debrief with your parents, getting their perspective on the visit. I was lucky that my parents accompanied me on every visit, and we would have a chat about what I liked, what some of the red flags were right after each visit, even during the visit when we were in the hotel or driving around. We talked about it. It really helped having two people who loved and cared about me to bounce ideas off of, right? Another little point here that I don't want to forget, you want consistency on your visits. What do I mean by that? If your parents are attending a visit with you, they should attend every visit with you. If you're doing a visit alone, you should do every visit alone. This is going to give you a consistent flavor of the visits, right? Because if your parents come with you on one and then you do one alone, it's going to have a totally different flavor and you're not really comparing apples to apples, right? So consistency either alone or with parents. Take note of the red flags too, or even the yellow flags, things that seem a little bit off. Was there anything surprising or disappointing? Capture those thoughts some way, as they're going to help you make an informed decision when it comes time to commit. You need all the information you can gather to arm yourself to help you make the right decision. Expect a polished visit too, right? I touched on it, but remember, the school is presenting the best version of itself it possibly can. Use your judgment and stay objective, and don't let yourself get distracted. Finally, follow up, right? We're going to talk about this more later, but call the coach after the visit to thank them and discuss the scholarship availability. We're going to talk a lot more on this later. Summary for today's video, guys. Campus visits are firsthand insights. These visits give you a genuine feel for each program, allowing you to assess fit across academics, athletics, and culture. Massive opportunity. Unofficial visits are great for early exploration, especially with local schools. Official visits, you want to strategically plan these, split 2 to 3 between 2 to 3 safe schools, 2 to 3 optimistic schools so that you're balancing your approach. Stay focused on the key factors, right? So campus life, academics, athletics, especially team culture, all the stuff you can't really research on your computer, the stuff you have to see in person. Take careful note of all these things. Ask questions, be polite, be authentic, be yourself, right? Approach each visit with curiosity, respect, and authenticity for the best experience and the best insights possible. So hopefully that's been very helpful for you guys. It's all the information that I gather on my visits, and I tried to make it as actionable as possible, right? So, quote for today from Tony Robbins, a motivational speaker: "The more information you have, the clearer your path becomes." This is another pillar of this course. I'm trying to give you all the information you can to make the most of your recruiting journey, get the best offer you can, end up at the best school for you, right? Information is power. Couple of reminders, as always. If you're finding this course helpful, please share it with a friend. I'm trying to get it out to more people. Word of mouth is huge. So please let your teammates, let your coaches know about it if you're finding it helpful. If you're really loving it, please leave me a comment or a testimonial. Link will be in the description for that. I would love to hear how it's helping you. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on Instagram and TikTok, Joe Maxwell NCAA. I post exclusive content on all those platforms. And if you're watching on YouTube, I have a free online community. It's called College Athlete Academy right here. You can interact with other athletes and ask me questions on there. School.com/collegeathletes. Link is in the description as well. Just your email. It's totally free. You can be in the community within 5 seconds, and there's a host of resources to help you on your journey. It's all free in there. I want to tell you a little bit more about what's inside that community. So the full athletic scholarship masterclass, right? So I give away half of it on YouTube and half of it in the free community. The other half is available within the pro paid community. We give you professionally edited highlight reel. I work with some amazing editors who specialize in this to showcase your talent to college coaches. Weekly live Q&A sessions, so we get to tailor your strategy, answer all your specific questions, one-on-one with me live every single week on Zoom. Proven coach outreach strategies, right? So communication templates. We also do a professional athletic resume. I'm going to touch on that in a minute. Effective methods to connect with coaches that I use to secure an offer. I show you exactly what I did and some of the things that I wish I'd done differently. Motivated athlete community, so support and inspiration from peers and mentors. There's other recruits on there. There's current college athletes. There's former college athletes. We are all here to support you and help you achieve your scholarship dreams. Finally, a professionally crafted athletic resume. I work with a graphic designer to create these, to highlight your achievements. This will help you stand out to coaches. Finally, I wrote a book. It's called The Athletic Scholarship Blueprint. You can get a free PDF copy within College Athlete Academy. Even in the free version, you can download it totally for free. I would recommend you follow along in this book as you work through the masterclass. It's going to enhance your learning. I go into a lot more detail in certain sections in the book. You can also buy a paper copy of this book on Amazon if you're more old school. Link is in the description for that. Final thing, guys, I want to talk about modules 3 to 5 because this is the end of module 2, right? So, like I said, module 1 and 2 are for free. They're always going to be available for free on YouTube and in the free community. If you're liking what you're seeing here, there's a lot more good stuff in the remaining 3 modules, all of which are available on College Athlete Academy Pro. Link is in the description for that. I want to take you through a little bit about what we're going to cover in those modules. So, module 3, we're talking about academics. We're going into academic scholarships, why they're important, how to get them, test prep, right? How to get the best scores possible so that you can secure academic scholarships, eligibility center, avoiding issues with the NCAA. I've seen a lot of athletes miss out on competing because they didn't take care of their academic eligibility. We will sidestep all of that. I will work through this with you one-on-one to get you through the NCAA eligibility center. Applying to schools as well, I got into 3 top schools around the country. I'm going to help you tailor your applications to be the most effective that they possibly can be so that that's not a limiting factor to you playing in college. Finally, module 4, we talk about securing an offer and making the commitment, making that choice. So securing the offer, how you go about doing that, how you negotiate, how you talk about money with coaches. If you're anxious about this, I get it. I will help you walk you through that process. Commitment, right? How to make the right choice. I have a scorecard framework that I work you through. You take all your considerations, you work in the 5 key factors to make the best decision for yourself. Finally, preparation for college after you sign, because the real work really begins when you sign, and that's going to lead into when you're actually a college athlete, which I'm working very hard on a new masterclass right now to help you with that process. That is coming to College Athlete Academy Pro very soon. It's going to be called just the College Athlete Masterclass. So that is coming, but we got to prepare for that too. So that's kind of the final step in the recruiting process. Finally, module 5, I give you guys some final tools to work with. Backup plans if you don't end up securing an offer, what you can do to change that. Then we talk about NCAA rules, so how you can avoid eligibility issues and the new NIL stuff and the branding opportunities, how you can profit from your name, image, and likeness now. Finally, some final tools for parents, right? So if you're a parent watching this, I made a section specifically for you with actionable tools to help your child through this process. That is all in College Athlete Academy Pro. So lots more great content. But in any case, thank you guys for checking out the first 2 modules of this Athletic Scholarship Masterclass. I truly hope it's been useful for you, and hopefully I will see you in College Athlete Academy Pro. Thanks again for checking it out.